What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, what a win for Texas men's basketball. How about back-to-back top 15 wins for Texas men's basketball? We will recap the Longhorns' rout of previously undefeated Vanderbilt, plus the latest and greatest from Texas football in the transfer portal. The dead period is over. Visits are resuming, and we should have some news throughout the day and the next few days regarding Steve Sarkisian's team. The New York Giants have a new head coach, John Harbaugh, not out of work for long. We will talk about the NFL coaching carousel, also some other big news surrounding college football and the NFL as we inch closer to divisional weekend, and a crazy Verizon outage yesterday. And also, I'm going to show the Buck the halftime show I witnessed at the Longhorn game last night. Not quite Red Panda level, but pretty darn close.
Wow.
We'll get to all of those stories. Plenty of sports and fun and conversation over the next couple of hours. Also, we'll take your buck ons and buck offs as well. Appreciate y'all starting your morning with us. How are you today, my man?
I am fantastic. What a beautiful, cool morning this morning. It's kind of chilly outside, folks. Not a lot of wind, but it is chilly. We had a windy day yesterday. Sun's about to come up. We'll get some sunshine today, but you'll feel the chill in the air. But that's okay. Next week is officially winter, but it's all good right now.
You're putting in the call.
Putting in the call, but we're good for now. We're still into the fall season, and it is going to be a gorgeous day here in Central Texas, I believe. So, and once again, as BK said, thank you to everybody listening, and Happy New Year to everybody. Glad you're joining us early this morning. We appreciate you joining us, and we have for the last 3 years. We do appreciate all your folks that tune in on all the different ways to tune in with us. So thank you very, very much. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, and thank you each and every day because of the great job that you do. And we appreciate your family sharing all of you with all of us. But do please be careful. Have your head on a swivel out there.
Yes, indeed. Current temps here in Austin, Texas, a little after 7 a.m. 37 feels like 33.
Yuck.
Not winter, though.
Not quite winter yet.
Okay. No. Projected high today is 65. That doesn't feel very wintry.
That feels nice. That feels like a hell of a day with the sun shining right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was a hell of a night for Texas basketball, Buck.
How about that last night? You and your other 8 friends attended a game with a packed house. You know what?
We're up to at least 28 now.
Yeah, I would say you're getting close to 30 folks that are joining on with you, but that had to be an awful lot of fun because, boy, that was a good all-around basketball game from shooting the ball to defending, which was, part of their deal was how would they defend? And they did. That was the 60 minutes of getting after it. Well, they didn't have to really play for 60 minutes. They just drove that team out of that gym, which was nice to see.
Well, considering college basketball games are only 40 minutes long, they did not have to play 60 minutes. You are correct.
Thank you very much.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, what a turnaround for this team, Buck. I mean, that Tennessee game was 9 days ago, right? The Longhorns got absolutely embarrassed. I mean, they basically no-showed on the road against Rick Barnes and the Volunteers. And they started 0-2 in conference play. They didn't really have any quality wins to this point in the season.
Yeah.
A lot of people questioning Shawn Miller. Shawn Miller was doing a lot of questioning of his team, and no one was really sure where things were headed with Texas basketball. They get back-to-back wins over top 15 teams. Obviously, the nice road victory in Tuscaloosa on Saturday, and they back it up by not only beating Vanderbilt, like you said, but handling the Commodores.
Yeah, they can. It sounds like a team that can take some, they got some veteran guys, so they can take a little tongue lashing. That's not going to bother them. They're just going to get after their coach isn't saying that just for the sake of saying it. He's saying it because that's the way they played, and they seem to, they can take it. That's a group that sounds like they can take what Shawn Miller has to dish out and then respond to it and then even get better than you think they're going to get after a pretty good tongue lashing, because I thought they really played well on defense. They moved around. Guys were in the right spot. They were in the lanes. The big guy got really offensive in this game, but everybody wanted to be a part of it. It wasn't like they were looking around for somebody to be the guy. Everybody kind of wanted to be the guy, which was kind of cool to see. Like, nobody was afraid to take a shot. Nobody was afraid to kind of do their thing. And that's good for your team when you don't have two guys doing all the shooting and three guys just looking and going, okay, you take it. Let's get it to those two guys, and we'll do what we can. It looked like everybody wanted to participate, which is a good thing for this basketball team.
Yeah, 4 of the Longhorns' 5 starters ended in double figures last night, right? And you got 22 from Modest Vocatitis, you got 21 from Tremont Mark, 14 from Swain, 12 from Pope.
Kendall Weaver was damn near there.
Kendall Weaver got you 6 and had 9 rebounds and was flying all over the floor as he typically does. You're right. It was a total team effort, and there's just a different energy and effort to use.
The herky-jerky lefty looks like a guy who's trying to finally get out of college.
Well, I think he has to get out of college after
this year. You sure he can't stay any longer?
You know what? These days in college sports, I don't know. I mean, we talked about TJ Finley yesterday, the quarterback.
He looks like he wants to be a pro, or at least have an opportunity to go play pro ball.
Yeah, and it's great to see because, last year Tremont Mark was really good early in the year, but once we got into SEC play, he just became incredibly inconsistent. And so far, only 4 SEC games, but it's a decent sample size, I would say.
Sure.
Tremont Mark averaging 20 points per game in league play.
Yes.
He had 21 last night. He's been kind of right around that number in every game that Texas has played in the conference. So you get that type of consistent contributions from him. I mean, he's supposed to be one of your best players. Last year, again, in league play, he just wasn't that as often as you would have liked him to be. So far, so good with him. Jordan Pope, again, another solid night. Modest Vocatitis, you mentioned the big – I mean, Vandy had no answer for him.
No.
That's Vandy's biggest weakness, Buck. They don't have any starters taller than 6'7". 6'7". And Vocatitis is 7 feet. So they have a couple of guys off the bench that they tried to bring in who are 6'9", 6'10", 6'11", closer to his height. But they're obviously not as good. And they had Vocatitis was incredibly efficient. I think he was 7 of 9 shooting. And anytime basically he didn't make a shot, he got fouled. And then he was 8 of 9 at the free throw line.
And they were great. They were great at the free throw line as a team.
They were. Yeah, 19 of 22. That's been a huge bugaboo for Texas this season, is they just haven't been able to make their free throws. And we talked about it yesterday, kind of previewing the game. I thought this game was going to be a lot closer than it ended up, but you knew points were going to be important, and making your free throws was going to be important. And Texas was able to distance themselves in the final 10 minutes or so of the second half by knocking down their freebies at the charity stripe.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good game. That was an all-around best game that they played this year. That was, if you can keep consistency that way with just your effort, you're going to win a lot of games.
Yeah.
Because you got some, like you said, at the beginning of the season, there's some talented players. They just got a new coach, and how do they gel with the new coach? Well, I think you're starting to see it. You get another 2 or 3 games like that, then you and your fan base, BK, you will rally numbers. You'll get past 30 members of your group. You'll get into maybe 50 here over the next couple of weeks. Hey, and whip the Aggies' ass. Look out! Yeah. You're liable to have. I was surprised you didn't storm the court last night.
No, come on, we don't do that.
Wait a minute. We're talking about basketball here.
We're talking about Vanderbilt here.
Top 10 team. I'm surprised.
We didn't storm the court when I was in school and beat Kansas. I ain't storming the court for a win over Vanderbilt. That ain't happening.
Anytime you can beat Pavia's group, you got to get ready to storm the – I know you got close. I know you were starting to get out of your seat. Were you getting out of your seat to get to the car and get the hell out of there?
Can't say I was. But I was sitting next to a few Vandy fans, so that was an enjoyable experience for me. It was a great crowd last night. It was. Shawn Miller talked about it in his opening statement. The students are back at school. The alumni showed up. That place was damn near a full house, which was great to see. And they earned it, I thought, with the win at Alabama on the road. I was hoping Texas fans would show up and show out. I was a little nervous that it was an 8 o'clock weeknight game, which is ridiculous because we're basically the westernmost school in the SEC. They do those double headers, 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
We get
And
the 8 o'clock tilt, yes.
right, they treat us like we're Pacific time because I guess we're not Eastern time, so everything else is Pacific. So I wasn't sure what the crowd would look like, but it was full, it was loud, and obviously the team gave the fans plenty of reasons to be making some noise. So I like that, man. And like you said, they won it with defense. This has been a horrible defensive team. Even the Alabama game, they gave up close to 90 points. You weren't writing home about their defense, but they held Vandy to a season-low 64 points last night. Only 27 of those came in the second half. They shot just 27%.
Vandy's got a nice shooting guard that can shoot. You got a guy that can fill it up, too.
Yeah, they got two of them, right?
Yeah, they held those guys in check. That was good to see.
They did. And Duke Miles, that guy looks like he should be playing at Duke with all the flopping he was doing yesterday. Number 2 for them.
He was trying to get to the line. He wanted to get to the line and get a bunch of freebies.
He did early on, and then credit to the refs. They were like, all right, dude, you're literally just falling for no reason. Like, there's not a sniper in this venue. We don't need to be doing this right now. So Texas kept him in check. Yeah, defensively, they were great, especially in the second half. They also dominated the glass. This goes to the point about the size, right? 42-24, the rebounding edge. I haven't seen Texas at a rebounding edge like that against a good team in a long time. And, going into last night's game, Buck, Vandy had only trailed for 22 minutes the entire season in their first 16 games. Texas led for 35 minutes last night alone. Dominant.
Yeah, their coach is saying the same thing that Shawn Miller was saying, a couple of weeks ago. He's about to lay into those dudes about their effort last night. They just got out-hustled. And out-muscled.
And out-muscled, out-hustled, out-muscled, and outplayed.
Yeah.
And what a difference for Shawn Miller. We have to play this again, Buck, because it's part of the story of the Texas basketball turnaround.
No doubt.
And, 2 cuts, one from after the Mississippi State game, one from after the Tennessee game. Here's the one that we played a bunch on this show that went viral following the Horns SEC opening loss to Hail State.
No, it's, I think I told you guys, like a disciplined team, disciplined players, coached by a disciplined coach and environment and staff. And we have to coach those guys better in those areas. Now, if I tell you not to cross the street, and I keep telling you, and I say, I swear, whatever you do not cross the street. And you do, and the bus hits you. I'm going to take responsibility as your parent. But damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to cross the street? We got some of that going on.
So we had that.
Yes, and that's a good one. That's the one right there.
Yeah, that went viral, not only amongst Longhorn Nation, but all around the college basketball world. And then you had this one after the Tennessee game.
I think we learn more and more about our team as each practice, each week goes, and really the next opportunity, right? You learn from Mississippi State. I thought I learned a lot tonight. We had a couple guys that just really didn't want to play. And if you don't want to play, you're not allowed to enter the game. You just can't be the guy caught up in your own world, your own effort level, things that are happening to you. It's so much about this game. It's about the team, and you have to be able to play defense and offense. I liked our effort so much better in the second half, and one of the reasons our effort level was good is the guys in the game were playing at a much greater effort level.
Yeah, when this team plays with effort, they can play with a lot of teams in the country. They really can because they got really good athletes. So that means they can play. If you just give me the effort, you may win a game that maybe on a bad shooting night because of your effort, we can pull out a win. But if you don't give us an effort and and even if you're having a good shooting night, somebody else may have a good shooting night too. But if your effort's not good, you're going to lose some of those games. So last couple of games, he's gotten both the effort and the team playing pretty good ball and defense and playing for the entire time.
Yeah, right. One of those quotes, he called out his team's IQ, said they're not taking to the coaching. And the other quote, he called out his team's effort, saying guys just aren't playing hard enough, and we're not going to play you if you're not going to play hard enough. And it's been a total 180 in the last 2 games, right? People were worried, like, oh, Shawn Miller's losing the locker room. And wow, Shawn Miller's not even coach. We had some guys on Texas Sports Unfiltered calling out Shawn Miller, saying, this isn't going to work. You're not doing your job. Stop blaming the players. Clearly, whatever he's saying is working. He's got that team's attention.
Like I said, what's good is the players can take the kind of criticism that they're getting. He's not being critical of them because he doesn't like them. He's being critical of them because they're not giving him the effort that he's looking for, that he expects them to give. He's seen good effort before. He's been around some pretty good teams. He's been around this team when they've probably given good effort at practice. But he's been seeing stuff that he sees stuff that at practice that carries on to the game. You know, you can't all of a sudden have bad effort all week at practice and expect to play a good team, you know, like Tennessee, and then you're going to get something different because you're playing another jersey. No, you're going to get the same effort you got in practice. And he's trying to get that not to be the case. He's trying to get the same effort that you show at a good practice into a good game.
Yeah.
And he's going to let him know about it when he doesn't do it, because he sounds like he's going to be, if a guy has got a shitty attitude, you know, if he doesn't make a couple plays and he doesn't give you any effort on defense, that guy's probably going to get yanked out of the game.
He's coaching them up. He is coaching them up right now, and he's not coddling. He is coaching, and it's working, which is great to see. Now, a lot of work left to be done for Texas basketball.
Sure.
They still have 14 more games this year, and you know, if the season ended today, I don't know if the Longhorns would be in the tournament, but they're back at least in the discussion, right? Before the weekend, they were nowhere close to the discussion. After the Bama win, it's like, okay, there's a start. Now you get 2 straight top 15 wins. I mean, those were the 2 highest ranked teams in the SEC that you just beat in back-to-back games. One of them on the road. Like that has people talking a little bit about this Texas team. So now, obviously, you have to build from it. You've got A&M coming to town on Saturday. A&M's a solid team. Rivalry game. Find a win there. Get to 3 straight. Texas didn't win 3 straight in the SEC at any point last year. Remember, they only won 2 straight one time last year. They've already done that. It's their first time since 2023, the year they went to the Elite 8, that they beat back-to-back teams ranked in the top 15. So they're doing some things that we haven't quite seen around here in a couple of years.
It's hard to win two in a row in this conference where you bang out 2 wins in a row.
Yeah.
And especially on the road.
Right. I mean, it's hard to beat the bad teams in this conference. Right. Like South Carolina and Mississippi State, it's hard to beat both of them in a row in this league. But to do it against the teams you've done it against, pretty impressive. All right, one more from Shawn Miller. This is from last night. Again, total vibe change with the entire Texas basketball program and with this fan base too. Here's the head coach, his opening statement talking about the 16-point win over the Commodores.
Thought the game against Alabama gave us confidence. That happens, as you guys know, in any sport. You get you're a part of a big win on the road. You get a road victory, and you know the belief inside the locker room, in each other, in themselves, it goes to a good place. And I thought that that win, that confidence really fed us preparing for this game. And really we picked up where we left off. I thought we played at a very high level on offense. If we were a little bit stronger with the ball in the second half in terms of our turnovers, you know, we would have had just an incredible performance against an excellent, excellent team. You know, I know we were chanting overrated. They're not overrated. They're really good, and we want them to be really good, part of our conference. But they are a tough out, and I'm glad we were able to get through tonight.
Well, he had to be happy with the people that showed up to that game too. An 8:00 game around this place.
Yeah, no, it was a great crowd, and it got loud a couple of times in the second half, which was cool. And Vanderbilt struggled at the free throw line, shooting into the student section like they were making a difference. And
students are back in town, back on campus, right?
Students are back, and you know, there were people standing and cheering, and yeah, it was a great crowd. It was a great crowd last night.
Nobody worried about getting to class because of an 8:00 game. They were getting home late. No big deal.
I did hear a couple of jabronis behind me talking about their 8 a.m.s this morning.
Ooh,
they're like debating if they should leave early, and I'm just like, come on, man.
You're not going to that, are you really? 8 a.m.
class.
You know what 8 a.m. classes here in the second semester. What's wrong with those? What are they, freshmen?
Right. And it's also syllabus week, so you definitely should not be going. And look, you could stay to the end of the game and still make it to class if you're a loser. Might as well be going to Vanderbilt if you're a nerd like that.
Come on, nerd. Come on, nerd, man.
That's syllabus week, man. Go to 6th Street. Celebrate the win. And sleep in tomorrow. You've earned it.
That's right. Get yourself some Altstadt.
Get you some Altstadt beer. That's a top 10 win right there. All right.
There you go.
We got to enjoy those.
You're gathering momentum for your dirty dozen. Your dirty 2 dozen now.
Keep going up, sir.
No, we're not going to. We need 3 in a row. You need to beat the Aggies. You need to beat the Aggies up.
How many fans will Texas basketball have if they get another win on Saturday?
Oh, they're going at least 60.
Okay.
You have 60. If you get 3 in a row, conference wins, you're going to have 60 true fans.
I like the direction we're headed there. Keep stacking them up. Keep stacking them up. A&M on Saturday and then at Kentucky next week.
Ooh, wow.
Rupp Arena has been a house of horrors for Texas and for a lot of people over the years. Kentucky's not a very good team this season.
It's a house of horrors for the Kentucky team now.
That's a great point. They're not a very good team this season, so I don't want to lick my chickens, as you like to say.
You're licking your chicken too soon here. Got to get the Aggies first.
Yeah, get the Aggies first. They're a solid team under a first-year head coach, and that'll be another fun atmosphere, you would think. I think it's 5 o'clock on Saturday. Yep, 5 o'clock, ESPN, the big ESPN. So should be a good crowd watching and should be a good crowd in person. By the way, at the game last night, like I've watched some Vanderbilt play, but I don't know every single player on their team, especially the guys who come off the bench. They have a guy named Chandler Bing from Friends. Does that make you feel old? Like, do you think this guy was named after Chandler Bing?
Could be.
I mean, what? He's in college, and Friends is more than 20 years old.
Oh,
as a
yeah,
show.
for sure.
So I heard that. I'm like, all right, this has to be a bit that our PA guy is playing, right?
Yeah, that's Mom. Mom did that to the poor kid.
Yeah, so Matthew Perry, R.I.P., being honored by some crappy Vanderbilt basketball player who had 2 points in 3 minutes last night.
How the hell did he get in for 3 minutes even?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was a blowout part. It was a blowout. There's a lot of guys probably got in for them late.
Chandler Bing. Oh, my gosh. And by the way, Buck, Chandler Bing, brother.
Really?
Not that it matters, but I figured that's a detail that you would like to know.
Chandler Bing, brother.
Chandler Bing, the brother.
Nice.
So
nice name there, Chandler.
Chandler Bing. It had a Kendall on one side and a Chandler on the other side.
Wow.
The game last night. But thankfully, Kendall got the win. So love it. Great stuff from Texas basketball. Again, back-to-back top 15 wins for the first time since the Elite Eight year in 2023. So momentum going in, but a lot of work left to be done. I have not seen an updated bracketology yet from Joey Brackets over at ESPN.
We're going to start getting those here shortly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's already doing, I think, 2 a week now, and it's going to get to every day. I mean, it's usually like late February when it gets to 7 days a week. But hopefully we get one today or tomorrow so we could talk about it before the A&M game, because I am curious where the long.
I'm all right with the Cinderella story in basketball. I'm not with football. Basketball, give me some Cinderellas in there.
It's pretty cool because Vandy, top 10 in football, beat the crap out of them. I know what the final score says. Beat the crap out of them. And then top 10 in basketball, beat the crap out of them.
Texas likes to beat up on the nerds.
I like to beat up on the nerds. For some reason, nobody else can beat up on these nerds. So we have to do it too. So
I mean, if you can you get the consistent play out of the big guy offensively, that would be awesome.
Probably not, just because a lot of teams have more size than Vandy does. Like that's what killed them against Tennessee. They just have more size and more athleticism with their bigs than Vandy does. So matchups like that, he's going to struggle in. But
yeah, when they're not big, he can get his spot where he wants, where he's really comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And he did. And then again, he was fouled pretty much every time. He didn't make a shot yesterday. So it was great. No updated bracketology from Joey Brackets. His last one was 2 days ago, so after the Bama game. But, Texas not in and not in the first or next 4 out conversation. So, again, they had some work to do. They still have some work to do. They got time to put in the work, and clearly they're putting in the work at practice these days. That was fun. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Apparently, Lowell Galindo kept referring to Chandler Bing on the broadcast. Maybe they had some Friends jokes and lines in there.
Probably.
Didn't catch that. We'll take your thoughts, though. We got plenty more to get into this morning, including some Texas football. The dead period is over, so visits will pick back up, and I assume news will pick back up. The Longhorns also got a commitment from a former Texas A&M Aggie yesterday.
We always like to welcome them in. We don't like when you go there, but if you go there and come here, that's okay.
That's still weird to me.
Give us some info.
We'll talk about him, and we'll talk about who else the Longhorns are going after on the gridiron. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick with the incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, of course, accessories, collectibles, and a ton of Texas-themed gifts and items right there for you. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Time to get your gear for 26, and they've got tons of gear available for you. Plus, they've got all kinds of sales on gear that was there in the past. This is the time to get it. It's the time to get ready. I know I haven't declared winter yet, but they've got their hoodies there, and they'll have their short sleeve shirts and everything else available for you right now. Women's dresses, suits, the whole works at, of course, Sue Patrick's. As I said, plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road, and the jelly cats are available for you also. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, rocking the Sue Patrick lid this morning. You know what I saw last night? I keep looking around to see if I have it within arm's reach. I know it's somewhere in this room. The hat with the giant Longhorns sticking out.
God, great for the Aggie game.
Somebody was wearing that last night, like a student. They kept showing him on the Jumbotron.
Really?
Yeah. So that hat is sold at Sue Patrick if you want to get it.
It certainly is. If you want to get that gear.
That's a special one. Our great sponsors, Buck, Hat Creek Burger Company is one of them, one of our favorites.
Yes.
They posted a new commercial to social media yesterday, and it's really good. We're going to play it here. Casey Studdard's in it. Vince Young is in it. Michael Griffin is in it. Fozzie Whitaker is in it. A couple of Texas women's basketball players are in it. A couple of Texas soccer players are in it.
There's some olds in there too, huh?
It's very good. It's very funny, and it pays homage to Will Muschamp. And, well, here it is.
Let's go. Lunch rush is over. Everyone eyes up here.
Here's Casey.
Look, they're making the orders right here, all right? They're hungry. They're thirsty. We call for 2 big hats. Fozzie, got to get there. Griff has to get there with fries. Soccer has to come through. Basketball has to call the order outside. And BY has to be here. Does everybody see that? It's gap control. Everybody. Do your damn job. You understand that? Are you bleeding, man? This? No, that's just ketchup.
Nice.
How about that? Hat Creek Burger Company.
Very
big
nice.
supporters of us, but obviously big supporters of the University of Texas and Texas One Fund. And, pulling out all the stops, obviously paying homage to Coach Boom. You had Casey Studdard breaking the whiteboard, talking about gap control. Obviously, everyone knows what that's from. And apparently, Coach Boom has free burgers for life at Hat Creek.
Milkshakes. Get those shakes, too.
Yeah. Today is National Strawberry Ice Cream Day, by the way.
Yeah, that'll do it for me.
Got a good strawberry shake at Hat Creek Burger Company.
There you go. They'll put a little whipped cream in there with a cherry on top if you need it.
Amen. But, buck on to Hat Creek Burger Company.
Oh.
And, it's Bo Ogden. Good call, CB. So the guy who's in the white Texas One Fund shirt is Bo Ogden, who's a Texas signee for basketball coming next year, the son of Chris Ogden, who's the GM for Texas Hoops. So we got former Longhorns, we got current Longhorns, we got future Longhorns. We got our guy Casey Studdard with ketchup on his face, not blood.
No, that's definitely ketchup. Lots of ketchup. That's good. That's a good one. There you go.
That guy can eat.
Oh, yeah, he can eat. Burgers, ribs, you name it, he can eat. He's probably at Hat Creek having breakfast this morning.
Considering he slings barbecue for a living, we know that guy.
Yeah, he can chow down.
Just look at the guy, Some former offensive linemen really slim down once their playing careers are done. Casey's been.
Why would you do that?
He's been eating, man. He has been eating.
That's good. That's a good deal right there.
Love Casey Studdard, one of our favorites. We got to get Case on the show sometime soon to chop it up with him. Anyways, shout out to Hat Creek. Shout out to Altstadt Beer, Buck. You brought them up earlier. The best beer that you could find in the world. Get you some. We got more playoff football coming up this weekend.
Yes, we do.
For my money, the best round of the NFL playoffs is this weekend, the divisional round. A couple games on Saturday, a couple games on Sunday. You need a great beer to accompany your football watching. Plus, it's Texas and Texas A&M on the hardwood for your tailgates, for your watch parties. For that, you need Altstadt Beer, tons of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. You show up to any event with a 6er or a 15er of Altstadt, you're going to be the life of the party. But more importantly, you just get some for yourself. Maybe you do need 15 for yourself. Altstadt, perfect for any occasion. It's my beer of choice. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
All right, we got some portal news.
Some portal news. The Texas Longhorns landed a transfer yesterday and an offensive line transfer as well. Former Texas A&M Aggie Dante Newman is coming to Texas. Now, he's a reserve guy, not a guy who started for the Aggies this past season.
That's fine. I mean, he didn't cost you anything. He just wanted to come to Texas.
Right. Just
he never really wanted to go to A&M anyway.
Just finished up his true freshman season.
Right.
Only appeared in one game for the Aggies, so kept his red shirt, needless to say. Texas has been losing a lot of development guys in the portal, right? Nate Kibble, Daniel Cruz, Nick Brooks a couple of days ago. They have been losing those guys that you would like to stash and develop over time.
Sure.
And I think this is Texas replacing those guys with somebody like Dante Newman, who's got 4 years to grow and turn into a factor here.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to get some of these guys. You're going to need a couple of those guys anyway, as this thing continues on. If you don't get the ones that you truly want, even if you get those guys, you still need 2 or 3 of those guys.
100%. 100%. Yeah, it's Texas replacing the depth that just walked. I mean, Dave is dead on here, right?
Yeah.
So don't expect Dante Newman. I don't think he's going to be in the 2 deep. Forget a starter in 2026.
He's a developmental player that's coming.
Yeah.
It didn't cost you anything. He just wanted to get out of there.
Exactly.
He just wanted to get out of that place.
Right. I don't blow. He saw what Texas did to the Aggies in November, and he saw the crowd on Black Friday, and he's like, yeah, I want to be a part of that.
Yes.
And he looked at the cheerleaders probably, and then he thought about his own cheerleaders at A&M, and he's like, no, I don't need any milkmen in my life.
Not my cup of tea.
I'm good on that. I don't want to be at a school that wins meat judging national championships. No thanks. I don't need my meat judged. I don't need all this meat around me. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
He is out on that. Yeah, always good to take from little brother. And look, I would think Texas is paying him something because I think they're paying everybody something. But my guess is Dante Newman costs a heck of a lot less than what Nick Brooks was looking for.
Sure.
And what maybe Daniel Cruz and Nate Kibble were looking for. So depth guys who probably weren't going to play for you, and you could spend less money on them to save up more money for big dogs who are going to be key contributors. That's the strategy for Texas. We've seen that a lot, and that's what this Dante Newman pickup is all about.
As I said, you'll get a couple more of those as time goes on, as guys start to figure out, where can I go? Forget the money. Do I have a place to go here? It's getting late. It's going to get late in a hurry. After Monday or Tuesday, it's going to get late. It's going to start feeling like it's late.
Again, there is more than 3,000 players in the transfer portal right now who have not committed. So, like, tomorrow at midnight is the last day you can enter the portal. But because of the 48-hour rule, we're going to see names into Saturday and into Sunday.
For sure.
And you'll have guys who are playing in the national title game who can enter after Monday. And I don't know. We're going to be getting news, I think, for weeks on this. I think most of it will be done by the time we get to like the middle of next week.
Yes.
But remember, 2 years ago, Texas added a running back 10 days before the season started. Like, that guy was in the portal the entire time and didn't end up anywhere. And then Texas,
that guy should have been in a portal at that time. And he wasn't very, like I said, you can pick up guys. You're going to be able to pick up guys like that dude.
Yeah. Well, that dude.
Who was that dude anyway?
Velton Gardner was his name.
How is Velton doing? Is he still on the team?
No. I mean, it was his last year when he played at Texas.
Oh.
And He barely played. Like he had an eye injury, like a season-ending eye injury.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He wasn't supposed to play much. He was more of like, oh, shoot, we just lost C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark. We don't have enough bodies at running back, so let's go.
He had the kind of eye that I had. That's what he had.
I thought it was the other eye. See, it's not that bad. You don't even know which eye it is.
Well, it doesn't hurt anymore, but can you see the ring around it now?
It's hard to tell. I saw you in person a couple of days ago. I know it's
see
there.
it then.
Yeah, just the lighting is I don't know. It looks like you just have. Like,
well, I get every once in a while. If I want to be a tough guy, I'll punch myself in that spot. The blood will drip down a little bit, and I'll go out and tell everybody you should have seen the other. You see the other guy.
You're like Casey Studdard in the whiteboard.
Yes.
Or Coach Boom in the whiteboard, and then you'll put some ketchup on your face and act like you're bleeding.
Yeah, that's what I'll let him know that that's not as bad as the other guy.
It's all makeup right there. Yeah, you should see the other guy. That's a classic one right there. Oh, man. So Newman, the 13th offensive lineman on the roster for 2026. And like you said, there will be more added. A little background on him. 4-star recruit out of high school in the class of 2025 from the state of Texas. 23rd ranked offensive tackle in the country. 4 years of eligibility. He's a stash guy. You could stash that name away. But again, I mean, this is obviously not the same as Parker Livingston going to OU, because Parker Livingston had skins on the wall and Texas fans were very upset about that. I don't know how many Aggie fans are super upset that they're losing an offensive lineman who appeared in one game.
They could be in a year or two. It could be in another year.
But it goes to the point we were making after Livingston went to OU. It's like, this is college football now.
Yes.
It's college sports now. Like, the guys aren't going to care who their rival is and who the fan base hates. They're going for them.
They're going to take, if they can get a little bit of money and feel like somebody's going to give them an opportunity to play, they're gone.
Hello.
And that's good. And that's fine.
Yeah. Hello, Newman. Think Dante Newman knows that reference.
Yeah. Hello, Newman.
You think he has any idea what that is?
Probably not. No, he doesn't. I'll say no. He has no clue.
Think he's worked at a post office before?
No, he has no clue what that's all about.
He knows what a post office is. Do kids these days go to the post office?
I know what the post office, because I still mail out stuff. I just put stuff in the mailbox.
Me too.
Yesterday.
I still go to the post office. Oh, you were at the postal service yesterday, or you just?
No. I hit my local mailbox. I don't have one in my neighborhood. I'm always trying to wait till the postmen come. Those dudes come sometimes at like 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, but it still gets out in the same day's mail, right?
Yeah, I don't stick it in my mail. I don't have one of those where you stick it in there. You could just stick it and they could take it out and take it away. Somebody will make a mistake, or these hoodlum pirates that are all around this place will take your mail. But I've learned, hey, no money in the mail now. I still do checks, but no money because of whatever the scheme that they got going with the X-rays or whatever.
Oh,
you told me how people know what's in there.
You used to mail straight cash, homie?
Well, I mean, I'd mail out straight cash to like one of my grandkids for a birthday if I was putting in like a $50 bill, and that was like one time it didn't get there. So it took me twice to figure out somebody knows when there's cash in there.
No way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did the card get there and just not the money, or nothing got there?
Nothing got there.
I was going to say, it's a classic bit by the grandkids saying, you didn't send money. Send me more. Really, they'd already pocketed the $50.
No, these are too small. They haven't got to, they're not to that age where they know how to play that game.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't tried to mail cash in a long time. I don't trust them.
Well, my daughter, and I got 3 of them in Florida. So that it hits the state of Florida locally at their mailbox, and Florida man gets a chance to look through it probably. And Florida man knows the system. He's got those little goggles that he got on eBay or whatever it is that can see through the mail, through the card, and say, oh, there's a $50 bill in there. Sorry, little kid. Sorry, little Julie. That's not making it to you. That's going to me, Florida man. I need some liquor or some weed or some meth. BK froze up on me there. Sorry about that, folks. He's frozen in time. Sorry about that. Hope you all are still there. But no, as we're talking about the portal, the transfer portal, it is, as this thing steams along, you're going to start getting players like that aren't great players that are going to be looking for opportunities to play at schools that they may have wanted to go to before, maybe not getting offered a lot of money and maybe not having opportunities to play immediately. But you're going to have people that are going to fill out the rest of your rosters because, as I said, you got to have enough people to fill a team. And if you're losing, like Texas is, you're losing 20 players, you may start, as recruiting starts, you may get a couple there, but your recruiting isn't going to be like it used to be. You're not going to have a bunch of recruits where you're getting 25, 30 recruits anymore. That thing's going to dwindle down to you have NFL type of rosters going on. Practices won't be as long. Things that you have to do to keep your team really, really healthy are going to start coming into play because you can't lose a bunch of guys to injuries. So guys that you can get on the cheap that fill out your roster and may not be starters, but maybe guys that can come in and spell a guy for a series or two. That's what you're looking for too. And it can't be straight out. I mean, they can't be 2-star and 3-star guys. You get 4-star players that go into their freshman year on the offensive line. They're still growing. They still have opportunities to get better and be coached up at the college level. So that bodes well when you get a kid that's a 4-star kid that even though he got on the field for a couple snaps at Texas A&M, that a place like Texas, who've lost a couple guys on the offensive line, can then get those type of players and develop them. And if they have 4 years, that's even better because they're not going to get the kind of money that they wanted to get or they would. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know how much Texas played this kid to come here and play. He may be that type of player that they looked at him originally out of high school and were willing to offer him something, or he may just be a replacement, folks, for some of the guys that they've lost. So it'll be interesting. You'll get that at the end of the transfer portal as it goes on. And still in the transfer portal, as BK has said, we've got days upon days, not weeks, but we've got a couple big-time days coming up as we get closer and closer to the national championship game Monday. Then those dudes have an extended period of time because not everybody's staying at Indiana, not everybody's staying in Miami. So that's going to open up the door to some of the big boys. Guys feel like, that they didn't get an opportunity to play. They don't feel like they're going to play next year, but they're viable guys to play for other teams. They're players that other teams feel like they can develop, and it's not going to cost them an awful lot. So I think you take a chance on that of getting those type of players, but you get them for a little bit cheaper price. But the offensive line, it's hard to turn. It's hard to turn away offensive linemen, folks. It just is. If you have a kid that's was a 4-star player, I mean, he was recruited highly, probably by a lot of people in the country. If he ended up at A&M, even though he did not play last year as a freshman, as I said, not a lot of them play. So they've had time to develop. And if you can get them, you got to take that's a chance that you take. And with the roster extension of 105 players, why not? Why not? I think more than likely teams are going to start losing more guys that are offensive linemen than they are even skill position guys. But yeah, just explaining how these offensive linemen work, and when you can get a guy that has 4 years and you got an opportunity to take one when you're missing guys, you got to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea how this is working. I'm using my phone's hotspot now.
Sweet. You're moving in. You got that little slow motion thing, but it's good.
Yeah, I'm working. My Wi-Fi went out with Rectum, classic Rectum. And
it is classic Rectum. You should see the Rectum truck come flying around the corner there soon.
Yeah, and I got my Verizon box plugging in. And
looks good. Sounds good.
The massive outage Verizon had yesterday. I'm a little nervous how that thing works.
Oh, they went down yesterday?
Oh my God. Do you have Verizon for your cell phone?
Oh no, I'm a spec. I got Rectum.
You got Rectum for your cell phone too?
Yeah, I do. I have all of it all bundled into one. Oh, that's why Rectum is, with this telephone that I got, this 7 or 8 or 5 or whatever I got, they told me this thing is about to go obsolete. You're going to lose all your protection with it. And I haven't gone to get a phone yet.
Oh my gosh. What do you have? Yeah. iPhone what? Do you remember?
I swear it's like 7, 8, or 9 or something. It was, it's like 8 or 9 or something like that. It's not, what are we at, 17 now or something?
We're at 17.
Yeah. So I haven't, my wife says, they've told you that, your stuff is not protected. It's not going to be protected here shortly. and eventually that thing is just going to go out. I said, well, you know what I'll do? I'll wait till it goes out. As of now, it's still in use. I don't know what the protection is. I don't have a lot of stuff on my phone anyway. You know, I just don't. I'm not like you. I'm not filled up with my gigabytes or whatever it is. I'm not filled up with all of that stuff. So I can still use this phone until it goes blank, I presume. BK, there he is.
There we go. All right. Now we're on the how we sound, how we look now.
Looks good. Looks
Better?
good, man.
Okay. Yeah, now we're on the Verizon hotspot.
But I was saying, BK, some of these schools now, towards the end, as we get towards the end of the portal deal, you get guys that didn't play as freshmen, were highly recruited players, but all of a sudden it won't truly be about the money because their places are letting them loose. They'll want to go to places like Texas. And you need them for, I know you need them for numbers.
It's always about the money, but you got.
No, I know you say it's about the money, but you need players. And if you're not going to pay those guys that kind of money, I don't know who else where else can they go? What else are they going to do? Not everybody's going to pay them. If they're not as starters, oh my God, that smile on your face right there is awful. You just got caught in space there with a frozen smile. Just that's the smile you had before you got ready to storm the court last night in the big win over Vanderbilt. But no, you got to have the players have to have. There are still players in college football that want to play football. That money is nice, but they actually want to play in the games. That's what I was saying.
Whoa.
That's what I meant, BK. There are still players that want to play in games. I know the money's good, but maybe that kid, how many offers did that kid who just came to Texas from A&M have?
I don't know.
I mean, this just may have been one that jumped right out and somebody from Texas found that out and he decided, oh, they offered him this amount of money. Yeah, here's $50,000. Will you come? And he probably said, yeah, I'll come.
There you go. I would say it's nice getting some help beating your rivals, but Texas clearly doesn't need any help beating their rivals.
No.
So that's not a part of it. You know, Oklahoma's paying $800K to get some help to beat Texas, or at least to score a touchdown against Texas. Texas, not really much of a need to do that.
Yeah, I think you'll get offensive linemen, maybe some defensive linemen. You're not going to get running backs and wide receivers that, in their sophomore year that all of a sudden will flip for no money. That'll say, hey, listen, I'll come to you for no money. They're going to get paid somehow.
Of course. Yeah.
They're 4 or 5. Well, this is a 4-star offensive lineman. I mean, they could be in 2 years worth a lot more to you than what you're going to get him for right now.
Yeah.
Because he's got to have a place to go. He wants to play. He has to show his talents.
Look, development still matters in college football.
Yes.
It does. I mean, everyone's caught up in the transfer portal right now. Obviously, that's what's dominating the college football world right now. And everyone's seeing what Indiana's doing, and we know how much they built their team on transfers, but development still matters.
Yes.
And being able to bring in young guys, whether it's out of high school or a guy like Dante Newman, who might as well be out of high school because he has 4 years of eligibility left.
That's right.
And turning them into something that is better.
And he's already gone through a year of college football.
Right. That is better. That is cheaper. That is more sustainable. You want to do that still as often as you possibly can.
Or as cheap as you can.
Right. And you obviously want to go to the portal. I'm not saying don't use the portal and add on. No, find elite playmakers in the portal. But you hope to not need 25, 30 guys to transfer in every year. And as long as you're developing the way Texas has for the majority of the Steve Sarkisian era, they're not going to need to do that.
Yeah, when you just last time you got frozen, it's going to be a gift now.
That's what everyone's saying. Yeah, how funny. Yeah. What was I doing?
Or you had your mouth open you had a smile on your face, and it looked like you were getting ready to storm the court last night. That's the face that you had on before you got ready to take the court.
I ain't storming the court for beating Vanderbilt.
Come on, man.
I ain't storming the court for beating the 98 Bulls.
Come on, man. Hey, what is Bussy? Bussy just went by. Somebody's late again.
A little late this morning.
Wow.
Late this morning. All right. So that was one bit of transfer portal news yesterday. I guess that was really the only bit of transfer portal news yesterday. But Texas did get some more good news regarding its 2026 season. Ryan Wingo and Hero Canoe both announced that they are returning for 2026.
Wingo, I thought you were going to say that Ryan Wingo had hand surgery that had a glove sewn onto his hand.
Stick him. Full-time stick him.
Full-time stick him everywhere he goes. He's just got his pages and going to class and just shaking it off.
No hand surgery, no surgeries for Ryan Wingo.
Okay.
The one he had last offseason didn't work as well as we wanted.
Oh, that was the eye surgery, wasn't it?
When he got LASIK, yeah. And we're like, oh my God, this is about to change the game for Ryan Wingo. He's about to reach a whole nother level in 2025. And again, he was very good. Second team all SEC. But the thing that we thought the eye surgery would help the most, it was still a huge problem. Didn't catch.
Yeah.
Didn't catch. But I'm glad he's coming back. Look, this was expected. It's not like he entered the portal and withdrew. But nowadays, it's just nice to get confirmation because you are negotiating.
There's no doubt because somebody will offer him something.
Oh my God.
You and I talk about his catching ability. Somebody will offer that guy a lot of money.
100%. 100%. People were reaching out to Ryan Wingo. I'm sure Missouri, right? He's from St. Louis. And it was,
of course,
Texas and Mizzou at the end of his high school recruitment. I'm sure they came with an offer. I'm sure a number of other good schools from the SEC and Big Ten tried to reach out and say, hey, what can we do to get you to leave Texas and come to our place? And so it's nice to see. Again, this was expected, but I will appreciate the confirmation whenever we can get it. Dude, I'm excited.
That is all time. That is all day, all night recruiting nowadays.
It is.
I mean, constantly during the season, outside of the season, portal time, recruiting time, you're constantly recruiting your own team now.
It's a different world that we live in. And that's part of it. And thankfully, Steve Sarkisian is adapting to it, and he understands what he needs to do. And I'm excited for Ryan Wingo this year, man. Like, Cam Coleman is obviously going to help Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Cam Coleman is really going to help Ryan Wingo, don't you think?
Well, yeah, it's going to take a lot of pressure off of him. He doesn't have to feel like he's the pressured guy now anymore. He can concentrate on catching the ball and making things happen. He's going to get, the second best defender on him now, and he should be able to take advantage of that. But the fundamentals should be a little bit better from him because I think he just doesn't seem like a high-pressured guy. I mean, next level, it's all going to be higher. He'll have enough pressure when he gets to the next level because no matter what we thought of him, somebody's going to take a chance on that big body at the next level anyway.
100%.
Somebody's going to think they can fix him, but that dude's just got to fix himself. He's got to get a little bit more mental toughness in him. He's tough as a player, but there's some things when you start dropping and stuff, that's all the mental stuff. That has nothing to do with anything physical. He's got to get rid of that part of his. Once he gets that part down, BK, he'll be special.
I think however good Ryan Wingo is in 2026 is based on the amount of work Ryan Wingo puts in the offseason, right? Like, it's easy to blame the coaches. Oh, Chris Jackson, what do you do? Like, Ryan Wingo, he's got to fix this problem. He has got to fix this problem. And this is a contract year for him, Buck. I mean, I guess every year is kind of a contract year with NIL, but this is year 3 in college. He can go pro after this season. And with a really good year, I think Ryan Wingo will go pro after this season. So I think of, and this is the ultimate extreme. This is absolute best case scenario for Texas. But I think of the 2020 Alabama team where Steve Sarkisian was the offensive coordinator and they won the national championship. They had 2 wide receivers on that team that were drafted in the top 10, Buck.
Yes.
Not just the first round, the top 10 with Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. Now, I don't think Ryan Wingo can do anything or do enough to be a top 10 guy, but do I think he is capable of having a good enough season to be a first-round pick?
Sure.
Yeah. And I think Cam Coleman's expected to be a first-round pick.
And he can better himself in the top 10 because he'll be a top 10 pick.
Right. So again, that's best case scenario for Texas. Everything has to go perfectly right for the Longhorns to end up with 2 first-round wide receivers. But I don't think it's out of the equation. Like, I think Wingo has the size, the speed, and the skill set to where if he polishes things up before the catch and, with the catch itself, his after-catch ability is already Sunday ready.
Yes, no doubt.
But he can't just be a guy who his whole route is you just snap the ball and tell him to stand there, and then we're going to throw it to you, and then you go. He's got to get better at running routes, and obviously he has to get better at catching passes down the field.
Yeah, when people flash in front of him, things like that, they don't necessarily have to tip the ball, but if they flash in front of him and they don't touch the ball and then hits him in the hands and he drops it, that's just a drop. There's nobody's contacted the ball except for your hands. You got to get better at the concentration on those type of things. That's I think that he can get better than that. That's nothing to do with Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson can probably catch the ball. You know what I mean? As a coach, probably better than he does as a receiver. So that's on the kid. That's his work. I don't know what types of drills that you put in there, but Chris Jackson knows all the drills for that. But Wingo it's just a matter of catching the ball and doing a lot of stuff on your own. And getting that a lot of stuff out of your mind, clearing your mind when you're out there on the field.
They need to let him take a did you do this?
There's your picture.
Must be double R. There's no way you have the ability to do this. Share something on the screen.
No, there it is right there. That was the face you left us with.
Oh, that's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was going to be way more embarrassing than that.
Oh, no, that's just, let's go storm that's you like getting ready to pull people on both sides of you at the game to storm the court with you, but they don't get up and you're still trying to pull them up. Come on, guys, let's go. We need to storm there. We just beat Vandy.
The way the commenters were commenting, I thought I was like picking my nose or something.
Oh, no.
That could have been worse than that. Yeah, I'm excited. Big win for Texas basketball. Transfer portal, top 3 portal class.
Storm that court.
That's the face I've got right now. What's it to you?
What's it to you? But I love this. Look, I think Ryan Wingo is going to help Cam Coleman too. I think that's a two-way street where both of those guys are going to make life easier on each other. But it's just, Ryan Wingo has a chance, I think, to be a first-round pick. But he's got to clean up the drops. He was second in the SEC in that category last year. 834 yards, 7 touchdowns. Those are pretty good numbers. Think about what he could have done if he actually was able to catch the ball more consistently. Oh, dude, even at his worst, he's a second-round pick.
Right. Yeah.
Even with his drops, somebody's going to with that body, everybody thinks they can fix that. They're going to get the pro coaches think they're going to fix him. And once, like I said, he's been kind of indestructible when it comes to catching the ball. He punishes guys trying to tackle him. He knows how to run with the football in his arms. So that's worth it to them to take a guy like that.
Was it 4 games in a row they ran a bubble screen on the first play? You're shaking your head. It was incredible. I don't know why you're mad about that. Everyone knew it was coming, and they couldn't stop it. That's how good he is.
Well, I'm just always thinking, how come you can't tackle that guy?
By the way, they did it in the Georgia game, and it didn't work. It didn't work because he tripped himself.
He did.
If you go back and watch that play,
he caught his leg.
Grass.
Yeah.
There was great. Like somehow Georgia and Kirby Smart wasn't ready for that. And that was sort of a microcosm foreshadowing of the entire game. Of
course it was.
That happening on that play. But like that's elite stuff right there. That is an elite trait. Just the mesh concepts, but all those crossing routes where it's like, how can Arch Manning and Ryan Wingo, early in the year, it was like on Arch, the balls just weren't accurate enough. And then it was like, well, Arch is clearly figuring it out. Now Wingo just can't catch any of these. If you add that to the mix, if you got Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo crossing each other over the middle of the field, good luck, defenses.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, he's more so that's the crossing routes that he has trouble with because he kind of thinks they're automatic when they hit his hands. He doesn't look the ball in because he's not afraid of the collision. It's the guy who's coming the other way that's got to be afraid of what the collision is going to be for. It's not him. He doesn't shy away from the contact. He never looks like, oh, I dropped the ball because I'm looking like I'm getting ready to get hit. Some guys kind of look the other way. He doesn't do that. He still looks at the ball. It's the guy who's coming that way. He's going, shit, I'm about to have contact with this guy. Do I really want this? He has a hard time with the concentration part of it. He just thinks his hands are better than they are. That's the problem. A lot of guys don't want to think that. They want to think, oh, it has nothing to do with my hand. I have good hands. No, there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into making those catches while you're on the move. You just got to get over that. I don't know. I just don't know a lot of guys. People are talking about Jerry Rice had a bunch of, Jerry Rice didn't have a lot of drop problems for very long. I know that. The greatest receiver ever played. He didn't have it. He may have had some, but he didn't have it for very long.
I'm not going to go with any Jerry Rice comps for Ryan
No,
Wingo.
no.
Probably ever, but definitely not now. But look, I mean, I have faith in Ryan Wingo. And again, it's a big year for him. It is a big year for him. So all the catch, all the jugs work, whatever he can do, he knows it. I think when he got to Texas, he probably thought he was going to be a 3-and-done player. And as much as I'd love to have him for 2 more years because he's very good, I hope he plays well enough to where he's a first-round pick when we get to April 2027.
Oh, this is all in. We're all in here.
Yeah, because if that happens, I mean, look, Texas, I think they have 4 first-round, I don't want to say locks because you never know, but I think Arch Manning is very close to a first-round lock next year. I think Trevor Gooseby, very close to a first-round lock next year. We talked about Cam Coleman, right? That's 3. Colin Simmons, that guy could sit out next year and he'd be a first-round pick.
True.
That's 4. You had Wingo there? That's crazy. Be talking about 5.
That means you should be playing in the national championship game.
If you get Jordan Seaton, the Colorado kid, who we'll talk a little bit more about in hour 2, we might need 2 hands, dude.
Wow.
Obviously, best case scenario, it's all projecting, but like that's the level of talent that Texas has and could have this coming year.
Yeah, I mean they've got the players. They got they've got to stay away from the injury bug, and guys have to develop even better than they are in that so-called all-in year.
It's all
Can't
in.
stay the same. You got to be better. Cam Coleman will be better because he'll have a better quarterback.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to help him too a lot.
No kidding, a lot.
No more Jackson Arnold or Peyton Thorne throwing you the football, Cam. That was definitely a part of his decision to come to Texas.
Plus your runners, those guys are going to help an awful lot too.
Yeah.
They're going to make it good for the wide receivers.
Now we just need a few offensive linemen, Buck.
No doubt.
No doubt.
And getting one today or yesterday is a good thing. I mean, I know the ones you want. If you haven't got them yet, you still got time, but stockpiles, those guys, you're going to need them. Guys get hurt on that offensive line. We know that.
Let's go get some starting caliber offensive line.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You're not looking for the I used to be a 4-star. You don't want to hear about that?
I don't want a postal service worker, all right? I don't want the guy who lives in the apartment down the hall. No Newmans here.
Okay.
Just kidding. Happy Dante Newman's here, but again, he's not a 2026 guy. So let's find some 2026 guys for this all-in season. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. More Longhorn football conversation against some offensive line portal rumors. We'll talk about Hero Canoe announcing that he's coming back as well, plus some NFL stories. And Dante Moore hates the Jets, so he's going back to Oregon.
Smart move.
Smart move for the kid for sure. We'll talk about all those stories and more. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, my back has always been it's always been a struggle for me, but I've always searched for the right support for my back. But about 20-some years ago, I found the folks over at Relax the Back, and my back couldn't be happier for sure. They've got everything that I need for my thoracic back. I had total reconstruction of my thoracic back. So the thoracic part was always sore, still kind of sore at times, but it's not as sore because of the relaxation and the great chair that I got from Relax the Back. This chair is awesome. It is an office chair, leather chair. It's got the stability my back needed, and you can too. Whether you have shoulder problems, hip problems, lumbar area problems, you need to find something that's going to make you feel good in the new year. We've got Tempur-Pedic mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows, human scale office chairs, desks, and of course that zero gravity recliner. BK loves a recliner. I got to get myself one of those for 2026 for sure. But if I take this chair and set it out front and put it in front of the big 85-inch screen TV, I can sit in this chair for hours with my feet up. This chair gives me all kinds of great support. Plus, after doing the show here, I can get up and go do all the things I want. I don't have to do a bunch of stretching. This chair almost makes it's fitted for my back. It really is. But folks, if you don't need a chair, but there's some accessories you may need for your neck before you go play a round of golf or just doing stuff outside, Relax the Back has all of those accessories that you're looking for. 2 great stores, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Love Relax the Back. Also love audio-visual consultations.
Oh, yeah.
Make a call to Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultations to get the home TV setup of your dreams. Stop spending all of your time and money driving around the city to watch your favorite teams play. You don't need to go to your friend's house every weekend. You don't need to go to your in-laws' place. No, make your home the place to be for friends, for family, most importantly, for yourself, for all the sports watching, the playoff football, the hockey, the hoops. Baseball is just a couple of months away. Texas baseball is a month away. Make sure you get your TV setup done. Jim Schlossnagle was at the game, firing off the T-shirt cannon last night at the Mood. Yeah, baseball season right around the corner. Whatever your favorite sport is, AV Consultations can make your at-home viewing experience so much better. TVs, projection screens, surround sound speakers, they do all of that. Everything looks great. Everything works great. Everything's super easy to use. And, of course, we talk about their whole home lighting, their surveillance cameras, the heated floors for the bathroom. Wouldn't that be nice on a mid-30s morning like we have today? AV Consultations can do all of it because they've been doing all of it in Central Texas since 1988. All you have to do is give them a call. Seriously, that's it. They'll take care of the rest. 512-255-8678. Or you can find them online, avconsultations.com.
There you go. There you go.
There we go. There we
We
go.
got a new coach at the New York Football Giants. I thought that he would be the first choice of the Giants. I thought Harbaugh would be the guy. It only makes sense to have a veteran coach come to that play. They got a lot of young players on that football team. They got some good guys on defense, and plus they got the quarterback that they want. I think they got their quarterback of the future. And Harbaugh was pretty good with Lamar Jackson early before Lamar started getting hurt every time he left the house. He understands, I think, young quarterback, and I think he's got a good one. I think this will work out for the Giants. I know you don't like to hear that, but I think they'll be a better coach team. I don't know how much better they got some pretty good defensive players because they've been, they've had these high draft picks and they've been getting these outside backers that can run. They still suck in the secondary. They still suck at wide receiver. They don't have a running back. And how about this? They don't have an offensive line. So they still semi-suck, but they have the quarterback that they're looking for, I believe.
We'll see. I mean, Jackson Dart looked pretty good at times during his rookie season.
I think he's smart enough to the fact that, hey, I'm not invincible. I'm not young Russell Wilson where I can take off and run and do things. He's got to be smart about the way he plays so that he's there every week to play for them. I think he's smart enough to know that, he's telling folks that I'm going to play the way I play. Well, the way you play doesn't mean you're going to have a long career in the NFL.
Right.
And since he's been back with concussion, BK, he's not doing all that others. He hadn't done that later in the season. He's got himself on the ground. He's run out of bounds all the way back to the Gatorade bucket. He doesn't just half step out. He runs out of bounds.
Yeah, Jackson Dart, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in his rookie season, over 2,200 passing yards. I believe played in 14 games for the Giants this year. So, yeah, showed a little something. Obviously, Cam Scattaboo, a name that Texas fans know all too well. Sure. He looked good before he got hurt. Now, it's a pretty serious knee injury, so I don't know how that's going to impact him for next season. They've got a couple of pieces. You're right. They've drafted incredibly high because they've been so bad ever since your guy Tom Coughlin left.
Yep.
I don't know. I just feel like everything you said was said about Pete Carroll last year in Vegas, and they were a train wreck. Now, I don't think it's apples to apples, right? I think there's some differences.
I think the organization's better with the Mara family has been. It's more than what Vegas has been for sure.
No bar to clear.
Who's the owner?
And I guess that ownership group has won Super Bowls before. It's been a long time though for the Giants. I don't know. I mean, look, John Harbaugh is a good culture guy, old school football guy.
Yes.
I see why the Giants are doing it. Again, I think it's a bad hire because the stat I always talk about. There's never been a coach who's won a Super Bowl with multiple teams. If you're hiring a coach because he won a Super Bowl somewhere else, that means you're not doing your research.
Well, I just think he's a stability guy. I think John Harbaugh. I think you got him. If you can get him for 4 or 5 years, maybe get to a playoff here or there, you're going to be kind of satisfied. New York fans will be like, "That's nice." I don't expect him to be there 10, 15 years.
Yeah, if you want a playoff caliber coach, then you got one.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're trying to get to with this group, because that'll make your New York fans like the Jets. If you just got a guy that could bring you to that, they don't have a guy right now.
Well, if that's your goal as an NFL franchise, that tells you where you are as an NFL franchise. I think.
I mean, I've been looking at Jerry Jones's goals for the last, his big goal is to win more Super Bowls than anybody, but I don't think we're going to have to worry about that.
Well, what did they do? They hired Mike McCarthy. What happened there? Hired a guy because he'd won a Super Bowl somewhere else. It was a total disaster.
You're going to hang on to that whole Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, why would I not? Until it happens, why would I not hang on to that? It's hard. Winning Super Bowls is hard. Winning it one time is very difficult.
Sure. Winning it two times,
especially with a different organization, when you can't just build from the guy you had the year before, the guys you had the year before, it's even more difficult. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying history tells you that is not the right decision to make.
Even for the Giants, I'm trying to take baby steps. Sure. I'm not going to bring in some young guy there that I'm not going to win games right. My fan base needs to win some games right now. And I can get the best out of my quarterback for a couple of years because, either Jackson Dart will make a mistake somewhere and try to run against some linebacker, and they'll be looking for another quarterback here in a couple of years. But for the next couple of years, I'm just trying to win my division, be in my division and hang with Washington and the Cowboys, and the Eagles. That's what I'm trying to do. I'll start looking towards Super Bowls in 4 or 5 years with this particular quarterback, if he can win me enough games to get me into some of that where people are talking about it. I'm just not looking to lose 14 games a year.
You want to develop your young quarterback, so you hired a coach with a special teams background.
Yeah, well, he's also worked with a young quarterback that has some of that skill set, moving in the pocket, run around, a pretty good arm. But I said I don't think it was more about – it may have been more about the offensive coordinator because he's in charge of hiring that guy. But it's also about the player himself. The freaking player gets hurt every time he, like I said, leaves his apartment and steps on, getting in his car, something happens with him with Lamar Jackson. He's just at that part of his life where everything hurts.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think, because I know you believe in that. You run around enough, eventually you're going to wear down and it's going to hurt you. I always thought that, no. If you're an escape artist, I start thinking of guys like Fran Tarkenton. They did it all their lives. But those old dudes, these guys are too fast these days. You're not going to be the fastest guy. Lamar Jackson for his whole career is not going to be the Lamar Jackson of his first 2 years,
right.
First 3 years where he's outrunning guys. Dude, I don't see that guy doing that shit anymore.
Right.
I very seldom see him because I very seldom see him play.
Hey, he was banged up a lot this year. Just turned 29, so you'd think he has a lot of years left. But, right, the way he plays, so much of what he does is dependent on his athleticism. And I don't think he looks slower when he's out there or anything, but he keeps getting banged up. He's obviously not going to help his team.
Can't make the club in the tub. And that guy it seems like he spends a lot of the valuable time when it's time for them to do things in the tub,
It's crazy how different of a conversation we could be having if that Ravens kicker just made that field goal, or if they just didn't cut Justin Tucker for getting some massages 10 years ago, and they had a kicker who could make that kick. I don't know. I wouldn't have picked the Ravens to beat the Texans, but what did they beat the Steelers and then they beat the Texans, and Lamar looked really good. John Harbaugh's not going anywhere. We're not having this conversation.
No, he's not.
He played well enough against a playoff team in a must-win game on the road in Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago. I still think he's got it.
And once again, it's one of those deals. The message, may not. How many years? 18 years with the Ravens. That's a long tenure. That some of that is, even with Mike Tomlin, winning games and having winning seasons. After a while, the message gets to be kind of stale,
That's what it was. Yeah, Ravens, 18 years for Harbaugh there. Steelers, 19 years for Tomlin there. Both of those guys won a lot of games, a lot of division titles. They both have a ring to their names.
Yeah, your players that have been there 4 or 5, 6 years have heard this message over and over, and they're like, yeah, okay.
Time to go.
Yeah.
Time to go. So, there's the first coaching domino in the NFL. John Harbaugh headed to the New York Giants. It sounds like it's just a matter of when, not if, that gets finalized. Adam Schefter reporting late last night that deal is in the works. So that would make 8 vacancies left in the NFL. But that feels like the biggest fish, especially if Mike Tomlin is not coaching this year, which it seems like that's what he's indicating to teams. then Harbaugh was the biggest name available. Now he's
man, the closer you come to some of these teams that don't have guys, Tomlin's liable to take a second thought and say, well, why not? You know?
Why not? Because what team is he going to go to?
Raiders don't want his old ass.
His whole problem in Pittsburgh was that he couldn't get a good enough quarterback after Big Ben retired. So is he going to go to a
Raiders? Like I said, the Raiders need an offensive guy who's offensive minded, you know, that can actually get it done that people will respect. They're okay defensively as long as they got that Max crazy man over there.
Yeah,
he's not going anywhere anytime soon. You just build around him, but they need to have They need to have a real quarterback.
They should trade that dude, Max Crosby. By the way, maybe a conversation for another day. But
yeah, well, they've had opportunities, and
they're wasting him, and they could have 2 more first-round picks if they just got rid of that guy. Right?
No doubt.
Like Max Crosby is one of the best defensive players in football. That team won 2 games last year. Doesn't make much of a difference in terms of wins and losses, which is the ultimate goal in this sport. Go trade him while his value's still high, while he's still young enough. Get some first-round picks and start to rebuild your team instead of just hanging on to a guy because you like him.
Yeah, and your defense is going to be okay with him, but you're never going to be able to go anywhere because your offense is going to always suck. You've wasted years upon years. And I think that's what's going on in Pittsburgh. TJ Watt, they're like, we're just wasting years of this dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Mike Tomlin and his ability not to do anything offensively.
TJ Watt's never won a playoff game. This is like one of the best defensive players since the turn of the century, and he's never won a playoff game. He's 31.
Yeah, you're just wasting years with him.
Wasting it. Yeah, you got to get a quarterback.
I know he's making a lot of money, but damn, he's
good point. Good point by CB. It's a Sean Payton situation in Pittsburgh. Steelers still have Mike Tomlin's rights, so if he does agree to terms with the team, they will get draft compensation. We saw that with Sean Payton and the Saints a few years ago, where the Broncos had to give up a decently high draft pick to make that happen. So
you want to give up compensation for that guy?
For Sean Payton, the guy who
for Mike Tomlin, they're probably going, damn.
Oh, I don't know. Somebody will do it. If Tomlin wants to get back into coaching, he'll get a job. I think he'd get a job this year if he wanted to have one. He's well respected enough.
I would say yes.
Everyone's smitten by the Super Bowl. You know, you should be running the opposite direction.
You're right. They should be running that. Yeah, and for Aaron Rodgers, that's it for him too with the Steelers. That he can carry this out as long as he wants to, but that's going to be over with unless he becomes player coach.
The Steelers are going to hire Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, if the Rooneys do that.
Little Jackie Moon situation from semi-pro, owner, player, coach.
Oh yeah, why not?
Rodgers would love that. Oh my God, have fun.
He would take that on. You know, he would take that on.
Of course he would. And as a Steelers hater, I would love for that to happen. Even in my wildest dreams, that one won't come true.
And you're saying Dante Moore, he's coming back. He's headed back to Oregon. A smart maneuver by him because he could end up with the New York Jets.
Yeah.
That's not purgatory, folks. That's hell.
Yeah.
Let's go directly to hell. Do not pass go. He won't do that.
It's crazy. You don't see this often, but it's another sign of the times in college football now where Dante Moore, Oregon's quarterback, who is projected to be the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
And that's something, the number 2 pick. I mean, that's all kinds of big money.
You can only get one spot higher than that.
Yes.
He is turning that down to return to Oregon. And by the way, it's close to $50 million guaranteed on the rookie contract for the number 2 pick in the draft. So he is turning down buku amounts of money. I know he's going to get paid at Oregon, which is why he's able to make this decision. But that is a wild
thing. He's not getting that at Oregon.
No. I'm sure he's getting $5-6 million at Oregon. Like, they're going to take care of him. I'm sure that was part of his decision to return. But, man, I'm trying. Like, Andrew Luck did something like this. He returned to Stanford for another year and was still the number 1 overall pick in the draft, so fine with him. Matt Leinart did it. Came back to try to three-peat, lost to Texas, but ended up still being a top 10 pick in the first round.
People must have said any place but the Jets.
Yeah.
any other organization.
That's what it feels like.
Man,
It really feels like this was and look, the argument here in defense of the Jets, I don't know if this is really defending the Jets, but saying Dante Moore could have done this even if somebody else was picking second. He's only started 20 games in college. This was his first year as the starter at Oregon. Like the threshold that NFL teams typically look for and the threshold that has kind of been the bar for success in the NFL is 25 games, right? There aren't very many dudes who have only been 1 year starters in college football who have had a bunch of success in the league.
well, dude, that last game that we saw him play was enough to tell you he needed to come back, period. That was enough. If he'd had a great game, he would have been gone.
I don't think so. I mean, he still would have been number 2. He had a bad game and is still the number 2 pick. I think it's partially the Jets, but it's partially like I want more starts because I want to have a long NFL. Same thing with Arch Manning. Arch Manning could go. Hell, if Arch Manning left today, he can't because the deadline to declare was yesterday. If he announced, though, yesterday he was going pro, he would have been the number 2 pick in the draft at worst this year. And he's coming back because he wants to develop because his goal is to have a long NFL career, not just to get there as fast as he can.
Sure.
So that's what Dante Moore is doing. But I love dunking on the Jets, Buck. So I'm gonna go with that excuse.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go there.
The guy literally got. Speaking of hypothetical questions, we do a lot of those on this show. Sorry about that, Sark. We know you hate that. That guy, I mean, he was offered $50 million to go play for the Jets. He said no. That's the offer on the table. Hey, Dante, we'll give you $50 million to go play for the New York Jets. Do you want it?
He wants to have a more than 2-year, 3-year career, and he doesn't want to be coached by 6 different head coaches.
Yeah, exactly. He did. He announced his decision on SportsCenter yesterday, and he pretty much talked about like wanting to have a long career, wanting to develop more in college before taking his talents to Sundays.
Well, you better get better than he played the other night against Indiana. There are going to be a lot of NFL teams that play like Indiana when he leaves, so he needs more development for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Because he looked lost. He looked lost in that championship game.
He's one of the favorites to win the Heisman next year. Oregon's one of the favorites to win the national championship next year. Obviously, Arch Manning and Texas are in those conversations as well. But, yeah, good news for Oregon. They also got that kid Raiola from Nebraska.
Yeah, and so he's going to get to sit for a year now.
Sitting for a year, learning from Dante Moore, and then presumably
he'll take NIL money and just chilling out.
Yeah, why not?
Eugene.
Why not? Getting that cool Oregon swag and hang out there for a year and learn and then go play. Would you see what LSU is doing? LSU has signed 3 quarterbacks in the portal this week.
Yeah, I was asking about, I know 2 yesterday. They've signed 3 total now.
They signed the kid Hassan Longstreet, USC transfer, a high 4-star, just finished his first year of college football, played a little bit for the Trojans, but not much. But like former high recruit, he's going to LSU. After they signed Sam Leavitt, after they signed the Elon transfer Landon Clark. What is the Elon guy thinking right now?
I don't have a chance.
All right, it's like Leavitt was the dude for this year, and then he's gone, and then it's okay. Longstreet's
now
probably
go
the dude for next year, and then I don't know. College football, weird. They're spending money in Baton Rouge. Obviously, Texas will see Sam Leavitt once again in November, Tiger Stadium. Marcus Freeman is staying at Notre Dame. It's the 15th time that headline has come out. Bucky found out that once you're eliminated from playoff contention, they make you play your games in the NFL. So that is why he is staying in college.
You don't get to sit around.
You can't opt out of the rest of the year just because your team got left out of the postseason. You got to coach the remainder of your games. And
that must be a good. He's got probably a pretty good contract at Notre Dame.
I think so. And he probably got a pay bump to stay. And
they don't have to worry. They're not going to anybody's conference until they're totally forced to, which doesn't look like they're ever going to be forced to do that. So
right, yeah. Teams plural were interested in Marcus Freeman, and once again, there was a story that said he's turning down NFL jobs. So teams are trying to poach him, trying to convince him to go. Doesn't seem like he is ready.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy that's got plenty of time. If that's the case, every year somebody's going to want to take him.
For sure.
Every year, as long as the NFL is going, there'll be 2 or 3 teams that are looking for new coaches every year. He'll be one of those guys if he decides to leave. So he doesn't have to. He can just still go do the college thing,
For sure. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's some of the big headlines in college football and the NFL. We got to get back to Texas, though. Again, we teased some portal names to talk about. We got to talk about these portal names. But before we do that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems today, as you said, it was in the 30s. And I know your heater, folks, popped on, and hopefully it popped on the right way where the temperature was just the way you wanted it to be. And you didn't have a bunch of smoke coming out of it because you haven't taken care of your heater, because Bucky has not told you it's officially winter yet. Well, it's cool enough that the heater will crank on. And our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas when it comes to air conditioning, heating, and now plumbing. Trusting them to do your plumbing if you have a plumbing problem. My heater's been working perfectly. The air conditioner over the 5 years in this new home, and whether it's a new home or an old home, if you have their system and you have their technicians come, you're going to be satisfied with the work they do. Close to 70 years in Central Texas. Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better.
No, they don't. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info. Also, shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home here in the new year, new kitchen, new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space, maybe you need to add on to your space, McCall Custom Homes can do all of those things for you. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of combined experience, and all of that experience has been right here. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. The Buck has had work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. Rodney has had work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. We're not alone. These guys are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. They've been around. They're going to stay around. They know what they are doing, and they can turn your home, again, into something truly, truly special. All you have to do, head over to the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners, so take advantage of that. Or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
BK, in the transfer portal, how is the Gators doing? I know they're grabbing a bunch of folks from Tulane, but are they doing okay? Are they losing or picking up players?
I'll be quick because we keep putting off this Texas stuff. They're keeping a lot of their guys. That's been the strength of what they've done. Jaden Ball, the running back, staying. Dallas Wilson, the wide receiver, staying. Jaden Woods, the edge rusher. I mean, 2 of those guys Texas was interested in. And I mean, shoot, a bunch of teams around the country were interested in. So a lot of the job that John Summerall has done, and really just the NIL people at Florida have done, is
keeping their players there.
Yeah, raising enough money to make sure that their guys aren't going anywhere.
That's good news for them.
Yeah, Florida's portal class, the guy they've brought in, it ranks 21st in the country. They got Eric Singleton, the other Auburn receiver, who played with Cape Coleman last year. But yeah, most of the big dogs that Florida has gotten are really guys that they just prevented from going somewhere else.
Yeah, that's good. That's good news for them.
Yeah, screw them. I don't care about them.
I don't care about them either.
No.
I'm just saying it's good news from them. That's just one of those, hey, here's that dead fish handshake. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
God, I hope Texas beats them by 100 next year. So mad about that game.
They're coming back here.
Yeah, beat the crap out of them the last time they played here 2 years ago.
Can't wait to see those folks again back here.
We'll get some of that as Florida goes 5-7 instead of 4-8.
We'll have their fans saying, hey, did we keep you guys out of the playoffs last year?
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah, congrats on your 4-8 season, Florida. You've turned into Aggie fans if you're celebrating about that.
Yes.
You only care about beating Texas. I thought that was an A&M thing. I thought Florida was like a proud football program with history, but I guess I was wrong.
For some reason, once we joined the SEC, I thought this would be one of the new rivals that we have, and I believe it's going to be.
Well, we played them, 2 years in a row and going on year 3. Now, they're not one of the permanent opponents, so Texas won't see Florida for the next 2 seasons beyond this one. In football, obviously in other sports, you play pretty much everybody. But, yeah, it's 2 marquee brands. One team that's still good, one team that sucks.
One team that's 1-1, and they've won 1-1, so here's the time to go out the way you should go out. Should have gone out with 3-0.
I mean, Florida right now they're what Texas was last decade. I keep saying it. I've said it for a few years. They're clearly they should be good. They've got everything you need to be good, yet they're not good.
Right.
And they just need to find their Steve Sarkisian. I don't want them to. I like them being bad. They're hoping John Summerall, though, is that guy. Yeah, that's the week after OU. I'd like to go beat OU again the way that we did, and then
that's automatic. I mean, certain things are automatic when it comes to a season.
Yeah.
That in the last game of the season, those are automatic. I don't even know why you worry about that stuff.
Florida or OU?
OU.
Oh,
you can worry about Florida.
I'm not worried about either of those teams.
There you go.
I wasn't worried about Florida last year because I knew they were going to suck. I didn't realize the one game they wouldn't suck was going to be against Texas. You were right. You were worried about that game.
I was worried about that before the season started.
I was right. I thought they were going to suck.
And they did.
And they did, but
Texas just sucked more.
It was a disaster.
That's
All
hard.
Right, we're on to better things. We're on to bigger and better things.
Yes.
Let's find some big boys up front on the offensive line, shall we? Texas, so the dead period is over. Players can take visits again, right? From Monday to Wednesday, there was a visit dead period, so nobody could go to any college campus around the country. You could still talk to recruits. You could still, obviously, recruit recruits. You couldn't host any recruits. That all changes. Texas is hosting at least one player today. That is an offensive lineman by the name of Mason Barton, who is transferring from Jackson State, Buck, where Coach Prime was before taking over at Colorado.
Yep.
6'7", 315 pounds. Started 10 games at Jackson State this past year. More than 900 career snaps in the last year and a half at Jackson State. There's a couple of years of eligibility remaining. 8 penalties this past year, so he'll fit right into the Texas offense.
Yeah, that ought to work.
The appeal to Mason Barton, and if he doesn't move the needle for you, I understand. Like, he was at the FCS level last year, and it's not like he was an All-American or even All-Conference player.
You're going to find some good players there
at the FCS level, but he's played center, guard, and tackle in his college career. So you're looking for swing guys?
So he's not good at anything.
Well, he started all 10 games.
Can we say that he's good at everything?
Well, he started 10 games at left tackle for Jackson State this season. So that was his role. Okay. Last year, he bounced around and played some center and played some guard. I think I have not talked to Kyle Flood. I have not talked to Steve Sarkisian. I think that is why Texas is interested in this guy, is because he could give you a little bit of versatility in a pinch. I don't think he's a plug-and-play starter. I think Texas is going after bigger, more proven fish and guys who have gotten it done at the FBS level, more specifically Power 4 college football.
Okay.
But who knows? Maybe they believe that this dude is good enough to be more than I think he is.
Well, 6'7", 3. I mean, he's tall. I don't see him as a center. Obviously, they need guard help, but you just never know. If a guy can swing at tackle and do those things, since he's played so many games at tackle, you need pieces, you need players. And if he's a good enough player, then you can get him on the cheap. Once again, there's plenty of spots. There's plenty of spots. I mean, all he's going to do is take up a couple meals.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. And 69 pass block grade. Very nice, according to Pro Football Focus. A 59.4 run block grade. Not near as nice.
How much eligibility does he have?
I think 2 years left.
Okay.
Could be 3. So maybe he's a developmental guy too. Right? Texas has lost a lot of those this offseason. They brought in one with Dante Newman yesterday. Maybe they view Mason Barton as another one. I mean, I think the Longhorns would like to add 3 more O-linemen in this offseason. And I think one of those guys is going to be a developmental guy.
Oh, no, yes.
So maybe that's Mason Barton. He's that developmental guy, and they're looking for 2 more starters. That is what I hope the plan is. But that is the first name. We found out yesterday that he was coming to Texas. So that's the first name that we know of guys visiting post-dead period.
So there's only one on campus, so he's get everybody's attention today.
Right. Yeah, I mean, maybe more are coming. It just hasn't been reported yet.
We'll get here at the weekend. Someone will be here for the Aggie game.
Oh, for the Aggie basketball game?
Yes.
Sure. If Texas plays like it did last night. I mean, the reason Cam Coleman picked Texas is because the Horns beat Alabama on the road when Cam Coleman was there. Like that's clear.
And now you pick up an Aggie after Texas beats Vandy. There's no telling what you can do if Texas can beat the Aggies over the weekend if you got a couple players here.
Right. I wouldn't hate that. One more name to know.
You go to the game and decide that you and your friends are going to storm the court.
You think we're going to storm the court for beating A&M?
Yeah, could be you and your gang. I mean, you're trying to get them up to 60 people now.
That's terrible.
What better way than drill them, and storm the court.
That's embarrassing. If I'm a recruit and I see Texas storming the court for beating an unranked Texas A&M team, I'm signing somewhere else.
It's a rivalry game. It's the Aggies.
They were top 3 in football. We handed them their first loss, and I don't think a single person at DKR had a thought of storming the field.
We're talking about basketball now. Remember, we're talking about a secondary sport here.
We're talking about an unranked basketball team. We're storming the court.
We're never storming the field for a football game, no matter who they are, undefeated or whatever. We don't do that. But for basketball, 3 in a row, beating Vandy, beating Alabama, and now you get the Aggies. Get yourself up and get on that court, BK. Bring your friends. Start standing them up and start moving towards the court. If they see you moving, I need to see you on TV starting to move towards the court. With that smile, just give us that smile, and we'll know it's on.
Oh, my God. I don't know how much you'd have to pay me to do that. It's a lot more than it should be because my pride is not going to let me.
15-pack of Altstadt.
Nope, not enough.
Come on, man.
I love the Altstadt. I would need like 6 months supply of Altstadt from you.
To storm that court?
To storm the court for beating A&M. Oh, my God. Embarrassing. Everyone would hate me. Texas fans would hate me for doing that. Obviously, it'd be a laughing stock for everybody else.
First of all, the other – how many members do you have now? Close to 30? It's not like they're all hate you because remember, you only have like 30, 40 people. I mean, not 40. You're getting close to 30, so they won't all hate you because they don't all like basketball. Remember that.
Only 11,000 at the game last night, Buck. There's going to be enough people there who see it. More than 40. Yeah, I agree with Jake here. You know that show Around the Horn? Or if one of the hosts talks some nonsense, Tony Reale just hits the mute button on them. That's what you need with this take right here.
Jake is now part
of it. Oh, I forgot I could do it. You're being punished, Buck. For that take, you are being punished. All right, now you're back in.
Come on, man. Don't do that to me, Jake. You just joined the crowd. You've never – all of a sudden now you've become a fan too. If you didn't hear the stay on that side of the street, I told you don't cross the street, you wouldn't be a fan either.
Trying to think, Tex. Don't cross the street, Jake. Trying to think the last time Texas has stormed the court for a basketball game. 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Kansas or somebody like that.
I think the last year of the Irwin Center, like one of their last games was at home against Kansas, and they won, and I think they stormed. I think that's it. But I can't remember in my lifetime watching Texas basketball. And I'm not Craig Way where I'm like that much of an encyclopedia and I can tell you, but I've loved Texas basketball forever. I can't remember like another incident besides that one where it happened. Right?
Really?
Every Texas football fan remembers it's like what the Houston game in 1990.
Oh yeah.
Was like the last time people rushed the field at DKR. TMS, like that's that basketball game from a few years ago. I remember seeing that and being like, "Whoa!" I didn't think we were that kind of school.
I didn't think we were that kind of. I didn't think my university was that kind of school.
But that's Kansas, and that's top 10 Kansas. So again, I didn't like it, but I could justify that a little bit more than unranked Aggie coming to town.
3 in a row. Come on,
Aggies.
Man.
Ugh. I mean, last year, Texas beat A&M on that Tremont Mark buzzer beater. That was sick. And we didn't rush the court for that. I wasn't there. I shouldn't say we. I wasn't at that game.
Bucky and the Texas Cheaters and BK and the Court Stormers.
The Texas Stormers.
The Stormers.
Oh,
that's
my
great.
God. That's the worst bit ever.
Oh, that's a great bit.
I hate that. A couple more offensive linemen, by the way, to know. Maybe we don't need to know this one. This is a guy that I would really want. Now, here's a guy, Chris Collinsworth, that I would really like Texas to be in the mix on. His name is Alou Ba.
Alou Ba?
I don't know if there's two Bas there. Alou spelled A-L-I-O-U. Ba, B-A-H. We're going to Alou Ba as his name. Been at Maryland the last couple of years. Actually started at Georgia. Redshirted his first year. Didn't play much his second year. Transferred to Maryland. instant starter, 2-year starter at right guard for them, and didn't give up a single sack this year for the Terrapins. Maryland, by the way, as an offensive line, only gave up 9 sacks as a team. That was third best in America.
Yeah, well, I would think he would be. That's a plug and let's go play guy.
100%. That's why I'm interested, right? I mean, this guy only allowed 2 hurries, 13 pressures, did not allow 1 sack, and only had 2 penalties all season. There's your right guard right there.
Yeah, that sounds like a good fit. Or he doesn't have enough penalties to fit in well yet.
They don't want him because he's too smart.
Yeah, I know that sounds like a good get right there. He's going to be here.
No, that's the problem.
Yeah, he just entered the portal.
He entered the portal yesterday.
Okay.
So like he's a new name that we haven't talked about because we didn't know he was an opportunity or a possibility until yesterday. But apparently, according to Chris Hummer, a friend of TSU, he's got 3 visits set up, and none of them are to Austin. Auburn, Arkansas, Missouri. So all SEC schools, and maybe Texas can get in. But as of now, again, just because the portal closes tomorrow at midnight doesn't mean guys can't visit beyond tomorrow at midnight. He doesn't have to decide by then. So he could come to Texas next week on a visit. But this, again, you're looking for plug-and-play starters. You're looking for guys with Power 4 experience. You're looking for guys with skins on the wall. It feels like this dude checks all 3 of those boxes.
Yes.
And he's got a cool name, Aluba. Although somebody says only Val's first name, I'll pass. There's an L in there, A-L-I-O-U. 4 vowels out of 5 letters. That's a lot of vowels.
Certainly is.
But
bring him on. 6'6".
6'6", 327. That's big enough to be a guard at Texas. And again, this guy, he had an offer from Texas out of high school, signed with Georgia originally. And after his redshirt freshman year, he went to Maryland. And again, 2 really productive seasons there. I would like having this guy around.
Sounds like a young guy on the move. Time to move to another spot.
And he's got glasses. That means he has to be smart.
Offensive lineman with glasses?
Just in his roster picture on ESPN.com. He's got glasses and braces.
Bring that youngster on. Come on.
There he is, Aluba. Could be our next right guard.
Looks like a little bit of a nerd. Bring him here. We need a smart guy that's going to get 1 penalty.
I mean, Texas was going after a Yaley a couple of days ago with Mikey Bennett. Ended up signing with Oregon, so he's no longer.
Dude, we're taking people from Rutgers. We might as well take them from Maryland.
I'll take him. I'd absolutely take him. And then one more name to maybe know. I don't know anything about visits for this guy, but Jordan Church, another guard who entered the portal yesterday, Louisville school. And make sure, where did I write my notes down? Yeah, over 1,200 combined snaps the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
Was at Florida Atlantic 2 years ago, was at Louisville this past season. Didn't start every game for Louisville, started 4, but appeared in every game. So he was just a rotational piece. So not as interested in him as I am in Aluba, but that's another guard with some Power 4 experience that is an option for Texas. That wasn't the last time we spoke to the people.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get one of those 2 guys, that sounds like a treat right there.
Yeah, you get Aluba, that helps. I mean, again, I think you need 2 starting caliber players. So Ba would be one of them. Jordan Seaton, the guy from Colorado. It's interesting, Buck, because his name has still not popped up in the portal yet. So we talked about him because the reports were he intended to enter the portal.
Money just keeps on coming in for him in Colorado.
The 48-hour, right? Like schools have 48 hours before they have to put the dude's name in the portal. And then after the 48 hours, if they do put the guy's name in the portal, there's still sometimes like it takes technology a little bit for his name to pop up.
Right.
So maybe we'll see his name pop up, but as of 8:45 on a Thursday, his name's not in there. So
as of 8:45, his numbers just keep growing to keep him there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, in Colorado, I mean, we saw it with Jaden Ball at Florida. They didn't want to lose him. He's one of the best players on their team. Hey, what do you want? What do we need to keep you? Boom, got it done. So that could be what's happening at Colorado. I mean, they're spending money. They got DeAndre Moore and Leonga Lafau and a few other transfers. Like, they're spending. So are they going to be willing to spend the 2.5, 3.5 mil? That's the number we're talking here with Jordan Seaton.
Wow.
So Texas would very much be involved, even at that asking price. That's what I've been told. Now, so will Oregon, and so will a lot of others.
For
But
that tackle, really?
He has to leave Colorado first.
Yeah,
if
that's
he ever
true.
enters the portal, just like Jaden Ball, then
You never get him. So if he doesn't enter, you don't get him.
yeah, so that's interesting storyline to monitor throughout the day. He's one of the better players in the country, so it makes sense that Colorado doing as much as possible to thwart his departure.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough gap. I mean, they just have to leave their places. And as you said, over the next 24 to 48 hours, this weekend will be big.
This weekend will be big. Texas hosting a defensive end tomorrow, a guy by the name of Caleb Herring, former Tennessee Volunteer. He's visiting South Carolina today, visiting Austin tomorrow. I think he's already been to Miami. So another dude getting some interest around the country. 4 sacks this past season at Tennessee. He's more of like a sub-package rotational edge rusher.
Okay.
Pass rush special. Not an every down guy, just a pass rush guy. So third downs, put him opposite Colin Simmons, and maybe you make some things happen. Texas, I think, in the market for one more edge player. Caleb Herring, the only one I know of who is
Nobody
visiting.
else from the inside coming in?
No, I don't think so. They already got 2 defensive tackles, so I think they're.
I'm inside backers.
Oh, sorry. I would like for them to go after one more, but I don't think they need to. Like, especially if they're going to move Brad Spence back.
Right.
Which there's some early reporting that that's what's going to happen. So you've got Rasheem Biles, who you brought in. You've got Anthony Smith coming back. You've got Justin Cryer, the other transfer from Florida State. Tyler Atkinson, the 5-star, who I think is going to be like good enough to play day one. And then Brad Spence. That's a very good top 5 there, if that's the plan. So I wouldn't hate them bringing in a linebacker, especially for depth, but they might be done there.
Yeah, what you have to stop now is the exodus from your own team, too.
Yeah, and that can still happen until, again, tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow night. You've already lost 25.
Solidify guys who are going to be staying, that are staying, for sure.
You can't fight the tamper, Buck.
No, you can't.
You cannot fight the tamper. Texas is doing. Everyone's doing it. Everybody is doing it. People are doing it to Texas players. That's why so many of these guys have left, because they've been told they're going to make more money if they leave.
I just think it's too hard. That whole rule. That tampering. There's just no such thing as tampering. It's just too many people know too many people. There's too many ways to communicate to guys. You know.
Yeah. Well, look, this stuff was you couldn't control it even when it was illegal.
That's right.
It wasn't everybody doing it at the same level, but like everybody kind of knew people were doing stuff like this. Usually it was high school recruiting before the transfer portal existed.
Yes, it was.
But now it's like, okay, we basically told everybody, hey, you can do it. You're allowed to do it. No one's going to stop you from doing it. So
and nobody's investigating you talking to somebody else's uncle or whatever.
Right. Every coach complains about it, but like
they're all doing it.
Yeah. And it's not the coach's fault. Like if the lack of rules in place continue to be in place, then they're going to keep doing it. Help your team win. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying with this stuff.
No. That's the way it is.
Don't be Dabo.
And ain't even cheating anymore.
Doesn't feel that way.
No.
Doesn't feel that way. So there you go. By the way, Joe Brunner, the former Wisconsin offensive lineman, he did sign with Indiana. We mentioned Indiana was the heavy favorite there. He visited Bloomington.
He went to a visit there and left and didn't decide right away.
Yeah, I guess it took a couple of days, but visited, didn't commit, didn't sign, and you're thinking, all right, maybe there's a chance, but not to be. He is a Hoosier.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's off the board. So there you go. There's the latest from the transfer portal. Quick sponsor shout out, Buck. Anybody you need to mention?
I am good. We got them all.
All right, let me give some love to Centex Tickets then. Shout out to Centex Tickets. I bought my Texas Hoops tickets from Centex last night. Great seats, great price, great game. That's what Centex Tickets is all about. Very easy experience. Right on my computer. Did everything I needed to do. I used the promo code CENTEX10, just like you should. 10% off my ticket purchase. You're going to get 10% off your ticket purchase from Centex Tickets. Any Longhorn game, men's and women's. The men play A&M on Saturday, Buck. The women play A&M on Sunday in Austin. Also, the women play at the Dudes of South Carolina tonight.
Play those dudes, huh?
It's a road game in Columbia, the Lady Cox. But any Texas basketball game, any concert, Broadway show, festival, if you want to be there in person, centextickets.com is the place to go.
I did grab myself some OLIPOP. I did grab some grape because the store at BK's is packed with it right now. Well, it was yesterday. It had every flavor, BK. It had like 18 flavors there, and they were jam-packed with it. Now, they don't get every flavor when you go to Starbucks. They just have obviously the grape that they have there. They've got cream there, but they don't have a lot of flavors. But HEB has tons of OLIPOP.
More than 20 different flavors to
choose
from.
Good stuff.
Get you some OLIPOP. And also Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to, my go-to, everybody's go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know has been injured in a car wreck, gets hurt on the job, just any kind of personal injury, reach out to the best. Hurricane Hecht, he's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice in Central Texas for more than a decade as well. If you get hurt, don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Let Hurricane Hecht do the heavy lifting for you. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is that he's going to get the job done and get money in your pocket. You should call him, 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
We have any defectors from your live golf club? Anybody else coming back besides Koepka?
Dustin Johnson has agreed to a new multi-year contract with Liv.
He said, yeah, they still got some money here.
Yep, I'm going to continue cashing in here. Thank you very much. Yeah. Two-time major champion, DJ, multi-year extension.
Those shorts, wants to hear that music.
Gets to have fun when he golfs.
He wants to have fun.
We're just playing golf, man. All right, we can wear shorts. It's hot outside.
Koepka's so serious about being better that he's willing to give up $85 million to get back here.
Yeah.
What is wrong with him?
I guess so. I don't know. Maybe Koepka has a moral compass now. Didn't want to deal with the Saudi.
Yes. $5 million that he's going to have to give to charity. That's nothing. That's a good ride. That's a good tax deal for him.
You are dunking on Live Golf.
Yes.
Well, Live Golf has already having events.
They've started already?
Where's the PGA at? What's the deal?
We're holding up here until the end of the month. We'll wait till the farmers market.
Farmers market? Oh, farmers insurance open. The
Yeah.
farmers market open. Live Golf, by the way, 4 rounds starting this year. Even though Live means 54 in Roman numerals.
Wow.
Doesn't mean 54. Y'all know what I mean. 4 rounds. So PGA could be in trouble here. PGA
Still trying to tighten that noose around the PGA's neck, huh?
That's it. That is it. Scotty Scheffler coming soon.
Yes. To a tournament near you. Another win near you.
That guy will never leave the PGA Tour. That guy's not going to Live.
Oh, you kidding me?
All right, Buck. I gotta show you this. This is the halftime show at the Texas basketball game last night was sensational.
Can I take a little guess? Are we talking animals?
There was an animal involved. So
I'm down with anything with an animal.
That sounds awfully Aggie of you.
Well,
anything with an animal?
No, I mean anything at halftime.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't Red Panda. Nobody's Red Panda. She is the GOAT of halftime performers at basketball games.
Fraud.
But this was pretty cool. So, look, I was too locked in. I did not get any footage myself of her performance. So the footage I'm about to show you is not from last night's Texas Vanderbilt game, but it's the same act. It's the same guy and dog. So I feel like it applies here. It's Christian and Scooby.
Scooby's
the human, Christian's the dog, believe it or not.
No, come on now.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Christian's the guy. Scooby is the dog. And I took the sound out so we could talk. Here's a little bit of the act. This is at a WNBA game, the footage we're showing, but it was the same thing
Yeah, that's the
that
basic.
was happening. You've got the dog jumping through little hoops. You've got the guy doing gymnastics tricks, and now the dog is walking on his butt. Look at that. He's balancing on his shoes as the guy's doing a handstand. The dog's going to take
up with this.
Yeah, going all the way up. Look at that. Dog taking a seat. Now we got more here. Just a montage. It's pretty impressive for the human, too. Doing a handstand, one hand on a basketball. He's dribbling a basketball. Here's the dog. Oh, this was a crowd pleaser last night. Look at that. All four legs for the dog, balancing on a basketball as it's rolling. Oh, no.
He's not going to jump from one to another.
He's not going to do it. Can he? There's no way he can do it. Can he? One basketball to another. Without fall, bang!
I bet you that dog never falls and hits his head.
People were going nuts for that. Here's another one. It's just a whole montage here. Sorry if you're on the app. There's no way I can explain this as well as I would like to. Like, this guy's doing all these crazy balancing acts, and look, the dog's like dancing. He's literally doing a little dance on top of this guy's back as he's spinning around on this little, I don't even know what to call that thing. And there goes the dog. Lifts, opens up the crate himself, and goes right back in.
Good
How
job
about
there,
that?
Scooby. I think that's a Chihuahua too, isn't it?
Does look like a little Chihuahua, right?
Well, we'll ask Ronnie because Ronnie's got like 6 of those at his house, I believe.
It looks like the Taco Bell dog, doesn't he? Yeah, good call,
Yeah.
Jake. This was impressive stuff. I'm telling you, the crowd was on its feet. The folks who went to go get beer or food or take a leak at halftime, they missed out.
They missed this.
They missed out. It was an impressive showing here. The dog, anytime the dog did anything, of course, everybody was losing their mind. You know, there are plenty of people in the world who can do this stuff, but how many dogs can balance on a basketball as it's moving? The dog was unfazed. Do you know dogs like shake or get nervous, tail starts wagging? This dog was.
Did he take a dump? Did he take a dump right there?
Could you imagine? I would have rushed the floor if that happened. Crowd would have been insane if it did.
That comes out with a little plastic baggie.
Yeah, so I like that. Shout out to Christian and Scooby.
I'm good. That's better than Red Panda.
Not better than Red Panda. Come on.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No way.
Bringing animals, it's always good.
She's on a unicycle flipping bowls on her head.
Flipping those magnetic bowls.
I've seen other dogs do some stuff like this. I've never seen anybody else do what Red Panda.
Yeah, dude, starting out with dog going through a hoop, we can all get our dog to do that, I believe.
Right. And just warming up, let you know, hey, like it just you might think this is all this guy can do, but watch what Scooby can do. Scooby-Doo. Watch what Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I like that act.
There you go.
I would stay in my seat for that.
You'd stay in your seat for that? All right.
I'd almost pee in my pants to see that.
That'd be good.
Red Panda, I'm just thinking, no. I go to the bathroom. I go get a meal.
Probably boo the entire time.
I'd be the only guy booing. Can you imagine that?
You just don't like the Asians very much.
Oh, come on, man.
I think that's what it comes down to.
I just went to one of their cleaners. Are you kidding me?
And you dunked on him all day yesterday. And also, the guy's name is Jack Brown.
It's not Jack Chang Brown?
I don't think there's a Chan or a Chang in there.
Oh,
or a Wang in there. Something was wrong with your dry cleaning, but
by the way, folks, I picked up my dry cleaning, and because my shirt had dots on it, patterns in the same material, I got charged $1.80, and it said shirt with dots. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? It cost me another $1.80. How does that work? It's the same material. We charge it for the patterns now.
You had a stain on it?
No, it just said dots. It was a shirt that had some different kind of dots on it. It was the pattern that was on the shirt, and it said another
$1 for that.
$1.80.
I've never heard of that before,
dude. I never heard. I grabbed my stuff and said, "I'm a first-time customer. I'm a last-time customer." Guy couldn't understand why, and I'm like, dots, because it said dots. It's just a pattern. It was the same material. How do you get to that? Although I said, is there a shirt like when Rodney told me there's a day that you go, he said Wednesday is shirt day. You can save a little bit. I said, if I come to your place, I need to save a lot if I come outside of shirt day.
Yeah, did you ask how much you'd save if you went on Wednesday?
No, I'm not going back there. It was $48 and it was 4 pieces. They have on the piece of paper at 5 pieces. I didn't even get the extra shirt that they were going to give me.
Right. Yeah, that's absurd.
4 pieces, $48.
That's too much. And also charging for patterns on a shirt is
last time I'm going to complain about it. I had one linen shirt.
Is it the same? It's the same, it's the same process, is it not?
I don't know. I think
you don't have to do anything different.
I don't know if you dry clean. I think you may have to wash and then dry clean the linen shirt. Maybe that's what it was. Because that one was like an extra $210 or something.
Did you ask for laundry and dry clean or something?
No, I always just say dry clean.
Okay.
Most of my shirts are dry. I didn't ask for the stuff to be laundered.
All right. Yeah, I was wondering if they just did both on all of your garments, and that's why it was so expensive. It's like, I don't need that. I don't need both of those, guy.
I'm going to go find some natural place that they bring in, like pheasants or peacocks to dry the cleaning or something. I don't know. I don't know what the new deal is, but I'm done. All I had to do is have to go through this once. So I'm done.
I don't want anyone's cock on my shirt. What are you talking about?
No feathered animals drying your shirt.
Yeah, I'm good on that. Thank you very much. All right. I see the boys in the waiting room. Oh, I see one of the boys in the waiting room. Let's bring on Double R. Oh, here's both boys. Wags, gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, boys.
Morning. Were you guys affected by the Verizon outage yesterday?
No, sir. Bit, yeah, my son had some SOS going on his phone too. So,
yeah.
Nope. ATT. Ma Bell. ATT.
Yeah, Verizon had a massive outage, Buck. I mentioned this early in the show, but hundreds of thousands of people across the country were affected. I had no service at the Texas basketball game. Wi-Fi was fine. So if you're at home, you could use your phone, no problem. But if you were out in public trying to do anything, you could not make a call. You could not make a text. You could not get on the internet.
It's a little scary, huh? A little scary, right?
Scary without that business.
Imagine what happens if somebody would put an EMT out there. Or what is it? What's that thing that hit you with in Call of Duty?
Amber Alert? Oh, airstrike?
They got Amber Alerts on Call of Duty.
It's an EMP. An EMP where they electromagnetic pulse and shit where they knock out everything.
One of the guys that's here with me in Tulsa, he's an avid TikToker. Also, he uses Verizon. And yesterday he was a basket case, guys. He couldn't do shit.
That's a bad state.
He's sitting there, and I'm on my phone. I ain't even doing anything. I don't have anything pulled up. I'm acting like I'm doing shit. He's sweating, getting the shakes. I'm like, it'll be all right, buddy. It's gonna be it'll come back.
Stay away from it for a day and see what it's like.
Disconnect from it for a couple of days, man.
Dude.
Yeah.
Rodney, did you know BK was ready and his other 7 or 8 buddies, they're up almost to 30 now. Basketball folks that like basketball, they almost stormed the court last night.
Yeah, they showed him on TV like this.
Getting ready?
Yeah. When Texas went on that run.
Why do we have that shot?
I froze. Wags, my Wi-Fi went out early in the show, and apparently.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was out back with the dog.
No, that's all right. That's what it froze on, though. That's what everybody saw while I was trying to get my Wi-Fi back and booted.
And he's got his people beside him ready to storm that court.
Yeah. I was watching last night. It was on a secondary feed, and Texas goes on this run, and Lo Galindo says, "Oh man, look at this guy!" And I got that screenshot right there last night.
Look at this guy ready to storm the court.
No court stormings were involved in the making of that upset, boys.
Hey, 3 in a row, though. And if you beat the Aggies Saturday, what do you think, Rodney? Storm that court?
You got to.
Yeah,
got to.
It's the Aggies. We're supposed to beat the Aggies.
That's even more reason. Yeah, but 3 in a row. I text Wags last night after that game, and I said, I'm smelling Sweet 16, buddy.
Whoa.
I'm smelling Sweet
It's a lot different
16.
when the ball goes in the basket, isn't it?
Show that you care by storming that court.
What kind of drugs do you have up there in Oklahoma?
We still don't even have a point guard.
Oh my God! By the way,
Oh,
today
man.
is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
Yes, sir.
I do not believe he is still alive. Would have been 97 today.
Yes,
Oh, nice.
97 years old.
In
That's
his honor,
old.
I have a dream that you guys would stop this bit about the court storming. I believe that was his famous speech that he once gave. So that
I don't know why you're not trying to have. It's college. College kids need to have a little fun.
You got to have fun. You got to have fun.
Have some fun and stay in the stands.
Oh, come on,
Get on
man.
the
Everybody else
Jumbotron.
does it. Want to be like the cool kids. You
The
gotta
cool
have
kids,
not
fun.
staying on your-
nobody rushes the court after beating an unranked team. You
Right.
guys are promoting rushing it against A&M.
You're lowering standards, boy. You're actually getting a little Aggie on this.
Oh my God!
Oh,
man.
come
I can't
on,
believe-
man.
We're talking about a group of BK's other 8 or 9 friends. and
We're
now they're almost 30.
actually starting to
This-
get a little Aggie on this.
Yep.
This isn't baseball. We're not talking about football. We're talking about men's basketball. I
Yes.
mean, the ladies fans like Jay, our man Jay Willems, and them that go
Yeah.
to the ladies game, they don't need to storm the court.
No,
but the
no
men,
reason.
we do.
You know,
Yeah.
this is just not what we're about.
No.
Never go full Aggie. You know what they say? You guys are going full Aggie here.
Oh man, look at you out here going full Aggie and shit, man.
Was that Tropic Thunder? You
BK's
Robert
the last
Downey and
thing
Tropic
you
Thunder?
Little RDJ.
To
Last
turn
time
into
Chandler
Macho
was
Man.
Playing another
The
dude.
Frank
being
Irwin
a
Center
host
was
of
about
another
to be
dude.
knocked down, and they beat Kansas. He said that's the only time he remembers Texas fans storming the court.
One time.
Wow.
One time. He only
Wow.
remembers one time.
And no one has texted in another
know.
memory or commented in another memory. So like I think I'm right on that.
We should have stormed it when we won the NIT, Buck.
Oh,
That would have been the time, right?
That's true.
Storm the court for the NIT. For the NIT.
I
By the
kinda-
way, that
I kind of understood that, but now we're going 3 big ones. We could get 3 big ones in a row. We got to
Yeah,
do it.
man.
The coaches told you to stay on your side of the street. You got to let the coach know that your fans are into it now. Come on, just one
Yeah.
time.
got to do it. Got to do it. And it's not like it'd be a whole bunch of people. How many people
That's
were
what
there
I'm
last
saying.
night?
BK, you see like 25 guys run out there.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a storm. It would be a court light shower.
Does
Yes.
the mood ever get loud though? Like that's the one thing. Like you got an undefeated squad in the building, right? And you're getting ready to run them out of the gym. Can we just and I start to see a little bit of the mood start to stand up. And you know what? They remained standing. It was wild. It was wild
Yeah.
to see it. Just from my perspective.
It got loud. It got loud. a
Brad
few
was
times
there.
last
He
night.
was in attendance. He was there.
It definitely got loud. There were some moments where I was like looking around like a proud parent, just happy that my children
But he wouldn't storm the
are
court.
here. They're doing
Yeah.
what they're supposed to do. I've wanted this for so long. They're finally doing it.
Him and 7
it
dudes.
is
Him and
kinda
7 dudes.
Yeah, exactly. The
it is kind of like a raucous environment then.
yeah, I think. I mean, the Super 7, yeah, we all know exactly where each other's sitting for every game. So we all like, made eye
Yeah.
contact when the crowd got loud. Like, yes,
Yeah.
this is good.
Wags
right
is making fun of it. I'm trying to get him excited. Wags is like messing with him. I'm not messing with him.
I'm serious. I'm for real. I'm legit.
Get
Yeah.
out
Crowd-
there.
Wasn't no cell phones in '78, baby. I'm headed to legit.
Yeah, that could be the new normal there. You know, you get a big game, A&M, any Monday game, you win on Big Monday, storm the court.
Any Monday game. I like that. That's another good one, Rod. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any Monday game, BK.
Big Monday,
Monday.
we're storming. Super Tuesday, we're storming. Whatever
That's
Yeah.
right.
wacky Wednesday, whatever ESPN has on Wednesday, we're storming. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We're just
effed
gonna
up
be
Friday, we're going.
Who does
Yeah.
Clemson? Who does that? Right? There's like one football team that literally storms
Yeah.
the field after every game that they win, and it's
Clemson
like
doesn't do that,
what
do
a-
they?
it's like a known program too. I think it is Clemson. They literally rush the field every time they win, and it's like, what are you doing?
Just don't. They're just part of the team. They just want to be with the team.
Oh my God! Stay in the
Hey.
stands.
Well,
You
it's
ain't
the
on.
12th man.
You ain't on the team.
I'm
guy.
excited. I'm excited for the team, Brian. I am. their coach is getting his message is getting across to those dudes.
Yeah, you know
Isn't that
what?
one-
They stopped going across the. They stopped going across the street.
They stopped crossing the street. It's
Yeah,
not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, his message. His message. He doesn't have all those little kind words for his group when they play like shit. He gives it to them, and they're
you know, when you sit them down, I think when he sat their asses down there for a little bit, you know, it's like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
yeah. He really means this.
Yeah. It's like that. This dude is business. This dude is business here. So yeah. And by the way, that was a Chihuahua.
There was a Chihuahua, wasn't it?
Yeah. Got one just like it at home, but she will not do that stuff. I can't take her in public
Yeah,
like
you
that.
can get
No.
her to do one or two of those, can't you? At least.
She'll do it at home.
How about that?
But
Right there. No.
look at that.
Can she do that? somewhere?
She'd do that at home. She wouldn't do it in public.
Do you guys practice this? How often?
Yeah. Tommy can definitely do this.
Oh yeah, of course. You know, I do that every morning when I wake up. I mean, that's the first thing I do before I go take a shit. You know, it's like, look at
Yeah,
that.
you have to get the shit out of you, so you do this.
Got to get it
How
going in
horrified
the right direction.
How horrified would your dog be up that high?
Oh my God, she
That's-
take a shit.
dude, that is pretty impressive right there. That's
Yeah.
the dog route. Now, okay.
This one
Now
right
I'm
here is
sold.
the one.
Now I'm sold.
This one right here.
Look at that,
You don't
bouncing
need-
on the basketball as it's moving across the tarp on the court.
He's gonna go to another ball. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, he did it.
I love Animal
Yeah.
Acts at halftime. I'm telling you,
It's coming.
better than Black Panda. Better than Black Panda.
And there's no music playing, right? And there was music playing
You
last
didn't even
night,
get a
obviously.
treat for that shit. What the?
Oh
hell
yeah,
are
he
you
had treats. He had treats for him. But there was so that ball jump, right, where he went from one to the next. The dog, kid y'all not, there was a drop-in beat on the song, and he waited until the drop and like perfectly timed the jump from ball to ball as
Nice.
the beat dropped in the music. I mean,
I wonder if that's a thing. I wonder if the dog is kind of going on, you know,
On sound.
a little
Yeah,
bit
I
of
mean,
beat. A little bit of beat.
You know, this is not, Blue Panda doesn't go on sound. She just goes on magnetic force.
No,
It's
she
not Blue
just goes on
Panda or Blue-
applause.
it ain't Blue
No,
Panda or Blue
Panda.
New brand
Yeah,
of like cocaine, bro.
Yeah, Panda Express don't do that. She don't do. Let me tell you. Speaking of Panda Express, this is how
Lord.
backwards. This is how backwards things are here in Oklahoma. I go to Panda Express night before last. Night before last. Whenever I didn't have the Mr. Gaddies, I go rolling up in there. Mexican dudes cooking at the Panda Express.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, what is
normal.
this?
That's normal. That's a normal thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
That's how you know it's authentic Chinese when you have a
Yes.
Mexican
Absolutely.
guy whipping
Yeah.
it up right there.
Mexican dude back there.
All right, boys,
Yeah.
have a wonderful Thursday. Yes, be careful out there.
See y'all tomorrow.
You too, boys. There they go. Here we are. Another edition of Chaos Theory on the brink. Ready. Here we go. My partner in crime, Double R, and I am Wags. Hit us up on our socials. I mean, not the fake Wags on on Twitter, brand X. And then my partner in crime is over there on the Rodney R. You can find him on InstaFace at the _ Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Hey, make sure you smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get those crowns and put them on your virtual head. Text line 512-222-9328. Again, that code of text line 512-222-9328. My dude, where do you want to go first, man?
Hey, my man. I know you mentioned Texas basketball. We got to talk about that because that's a
hold
big
on.
win.
We'll get into Texas basketball, but apparently we got some Texas's Mexican food talk going on. Hey, if Mexican food, if 7-layer dip constitutes as Mexican food, yeah, 100%. Sign me up, man. Authentic. I'm proud. Leave the olives off of it. Lee Castle Rock, leave the olives off when you come over, buddy. Please, appreciate it.
Yeah. And Rob, same spot. This is and they come in here and they clean this bitch every day. Every day that I get back, I mean, all my trash is gone. And
Housekeeping one pillow.
yeah. It's like I have to. I love it when they come knocking.
Love your pillow.
Yeah. There was one trip I was on where we were doing Chaos Theory, and I go walking out, and there's a lady, and she's like, "You all right in there?" I heard screaming. I'm like, yeah,
Probably me.
Too much to explain. But Man, the breaking news, Wags. I was thinking about you last night. I don't mean that in a sexual way, or maybe I do. Did you get any sleep, my brother? Because you are about to get a Super Bowl winning coach
I don't know
to
how
coach your squad in the NFC East. Jerry, damn it,
I'm not
man.
sure. A lot of people have been asking me this. My son was kind of the first one to lead with these guys. Well, I mean, at least you got my son's a Ravens fan. My son and his granddad are Ravens fans. John's a consistent coach. You know what you're going to get. Seems to acquiesce and go with whatever the roster type tends to need. I'm just kind of disappointed because I wanted somebody younger. I wanted to go a different route. If we were going defense, I would have loved to bring it. I mean, I say younger, but if we were going defense and we're going retread, I would love to bring Spagnuolo in. You guys know that. I didn't like what I saw with the Ravens the past couple of years, so that gives me a little bit of concerns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or not so much concerns, but just a little reluctancy with. And of course, the trends, and you can't have a coach that has already captured, the Lombardi Trophy. That those trends still are, it's a real stat. That's a real stat. So I think with the young roster that the Giants have, and the Giants are another organization that usually keeps their or tries to keep their coaches around for a tenure, right?
Yeah.
So I'm envisioning Harbaugh here for a while. With that, I mean, comes some decent continuity and consistency, but also, like, are we going to get the we're almost there type of mentality, right? Like, because Baltimore, I don't know why Baltimore tolerated that. Usually Baltimore doesn't tolerate. Well, I say that, but they got the Orioles, right? I don't think New York is going to tolerate mediocre. It's not gonna, like, they're all, it's been kind of purgatory right now, or no, it's kind of been hell right now for the Giants, and they're climbing out of the depths and the cellars of the NFC East. I think okay or good will be all right, will be tolerated for a few seasons, and then once you start to get to those NFC Championship games, like, hey, when you actually going to take the next step and capture the Lombardi Trophy, like, I think that's going to be sitting on everybody's plate, or maybe on the back burner, just waiting to deliver for John Harbaugh, or at least I would be if I'm covering the Giants up in New York.
I think where this hire for the Giants is good in a couple of different ways. To one, I think what the organization needs, it needs stability. It's kind of the same thing that the Raiders need, the Browns. I mean, I don't think that the Giants, and very much from what you're talking about, just with the Mara family there, it's better organized, and it's not a total shit show like some of these other places. But I think the thing about it is you have to look at the fact that every year, for example, this year, look at Chicago, look at New England, some of these teams, to where they elevate themselves from a lower, maybe they're in the cellar of the division, but they elevate themselves and they go worst to first. They make that jump. It happens every year in the NFL. I'm not saying that the Giants are going to do that. I hope they don't, because they play in the division that my team does. And if you're the Cowboys, you're sitting here watching this, and Jerry Jones has to be thinking, oh, shit, here we go again. But I think that there are some pieces there, but it adds stability and it adds leadership. And I think that that's what was lacking in the past, to where John Harbaugh is going to come in with the Giants, and he's going to take command. He's going to take command of the franchise, of the roster, and take it from that point. So is this a 5-year thing? Does he have a 10-year run? I don't know.
It's important. Apparently it's 5-year. I mean, $100 million to bring a coach in, so.
Well,
roughly 20 million here. So, and again, I got a few things. There was some hopes that I was, and my internet is acting a little wonky, so I might be losing my Wi-Fi here in a second. So just to give you a heads up, my pages aren't responding, which is weird, and you're freezing up from time to time. So I don't know. I don't know if it's you or me, buddy. So it's probably
me.
No,
I don't see myself.
The pages on my end, but anyways, what I kind of wanted to happen too, what I was hoping would happen, right? If they were going to bring Harbaugh in, I was hoping Harbaugh would have a stipulation or a clause to where, all right, if this is the deal, I'm bringing in my team, my crew, my GM, and Shane's out of there. But no, I mean, it looked, and it kind of it worries me, gives me a few concerns, and Sal, it should give you a few concerns too. Like if John Harbaugh is walking out of that meeting and him and Shane are best friends already, you know what I mean? And it's a match made in heaven. And it just felt right. It felt like a perfect friendship. That gives me cringe vibes, right? Like I didn't like the way that I'm not a fan of Shane. We all know this. I think he's a detriment to as a GM. I think he's a detriment to the organization. And if John's just going to come in there and kind of lay or lay down for the GM, that's already sending me signs or sending me a message that he's going to be a yes guy or a yes boy. So I want him to come in and have his team, right? That's kind of what I want him to come in and be the head guru and take charge. It's been a while since we've had a guy like that, and I thought we were going to get a little bit I thought the Giants were going to get a little bit of that with Dable, and it kind of went awry. I felt like Shane is sitting there as the puppet master. So again, and he's making bad decisions. But there's a roster in place. He's going to need one hell of an OC. I'd love to kind of try and pry Joe Brady over there. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the next step for Joe Brady is going to be a head coaching position.
Yeah, I would only think, and especially with somebody like John Harbaugh that does have that resume and, kind of does have that pedigree of being stable and building a team to where, part of these evals and interviews and different things like that is for him to set the menu that he needs. Look, I know you have your roster. I can only assume.
Here's what I want to come in. This is what I want.
Yeah,
in my life.
Right. Yeah, and he's evaluated what he has now, and he's pinpointed. This is where we have a need. This defense is on the cusp of being really good. We may have a franchise quarterback, and to build around that. And the other part of that too is when you have somebody with with Super Bowl wins like he does, multiple Super Bowl wins, that he's going to come in and say, look, I am going to have control of personnel. I don't give a shit who the GM is. I'm going to be actively involved in this. Yeah, because you look at him, I mean, he's been around forever, but he's relatively young. You've got a lot of shelf life left in this dude to where he can come in and given the proper control. And see, this is the problem with Dallas.
Right?
I think so. Yeah, it's early 60s, 60s is the new 40s, whatever they say. 50s is the new 30s.
Is that what the saying is? 60s the new 40s?
That's what people keep telling me. It's like when you're in your 50s, you're in your 30s. I'm like, well, I try to act that way.
John Harbaugh is 63.
Yeah, so, Lord forbid something bad happens to him and he, gets taken out. He's got time where he can build something and take it the direction that he wants to. So that's where.
I think the the foundation's kind of in place already.
I think so too.
You got a quarterback that can win in this league. You got an electric quarterback, right? He can't do exactly what Lamar Jackson can do, but you can kind of see a little bit of a shell, or maybe put a little bit of a system package in that Lamar kind of had, right? You'd like to think that they got more talent at the wide receiver position. I mean, I love what Dave Flowers is able to do with his ability to get the yards after the catch, right? But I mean, Malik Neighbors is just on another level. He just is. Like, he can blow the doors off the defense. He can also catch at intermediate routes and short routes and then get to the house, right? Robinson has come on as a great number 2 wide receiver in spell of Neighbors too. And when he went down, I'd like to see what Cam's going to be able to bring coming back off of that injury. But Tracy was good coming out of the backfield too. Singletary spelling some reps. Yeah, there's some pieces on the offense there. The pieces on the defense are there too. They just need to get calloused and a little bit more discipline. And I think that this offense or the defense and the Giants could. I mean, I don't want to sit here and say they can go from worst to first, Rodney, but they do have a roster that's kind of built like that. They just need to get the right guy calling the plays.
Yeah, and this is where you look at the East. I mean, obviously Philadelphia. I mean, what's going to happen there? I mean, that is such a.
They're still they have the Joes, right? Like I said this last week. I know they're out of the playoffs. It's shocking, right? But it's wild to me to have a roster that talented and they just can't figure it out, right? So somebody's not pushing the right buttons, or maybe the chemistry's just messed up a little bit. We've seen that from time to time in Philadelphia, but somehow they find a way to galvanize and get it done. They just weren't able to do it this year. It
seems like it's a very every other year type of thing for Philadelphia to where, they win the Super Bowl, and this year you see all the talent is there, and at times you see a team that hey man, it was a lot of the year it was like Rams and Eagles. That's the hierarchy of the NFC. Dallas, but you go to Dallas, you've got just tremendous on one side of the ball, and the other side is not. And the Cowboys now trying to poach on some of the personnel from Philadelphia as maybe a new DC. The Commanders, they fall off with Jaden Daniels as he goes down. But the thing, and a lot of people are kind of cornering this thing around the Jaden Daniels thing. But if you think about last year and you look at the Commanders roster this year, that team is old. That's an old team. I mean, it's
bringing a banged up Deebo Samuel in doesn't. Yeah, sorry, bringing a banged up Deebo Sweeney in doesn't.
Yeah. So that's where do the Commanders go? I mean, and the Commanders were a case where it was like that flash in the pan last year, the run that they made, but then this year they totally came back to reality, and I think that's where the Giants.
I just think there's tape on them, right? Like that happens. That happens with young quarterbacks, right? You don't really have a gauge or a pulse on this dude, but then once enough tape gets out there and defense coordinators can scheme around you, usually the numbers start to go down a little bit, or the magic, the sensation that that rookie was able to create kind of goes away, or gets staled a little bit.
Yeah, it's the old lipstick on a pig scenario there is kind of what they did. So I think the Giants, when you bring this dude in here with John Harbaugh, I mean, I think you bring him in, you give him control, which I think they will do. And look, if you're the GM there, let this dude drive it. It only makes you look better. It just keeps you employed better, or it keeps you employed longer.
I didn't think ink was gonna get put on paper or a deal would be done yesterday. Like, I knew that they were meeting yesterday, but so I'm a little bit more I'm a little disappointed too. Like, I wish they would have waited just a little bit and
talk to some other people, maybe too, right?
To some other people, or give until the playoffs were done, and then interviewed a few defense coordinators. You guys know how I feel about Saleh. I would love to see what Saleh would be able to do in New York too. A young, vibrant coach, but still kind of the same type of pedigree like John Harbaugh, right? It's the same kind of philosophy and mantra. So. Ultimately, I'm okay with it. I just don't love it. I like it. I don't love it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think this is going to be, because I think a lot of these conversations that we're talking about with the Giants of the potential of it, and you're going to be drafting high again. What do you do with all of that? I think a lot of those conversations may have been had last year with Pete Carroll. But Pete Carroll had been out of the game for a while. That's right. The other thing where it's
Carroll's, how old's Pete Carroll? He's 80. His jaw's 90. Right? Like, I don't even know how old Pete Carroll is. I just know his jaw. I just know Pete Carroll's jaw is ancient.
Oh my God, I'd hate to be in an argument with that guy.
But still calloused.
He just won't stop talking. Get him and Bill Cowher together. You got one over here, and you got the other one with that jaw.
No, Cowher's jaw is probably way stronger than Pete Carroll's, for sure. Yeah, right, but I mean, Pete Cowher doesn't need the gum. Pete needs the gum, right? Pete needs the gum to get that to keep the strength into the jaw, right? Yeah. Cowher's just chewing on his damn teeth. I don't even know.
He looks like a pirate. But no, I like the hire, honestly. So 74, thank you, Rob. But Pete Carroll that had all that time off, and he's the character building and all of that. I mean. And that's the thing where, like, when we talk about with Tomlin, if Tomlin's going to sit out for a year, the game's not going to drastically change. The attitudes and the mindset aren't going to drastically change. But when you get these guys that take all this time off, when you're out of the league for 3 or 4 years, I mean, look how society changes day to day. And then you come in and want to try to do that. That was a lot that's on Pete Carroll, and hell, he's gone too. Who's going to coach that one? So I guess we're down to 7. Yeah. I guess we're down to 7. Flores, is another name that keeps popping up. But I like this for the Giants. I don't like it as a Cowboy fan.
I don't think the offense is going to change much, right? My only concern is that they don't stretch the field, right? And they try and keep in stuff underneath and intermediate stuff, right? He made some comparisons. John Harbaugh made some comparisons when he was talking about, he wanted to come to a team that had a really good quarterback situation, which, the Giants do, a young quarterback situation. But again, he kind of made parallels with Lamar Jackson and, how he kind of wanted to approach it that way. My only concern too, and if you guys have watched a lot of the Ravens, and maybe it's because they can't stretch it vertically, right? But they just, a lot of times they stopped, firing the 40-yard bombs. And I'm not in love with the 40-yard bomb, but if it's there, if you can, hone in the defense and keep them creeping in and putting 8 in the box, and all of a sudden that play action pass starts to work and starts to benefit you, dial that play action up, right? Dial that play action up and hit that home run ball. You absolutely can do it with Malik Neighbors. I hope it doesn't go away or start to, go missing out of the playbook. But usually what you see with the Ravens passing attack is anything from short to intermediate routes on slants or screens that allow, Flowers to get going or big tight end work, which, the Giants did, involve a lot of their tight ends this year too. So I think the offense can thrive. You also get a guy in there with a good special teams background too. So again, I like it. I don't love it. And I'll stay there.
Well, and the other part that Harbaugh is going to do well is in his evaluation of this roster, of the teams, of who would stay, who would go.
That too. I think he'll help Shane. I think he'll help Shane out a lot in the draft room. For sure.
Absolutely. And then with his coordinator hires,
well, Shane
when he comes
has to be able to Shane has to be able to acquiesce and know that the football coach knows what the hell he's talking about.
And that's going to be the difference for him, where he's actually dealing with somebody that has a really good idea what's going on. But, he's going to tailor that offense around Jackson Dart, go out and make that coordinator hire. And that's where I trust that somebody like John Harbaugh will do that and elevate the franchise, which, again, I like it for the Giants. I don't like it for Dallas. But first piece to fall right there, and I guess that's the biggest name, because Tomlin apparently has made it clear he's sitting out a year or taking some time off. So, yeah, good stuff. Congratulations. You got you a football coach.
Let's not go patting each other on the back just yet, buddy. Okay.
Hey,
I was going to quote Bill
know.
Parcells, but I can't really say that. Even though it's unfiltered, I can't really say that. So.
Yeah. Well, I guess the next thing to figure out in the NFL, do you get another opening? Matt LaFleur with the Packers, they're trying to get all that hammered out. If that one comes open,
I don't think the Packers move on from LaFleur. Right. I don't think so. I think LaFleur still has it. I mean, hell, the Packers were contending, right? Like, it's not like they're dog shit, and also they're putting up with injury. They had to battle with injury too. So, when your defense, when your number one sack guy gets or your edge rusher gets hurt, and you kind of got to basically limp into the playoffs, I don't think you can kind of put it on the coach, right? I think LaFleur is going to be there. I don't know why they would move on from LaFleur, especially when there, is a little bit of a quarterback debacle, or not quarterback, but a coaching debacle right now going on in the NFL. So,
yeah, I think some of the concern with some of the people with the Packers and Matt LaFleur is that they may be thinking, of course, it's not quite up to 19 years, but it's like kind of going down that path of Mike Tomlin. To where you get to the playoffs, but you get knocked out.
Yeah, but they're still trending up, though, aren't they? Like I think they've gotten better from when LaFleur's gotten there, right?
I think so. I think now they've kind of teetered
their young
around.
Quarterbacks starting to get seasoned, and you could say, say what you will, like the dude was still able to perform. He's a top 10 quarterback, very quietly, unsung. Quarterback. So.
Yeah, and you said it. I mean, just the injuries this year were hell for the Packers, and with the Bears, the Bears were good enough, and they continued to get better to where Detroit fell off, Green Bay fell off, Minnesota totally fell off, and boom, there they are. Still playing. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens with that.
Minnesota, you might – I know a lot of – I saw Dylan here, throwing some flack at Sam Darnold, but they were winning with Sam Darnold, right? At least they were finding ways to win, and we'll see if the Hawks can kind of get this thing done here. Sam Darnold, I do kind of agree a little bit here with Dill. Like, Mono Man – took one hell of a step last year, right? But
Yeah.
I would argue, in spite of the turnovers that Seattle has had, they've still been able to play at a high level, right? If they can stay clean, I know it's a big if, right? And it's not breaking news here, but if Sam Darnold doesn't turn the damn ball over, Seattle's probably going to be one of the toughest teams to beat. And of course, they're in the playoffs, right? And they're number one.
Yeah.
They got home field advantage too. So, it's not breaking news, but as long as they don't get in their own way, they could be representing the NFC here, for the Lombardi Trophy.
They really are, man. And the thing is, when he goes to Seattle, he kind of ends up in the situation where folks said that benefited him last year, into Minnesota with Justin Jefferson and all those guys.
One hell of a core, right? And then you get a veteran wide receiver like Kupp coming over too in free agency, man. So
and Minnesota now, they got to be thinking, we screwed the pooch. We let this guy take off for substantially less money than what people thought it was going to be. Oh, by the way, that guy's still playing this year, and you've been done for a while, Minnesota. So who are you going to?
I don't think Minnesota's too worried about football, from what I've been seeing in the other news. So maybe Aaron Rodgers does go to Minnesota finally. Finally, veteran quarterback. If Aaron Rodgers goes, I think Aaron Rodgers would retire before he goes to Minnesota.
Teach that dude how not to get hurt. That's what somebody needs to teach the young man over there, JJ McCarthy.
Really see Aaron Rodgers in Minnesota? Not a chance in hell.
Hey man, we talk about the Brett Favre thing. I mean, it was like he's already done the Jets. He's already done the Packers.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't end up in Minnesota, and it's beyond football. It is not football.
There's that.
Minnesota, and it is not football related.
Yeah, there's that part right there. Absolutely.
All right. Well, hey, if you get injured in a car or you're injured in any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan at the Hecht Law Firm a call. All right. 512-938-8929 is the lottery numbers. Email our guy Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. He is aggressive in the courtroom, but he's compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. If you're a supporter, he's supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. So he's a friend of the show, fighter of the people. Give him a call, 512-938-8929. You don't pay unless you get that green in your pocket. That's right, no fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the money in your pocket. All right? Just give him a call, 512-938-8929. Email him at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. I'm going to borrow a line from my man Wags. You know the drill. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV.
You know the drill? Do I say that? You know the drill.
Sometimes, you know the drill. You used to sign off sometimes. You're like, you know the drill. Anyway, I listen real close. I learn from you guys. All right. CovertBeeCave.com, that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It is in the beautiful hill country out in Bee Caves. Take that scenic drive out there, see 42 acres of amazing cars and trucks and SUVs, whatever the need is, they will take care of it for you. Service after the sale, all of that scheduled maintenance, they'll take care of that for you because they got service bays galore ready to take care of that stuff for you. But don't just take Double R's word for it. These folks will tell you all about that stuff.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. CovertBeeCave.com. Leading on from that, AV Consultation since 1988, providing the ultimate home theater systems for you. You're looking for projection TV, Sonos surround systems. You've got that man room, you got the man cave, you got the she shack, whatever you want to call it, and you want to retrofit it and you want it to be the coolest place in the house. It's our friends at AV Consultations. You see the setups that we have here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Can't wait to get back home and get back into the AV Consultation studio. I have one TV in here and that's it. So, yeah, kind of sucks. A little shell-shocked over here, among other things here in Tulsa. But ready to get back home to my AV consultation studio. Tom and the kid going to
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. McCall Custom Homes, looking for that home renovation project, or you have it in mind. Are you like me? You've had it in mind for about 8 or 10 years, never pulled the trigger on it. Let me give you a phone number, friends. 512-633-9580. Get that call or text in to Mike McCall. Get that free, and I'm talking free, estimation, as my friend says, on what that project's going to cost you. And then as you're doing that, Mike's going to come out. He's going to take a look around. You've got your ideas. He may have some ideas of his own. You come together and you transform your space. Really, really cool stuff. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects there. If you follow Mike on social media, if you happen to be a Facebook friend of his, check out what he's doing there. And there's more photos that are coming in daily of the stuff that they're doing. They have gutted some stuff out and just bringing them back to reality once again. An outdoor space, an indoor space. Take care of those indoor spaces, a kitchen, a bathroom, a living space. Get those things retro, get them retrofit to now. Get them set up for now, and they will look amazing. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 4 decades, a father-son team doing it for Central Texans. They're ready to make you a proud customer as well. Check them out today. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Build value into me, man.
Build value into you, my man.
I saw some of your comments here. Yeah, I do. I need a little bit of a haircut. So, Lee Castle Rock on Saturday. I'm gonna schedule an appointment. What time? I don't want to dox you or anything, but hit me up on socials and let me know what time you're going out there, and maybe we can kind of coordinate and go see V. Go see V. We eat some 7-layer dip out there, man.
There it is,
Crack
right
that
there.
girl up. What's up? What we need to do, bud? Where you want to go next?
Hey, but speaking of building value, how about Texas building value into their resume on the court last night, my man? That was.
You're gonna get me excited. You're gonna get me
that.
Trying to temper expectations, my dude. All right, but
dare I say, fundamentally sound. It looked last night.
Well, I mean, still a little sloppy, a little sloppy, but we're able to come back with that. But still, you know, staying under 10 turnovers, that's pretty fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the key, Rodney, is when the ball goes in, it's a lot different, right? Like. When you're able to shoot, the night's just a different outcome, okay? And I'm not taking anything away from Texas's defense. I thought their defense was fantastic and was the reason why, you know, the Commodores struggled so much. But you know, Vanderbilt couldn't battle inside. I mean, you're almost out rebounded 2-1 last night. Okay,
you talk about defending the perimeter. Yeah, I mean that was
exactly. And when Mark's going off and having a night like him, where the basket seems like it's as big as the ocean, he can't miss. You know what I mean? And Pope being it. And here's the thing too: we're doing all of this right. We're having all this success on the perimeter with no point guard. There is no point guard on this team, really. But they were playing downhill last night, very deliberate in their approach, which is what we talk about all the time in a half-court set. But still, my dude, they had so much space on the perimeter because of how they were playing downhill. And when there was an opening underneath, they got it right into him. Vakatitis was able to battle and was a beast. I think McLaughlin, I think he had 3 fouls. I know he had 2 early. but it still couldn't allow them to really get into foul trouble. And honestly, that's mainly a big reason why I think the rebounds were almost 2-1 on the ratio there. Fantastic night last night. And then Kendall Weaver, this dude with his ability to get off ball steals, man, and then just turn the energy from 70 to 100 in a matter of seconds or an instant. They're great in the transition. I think Kendall Weaver is the one point guard, the one true point guard we do have. Here's the thing, and even him in a half court set, that's kind of like pulling your hair, right? But like Weaver needs to come off the bench. Of course, we've seen that and just roll with the twos. He can dominate with the twos, but when he is out there, when he's just, his ability to run when we go small is fantastic, or when the Longhorns go small. Look, again, I'm excited. Everybody, I think, is excited after 2 back-to-back wins off power. I mean, I want to hold my tongue when I say powerhouse of a squad for the Commodores, because are they real or not, right? Undefeated up until last night, Longhorns handing them their first loss. I want to say that they're a powerhouse, but I mean, shit, how long are they for real is my question.
Yeah.
We'll start to kind of taper off a little bit here, but I think the Longhorns having 2 caliber wins like this is fantastic. It's
back to back.
Signs that we're trending in the right way. I know you were joking with last night's message, right?
Yeah.
Sweet 16, and Henry hit me up last night too, and he's just like, hey, maybe I should pack for 3 nights instead of 2.5, right? And I'm just like, hey man, you never know. If you continue to shoot like this, play like this, hit your bunny shots, get to the free throw line and knock down free throws like this, yes, 100%. I'm not saying Sweet 16 team, but a chance to go to the tourney. If you play like this, you're going to go to the tournament.
Yeah, you're bolstering the resume with wins like that, especially these back-to-back like that. One of them
putting them back-to-back wins. And what I say, Rodney? What did I say? The best bet to take in college basketball is what?
The home dog. The home dog.
Fucking home dog.
The home dog. And we talked about yesterday, to where the thing, one of the concerns about Vanderbilt coming in, their starters, scoring average and all that. You look at the box score. Look at other than Cam Heide. I mean, all of your starters were in double figures. And what was the low? 12. Pope had 12, and that was your lowest number in the starting 5, other than Heide. And I mean, it was just good balance.
Why they were able to do that? They driving to the cup, right? Playing aggressive, getting downhill and getting into the paint, right? Not settling for shots on the perimeter, right? Taking shots when they're there and when they're open, but hell, not having to. Now I say that, but I mean, it felt like whatever Mark was putting up with 2 seconds left on the shot clock was going in last night. It was Trayvon's night last night. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when you get contributions like that from Pope, you don't need to have Heidi go 4 for 6 from the line, from the perimeter like that, when everybody's able to contribute like that. And also when you have some success, like, you don't need to be shooting 60% from the 3-point line. If you can get 40 from the line, from the perimeter, right, and then battle down low and bang down low, that's winning. That's a winning recipe for basketball, man.
Yeah. It really is.
Low turnovers. What are we talking about here? Let's go.
I'm telling you, fast break points. Texas had 8. Vanderbilt had none. 30 points in the paint. I mean, and here's the other one, Wags.
We talk about their half court defense. Their perimeter defense last night too was fantastic. The Longhorns are able to run. Like, I sit here and I'm worried that the Longhorns can't run, right? Because I just don't want them to get into that. I want them to be able to slow the tempo down and to work their half court set. That way they can wear down the defense and kind of get to the line, right? And you can see what happens when you get to the line like that last night.
Yeah. And when you talk about defending the perimeter, in the first half, Texas did a really good job of that. In the second half, they did a fucking really good job of that. I mean, because beyond the arc, nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. And the thing that jumped out at me,
they were kind of missing shots, right? Vandy was kind of missing shots, but they weren't really necessarily closing out as great as I wanted them to. Kind of a little lethargic in that, but still they were able to track down the long rebounds too. And kind of what you were alluding to, I think I might have beat you to it, the off-ball steals, the perimeter defense with the off-ball steals there. Just being able to shut it down, man.
And we talked about this yesterday. The stuff they give you, the easy ones, the stuff that they hand you on a silver platter, 86% from the free throw line last night. That's the shit you got to do. 19 to 22, I ain't complaining about that. I will take that anytime. And you have to do that in this league, but you have to do it. Look, we said, is this team going to be consistent? I know it's only 2 games. I know it's only 2 games.
Two pretty big games. Two
big games. Two big games. I think that.
And say what you want. Like, I know, however you want to classify Vanderbilt, right? Regardless of it, the memory's going to be, when tournament time comes, hey, remember the Longhorns handed Vanderbilt their first loss. Remember?
Yeah.
Vanderbilt was cooking until the Longhorns came in, and that was after that win against Alabama too. So it's pedigree. It's resume builder.
Yeah, and that's really the thing.
Check out Ken Palm's.
I didn't look.
I didn't check out the website today or the stats today, but I'll see where the standings go and how the Longhorns climb.
Mm-hmm. And that's really what you have to do right now, because that's where college basketball is so different. Where we talk about the quality loss, I think a quality loss is a little more valuable in college basketball. To where the amount of games, all that factors in.
Yeah, I don't know. You know how I feel. A loss is a loss.
Oh yeah, no. I totally get that.
Optics are important for sure, but a loss is a loss.
Yeah, but you have to like the spark that you're seeing in this team, because it really is a totally different team than we had a week ago. To where and a lot of it is, maybe it is that hard love, maybe it is that Shawn Miller stuff. It's a totally different style, and I think part of this too, that where you had to be realistic was
at times, man. If you're not going to put up, get the hell out of here. Like you're in Texas, okay?
Yeah. And you look at
there was great basketball on last night too, man. Really good basketball.
And you look at
Ole Miss with an upset.
Yeah, you look at the non-con to where it's like, that non-conference schedule was, I know you opened against Duke. I know that there was that, but it's pretty soft, So now you get into these games, and this is what the SEC is going to be. I think where you're going to have, this is where I thought that Texas would be the scariest, kind of in the position that they're in right here, year one of the Shawn Miller regime, which, by the way, year one now, I'm looking ahead and I'm like, man, we could be on the cusp of something really good, to where Texas can kind of be that spoiler type and come in and make a splash. This is a little bit more than a splash to me, the last two wins.
You beat the 13 after. Yeah, it was a brutal loss, a very dominating loss to Tennessee, right? You come out and you have an awesome victory against Alabama on the road there, and then you're able to get the win against Vandy at home here. You can't let it get spoiled by a shitty performance next against Texas A&M. Like, you have to be able to come out and continue this. You have to keep the same type of play, same type of energy that you had for these two teams, and don't have a letdown against a bunny of a team like Texas. I say that, but Texas A&M, they were battling the other night against Tennessee. So you can't sit there and think that they're going to be a layover or a powder keg. You got to be able to, have, come out and attack it just like you attack these other two teams. If you do that, get by them. And then hold on, who's after A&M? I think it might be Kentucky. Hold on one second.
And like with Vanderbilt going down last night, that's the trend for the week. We talked yesterday about Iowa State. That looked undefeated. And they go down to, they didn't just go down to Kansas. They got destroyed by Kansas the night before. Right. So that's dismantled. I think, I think that's what this week is, eliminating the undefeateds this week. It seems like the trend.
or there's only 3 left. So
there's only 3 left.
All right.
Yeah.
So if they can go on a run here, right? These were 2 losses that I had on the season for them. Like I penciled them in losses. I didn't feel like the Longhorns were going to get these. All right. But you put this stretch together now, you can beat A&M. All right. Kentucky doesn't look like as strong as I thought Kentucky was going to be. I was huge on Kentucky this year. Right. But Mark Pope just can't figure it out down there or over there with Kentucky and Lexington. Georgia might Georgia might give you a bit of a hiccup, and you might have a stumble against Georgia here, right? But I mean, you're going to if you have a chance to put together 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive wins, take a little bit of a dip against Georgia, and then come back and then have a win against a very crazy, unpredictable Auburn squad right now.
Yep.
And you have a chance to beat OU. So, and then again, follow that up with South Carolina, and then you're probably going to have a nice little battle against Ole Miss. So, there's a chance you can go on a nice little run here, man. And get into the tournament. I'm serious, man. I'm very high on. I'm a lot higher on the Longhorns now than I was 2 weeks ago, right? Where I was basically doomsday and guys just strap in. It's going to be a terrible season. Just goes to show you, 1 week later, you can be surprised. And sure, basketball is a lot more fun when they're doing this shit. I know that. That's what I know.
Yeah.
A little bit of visions and memories of Maryland basketball here.
Well, and I think that within the span of 5 days or whatever it's been, that Texas has kind of done what we've talked about on this show, to where kind of the thing is you need to win the games that you should win, and sneak in some of these that you shouldn't win. Yeah. Win those ones, because and that's the crazy part, because you look at the schedule and it's more of the games you shouldn't win that remain, and that's why the importance of winning the ones that you should have won. And that's what made the Ole Miss, or the first conference loss, that's what made that so you should have won that game. And can
I give you a little bit? I mean, we talked about the great, we talked about the good. All right, I'm going to kind of do a little bit of a shit sandwich. All right.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what we do. It's kind of what you're trained to do. Like when you're coaching somebody up, you give a little bit of the good, then you give the bad, and then you end on the good. Right.
Right on.
The bad last night, or I won't say bad. All right, I'll just say concerns. All right, I'm still concerned with a little bit of the perimeter defense. Right. It seems, no matter what guards are out there, the Longhorns can will give up 20 to a guard or to a good point guard. You've seen that. I was shocked that Tanner and Miles didn't do more damage, which I guess could be a testament of the perimeter defense.
Lockdown. Yeah.
It could, but I mean, and which could also be the reason why there was a little bit of a lull sometimes, right? But with that type of lockdown and with that high intensity and mentality of defense, there's going to be natural letdowns and or just from fatigue, there's going to be letdowns, right? So that could have been, a reason for that. But again, I'm trying to find, I'm just being ultra critical here, right? But ultimately, Double R, just a fantastic game, and I don't want to sit here and leave it on inflated, hopes and dreams. But if you can continue to play like this and, shoot 90% from the line and 40% from the perimeter and, keep your turnovers under 10, that's excellent recipe for winning basketball, man.
Yeah. And it's just a very aggressive style of basketball that we're seeing. Nothing's really passive, it seems like it. And I see the rebound thing. 31 defensive rebounds. I mean, come on, that right there, that's aggressive, and that's what you're going to have to be doing right here. And they're moving the ball around really well too. It's like we've talked in the past with some of the other Texas basketball teams, where it's like a matter of getting down to the court and just taking a shot. And that's not what we're seeing right now, where it's a little more, you move the ball around a little bit, and whether it's in the paint, whether it's outside, whatever. Tremont Mark last night beyond the arc. It's like, shit. I mean,
but that's a good point too. So like the decision-making points, right? Like being able to, be aggressive in fast break and attack, right? Or for Weaver last night, being able to lead Vakatitis at first, I'm sitting here saying, no, yes.
Yeah.
I wanted him to slow it down, right? I didn't think Vakatitis would be able to run with him, right? And then, because 2 or 3 or 4 sequences before that, there was a fast break where Weaver got an off-ball steal, and then Swain just wasn't aggressive enough in the in the full quarter, in the transition. And when you're in that type of set, you either got to be that aggressive or you got to give the ball up a little bit earlier, right? So moments like that, very little last night where you're picking on the Longhorns. I just thought it was a great night for basketball last night. Way to put 2 awesome back-to-back wins together and build your resume up.
And that's what you want to see. I mean, especially when Shawn Miller comes in and like we're talking about with John Harbaugh. Here's
right?
your roster.
We're not thinking Sweet 16, but we want to see improved basketball.
Yeah. It's like, here's what you have. Figure out a way to make this manageable. And I mean, you want to see improvement. And we've seen some hellacious improvement in the matter of 5 days. Just it seems like the whole attitude of the team is different.
And but here's going to be the Achilles heel, right? And I think we all know this. Anybody that watches hoops or knows hoops, we need a point guard. We absolutely. I mean, I guess the only point guard that we can safely say is Kendall Weaver, but he comes off the bench. Okay, so there's no point guard that runs with the ones. You got to have a dude that can control pace and facilitate, right? And at this point right now, I thought it was going to be Swain. Swain is the Swiss Army knife. If you can keep the ball in Swain's hand and have him be ball dominant, and then have Pope be able to get in his kind of natural role of the shooting guard, and then have Mark come off of a tremendous night like that, let them eat on the perimeter. I'm not saying live and die off the perimeter. You can't. You have to be able to be aggressive and battle inside like you did last night with Montes fucking Titus, man. If you can get them in foul trouble like you did early last night, and then also go on the rebound side, the glass side, and start because it all correlates, right? You get them in foul trouble, you get the big guys down, and they have to rest. They can't, they can't play. You start to get a rebound ratio of 2 to 1. It's all correlated, man. It's championship contention basketball.
Yeah, I think Swain really is the guy that can be
He's
that.
He does it all. He does it all.
Yeah, that can be that dude. I mean, especially familiar with the Miller system. I mean, this is a guy, now that you've got all of these other dudes that are now contributing, if you want to call it whatever it was, a wake-up call. We can call it a kick in the ass or whatever, but I really do think it's that tough love. I mean, when people say that kind of shit about you, it's either going to do one thing. It's either going to break you or it's going to make you better. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days later, it seems like it's made them better.
Usually the alphas respond there, right? Usually the alphas respond and rise up for it. So
yeah, and that's good to see.
Man. It's fun when we can talk good hoops, man. It's fun.
It's fun. It's good stuff. Speaking of good hoops, I think this man right here was probably on the scene last night. Johnny on the spot. Eric Henry.
He hits me up. Wags, looks like I'm packing for 3 days, huh?
Good morning.
And as soon as he said that, I'm like, this motherfucker, don't say anything just yet, bro. Don't say nothing.
I texted him. I said, "Sweet 16, bitch. Here we go."
You two, I wanted to throw my phone because of you two last night. I was like, just if you're hold your breath. Breathe the same damn stale air that you're doing. Whatever you're doing, just don't move, man.
Here's the issue, Wags, and good morning, fellas. Wags, you can yell at Double R, okay? You can't yell at me. The reason I'm saying that is because I am just some old, stodgy journalist at this point who has forgotten that you can't just, speak things into existence before the game is done. Double R should know better. I don't know better anymore. Okay, so yell at him. No, this is. I'm not
yelling at anybody, man. It's great to talk basketball with you.
You hurt my feelings, Wags.
No, this is what I wanted to say. Wags, you'll see in that text thread that I just said I wanted to yell at you. I was ready to yell at you because, and I'm being sarcastic, but to kind of piggyback off of the point you guys just made, because I was listening in the background a second ago. I disagree in terms of this team needing a point guard. And here's why I say that. Dalen Swain can be an offense initiator, right? Mm-hmm. All you need, and I'm saying all, ideally, yes, this team would have someone who can average 5, 6, 7 assists per game. Sure, ideally. They don't have that right now. Jordan Pope is someone who takes care of the basketball. All you need him to do is handle the basketball as a guard, get into the offense, which will then lead to Dalen Swain. Dalen Swain, offense initiator. I do think, Wags, to an extent, the way you're viewing it, and I only caught the last 5 minutes of the discussion, so forgive me if I missed something before.
So
I think
I'm basically like Jordan Pope can get his shot, right? I guess my reluctancy to give high hopes for the team is because we don't really have a true facilitator.
So the reason why I say I think it's just a little, for lack of a better word, outdated, right, is this. I'll use the Golden State Warriors example, and then I'll use I'm not comparing Texas.
We do have some point forwards. We just don't have point guards.
That's my point. And to be clear, I'm not comparing this Texas team to the Golden State Warriors or
no. I got you.
A more dated example, the Chicago Bulls, also a different offense. But remember with the Bulls back in the day, right? Ron Harper was the point guard, but Scottie Pippen led that team in assists, right? Same thing. Steph Curry is a shoot first guard, right? He is a 2-guard masquerading as a point guard. Steph Curry is a much better passer than
and ball handler than Pope. Like Steph's ball handlers are way better than Pope.
Again,
like sometimes I lock up when I see Pope in the starting to switch and cross over. I'm like, oh my God, here comes a steal.
Again, guys, I'm gonna listen on the app. I got to get
later,
the
Hey, great conversation. Fun conversation, man.
Later, boys. You bet. Take care, brother.
Yes, sir. It's not a clean apples to apples analogy, but my point is, and I'm sure I'm probably getting roasted in the comments for this, but my point is, I think Swain, as someone with the knowledge of the offense, as you and Double R said, can be the offense initiator. And you just need Pope to handle the ball. Kendall Weaver, I don't want to bash Kendall. I think the injury, Wags, that he had last year, the groin, or was he groin or he was the hip? I can't remember which at this one. Groin. That really set back his development because his game, and you watch his team night in and night out, it hasn't really grown from sophomore year to now. It's still Energizer Bunny, and it's great.
He's got one speed, bro.
And it's great. It's great. He played a hell of a role in the game last night, but his game hasn't developed to where he can kind of be that secondary piece as a guard. So anyhow, I think I'm saying all this to say, I think Texas is going to be okay for what this team is this year without a point guard. But this is the last thing I'll say on Pope. And I said this earlier on another platform. The reason you're getting a better Jordan Pope this year is because he's not just waiting around saying, hey, I got to make the most out of 7 shots and hit 3, right? Shawn Miller realizes if I get Jordan Pope involved in the game early, let him get 2-3 shots, let him get in rhythm, then okay, we can move it around. Everyone else gets involved, as opposed to last year. I'm not just blindly picking on RT. That just was the construction of the team. Trey had to get his shots up. Everyone else was like,
everything was orchestrated around Trey. It was Trey's team. Yeah,
exactly. Everyone else was like, okay, I know I'm going to get 5 or 6 or 7 shots a game, and I just got to be ready. The first shot, Wags, may come in the first half, and then the next 2 shots may come.
When am I going to see it?
Right. You can't develop a rhythm. So that's why I think you're getting a better Tremont Mark, a better Jordan Pope, and we'll see what happens. So the Alabama win, I was okay, whatever. This win gives me optimism that this team can find something and that Shawn Miller can find something in this unit.
Consistency, man. So we got to put it together. 2 great wins back to back is fantastic. You got to be able to go out and beat your bunnies too, right? Or your cupcakes. Yeah. I'm not exactly calling Texas A&M a cupcake, especially after how they played Tennessee the other night. But again, it just feels like a lot of people are starting to get tape and good film on a lot of people. We're starting to get into conference basketball. I mean, look, Ole Miss beat Georgia last night. So
yeah.
A lot of wild basketball, a lot of good basketball going on last night.
And that Ole Miss team needed to win. I don't know what's going on with Chris Beard and
does anybody ever?
Well, good point. In Oxford, because that team should be better, right? Chris Beard historically, his teams are good. So I don't know why they've been struggling. Wags, as someone who follows this thing, I think closer than most in this market. The SEC. Yeah, they're not as good as they were last year. They're not going to get 14 teams.
Don't put 10 in.
They'll put 10 in. Right. That's what my question. This is still a league that they'll put 10, 11 in, and it's still strong. You agree?
Right. Oh, 100. Especially, I mean, the surprise is the Commodores last night, and which the loss last night, and this drove me nuts. I heard this at the Mood too, right? I wasn't there, of course, but please, guys, if you are ever in attendance at the Mood, and if you are watching this game, if we have an undefeated team come into the Mood and we are beating them, do not yell undefeated. Please stop yelling undefeated. They are underrated. Excuse me, underrated. Overrated. Thank you, overrated. Don't ever put overrated on there, man. You want them to be as highly rated and the most powerhouse team to ever come in, because the home dog is just going to get their bite. That's all, man. It makes our rankings look a little bit better. Don't ever say that anybody is overrated, man. My goodness. But anyway.
Especially, and Jake Bayless knows it there, stack those quad 1 wins, especially considering Texas's non-conference schedule was garbage.
100%. You build that resume, but then you continue. But my point was, you have A&M next, right? You have to be able to beat A&M. Mark Pope's got that. I don't want to say he's turned a corner, right, with Kentucky. Kentucky's struggling, right? I thought Kentucky was going to be way better. They got a few 7-footers on that team. I thought they were going to be able, to kind of run a little bit of a table in the SEC. They're a young team, but I thought they'd be able to be a promising team. But still, it looks like they can get got now, right? And then I think you come back, you got I don't remember. You got Georgia after that, I think.
Yeah, it's Texas A&M, Kentucky, Georgia, Auburn, Oklahoma, with Georgia and A&M at home, the rest on the road.
And I had these 2 wins that we just had as losses. So I kind of had the Longhorns as maybe that 11th team kind of looking in. But now, man, bring clothes for 3 days, amigo. Bring clothes for 3 days, dude.
I am glad
you are hard. Can I say that? We're still in chaos theory. My nipples are hard.
Listen. I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because talking about the schedule, because I think this is the most crucial stretch of the schedule for Texas, right?
100%.
I think all 5 of these games are winnable. Georgia's an up and down team. I still think that's probably the best team of the bunch. You're not selling me on Stephen Pearl's Auburn Tigers. I'm sorry.
That's what I'd say. I don't know what to make of the Auburn Tigers right now.
Well, I mean, nepotism is real. Like Stephen Pearl would not have gotten that job otherwise. So there's that. So you're not going to sell me on his team, even going to Auburn there. Kentucky, as you mentioned, the talent's there, but we don't know what the hell's going on with Mark Pope and kind of why things aren't working the way they should. But I look at the 5-game stretch. A&M at home, you got a real shot to win. Kentucky, I'm willing to call it a 50-50 game if Texas can play the way they did last night.
They're going to struggle with rebounds against Kentucky.
True. Yeah, they can't depend on the combination of Swain and Kendall. I'll give you that. True. Georgia at home, that's a 50-50 game. And then you look at the other 2, Auburn and OU. Those are tossed up in my mind. If Texas can get 3, if not 4 of those, now you're really cooking, Wags.
100%. I said that right before you got on, man. I agree with you, man. We are drinking the same burnt orange Kool-Aid, amigo. I mean, what's up, man?
What's up, Jordan? I am sold. After yesterday.
Pack for 3 days, bud. Pack for 3 days.
Pack for 3 days, and maybe.
Shit, I hope we ain't jinxing shit. We ain't jinxing nothing, man.
Hey, I better see you in Nashville if this team takes off. How about that, Wags?
I'll be on the plane with you.
All right,
I'll be on the plane with you.
Here we go.
Mr. Jordan, how are you, sir?
Not too bad.
Did you watch the basketball game last night?
Didn't watch a minute.
That's all right.
Didn't watch a minute. I was watching Better Call Saul. What do you say?
I said they got to do more to get you to buy in.
Yeah, maybe 3 SEC wins in a row. I'll check it out. No, I mean, I heavily assume Steve Sarkisian and the Texas football staff are going to take the junior day visitors on Saturday to the A&M game, since they've taken to some basketball games over the years to line up with junior day. Usually, I don't even know what time. What time is the A&M game on Saturday?
5. It's usually that afternoon game when it's a junior day, because they always just take them right over. So it's 5 p.m. tip off.
Shit, they probably won't do it this year then, because in the past it was tipping off at like noon or 1 p.m. or 2.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, in the past, we get photos of kids showing up for like 2 hours, and then they go to the game. We don't see them for 5 hours. So we need something to do. Hank and I usually will go to Pluckers and watch whatever the basketball game is for 3 hours and then go back and wait in the parking lot for teenagers to get off a bus so we can chase them down and interview them. The favorite part of the job, right? So, yeah.
Stop it, mister. I don't even know you.
Yeah. The funny thing is, too, like whenever – because for some of the – like a kid at DeSoto, he's already met like 20 different people that work in the recruiting industry. But a kid from, I don't know, like Longview, he doesn't even know we exist. So whenever he gets off the bus and we're like, Wags, he turns around. He's like, how do you know my name? And his parents are like, how do you know who he is?
Creep.
And we have to be like, well, there actually are people that get employed, and their main jobs are to figure out where minors are going to college before it's public information. So, yeah, that's what pays the bills around here.
Jordan, you know what's funny is having done this for a decade, and I only spent like a little under a year covering preps, but it was preps in Chicago. It wasn't like recruiting. I never considered the idea that there are parents who would see you and wonder how the hell you know their kid's name. That's a blind spot on my part, but like I never considered. That's just a rational parent thing, right? Like you see 4, 5, 6 dudes coming up at your 16-year-old.
Well, you're not a parent though, right?
No. But I would assume it's.
That's your initial thought. Like, how the hell do you know my son?
Like I never considered that at all. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, no, it so the way
prep school in Chicago, private schools.
I had football and basketball in the burbs. Wags.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But no, the way it works for junior days, they park in like a church parking lot or the LBJ parking lot, and then they get on shuttle buses and get bussed down to right out front of the stadium at Moncrief. And Texas doesn't like, I don't want to say they don't allow us because they really can't do anything about it, but they ask us not to talk to recruits and their families as they show up. But I know some of these, kids and their families personally, so they'll like walk up to me or other people in the market and say hi, and I'm like, hey, it's good to see you, but I'm gonna get yelled at if you don't keep it moving, And
you seriously have to say, like, you have to usher them and shuffle them along. We can talk whenever we can talk. I'm sure you tell them like we. Can
I'm like, yeah, we'll talk after. Hope it goes well. Hope you get the offer or whatnot. But like when the kids get off the bus, it's a kind of a far walk from the street to Moncrief.
Yeah.
And it's just like 5 or 6 of us from the Texas market taking photos. And for the people who have never visited a school like Texas before or Texas and have never seen media at like junior days or whatnot, they're like, why are these people taking photos of us getting off the bus? So,
well, yeah, it's kind of wild, man.
Yeah, it is very, very, very strange. Like whenever I meet people and they ask me what I do for work, that part never comes up.
Wags, can you hang on for a second?
Jordan, sure.
Jordan and I are both on the air, and Jordan, you saw that text, so I'll step off and grab it if Wags can hang on for a second.
Right on.
Yeah.
No, I got you. That's it.
We'll put them backstage. There we go. But no,
what you want to get into, amigo? Where you want to go?
Have you seen Better Call Saul?
I didn't. So we were watching a little bit of Landman last night. I didn't watch Better Call Saul, but my wife. I wanted to ask you. You're a little younger demographic here. Have you seen Euphoria?
I haven't. I've never gotten into that.
All right. My wife asked me if we wanted to get into Euphoria last night, and then I saw like previews of you. And I'm not completely naive. Like I know what Euphoria is. I know who's in Euphoria. Well, it's funny he says this, but apparently there's previews of season 3 of Euphoria, and Sydney Sweeney is an OnlyFans model. She's not exactly doing furries stuff.
And you're not like, babe, we need to watch this.
No, I'm not saying I'm not. But she's like, do you want to get into Euphoria? And then I checked out the trailer and I was just like, Jesus, I don't know if, it's weird. Like I'm way too old to be in the Euphoria scene or to even understand what Euphoria is all about. It just looks like a bunch of kids doing drugs. Right. And
yeah, that's what it's always looked like to me.
I don't know how stuff like, I don't know why people would actually get into it, honestly. And now I sound like my father. So, but yeah, it's Sydney Sweeney apparently is an OnlyFans in Euphoria.
Yeah.
So
apparently, per Wags. No, I've never seen that. Daryl G said, "What's your go-to wings at Pluckers? Dr. Pepper wings are good.
Gold Rush, bro.
Or a good mid to the fire.
I like Gold Rush.
This is going to be probably an unpopular take. The dry rub ranch wings, I've got.
No, they're good. They're fantastic, man.
They're
100%.
tremendous. Those I usually get a 10-wing combo. I get 5 of those, and then I'll switch up the other 5. Sometimes barbecue, honey barbecue, or Gold Rush. And there's like they have honey barbecue, Gold Rush, and one other flavor that are all very similar, but they're different. So I usually will go with one of those. But
Hallelujah, I like Hallelujah as well. Hallelujah and Gold Rush are probably my 2 go-to.
Isn't Hallelujah spicy?
It's got a little bit of a kick.
I can't do spices like at all. I don't like spicy food. It goes in hot, comes out hot.
It burns you twice. Burns you twice.
Yeah. But with Pluckers though, have to get the calorie count up. Get you some Holy Mac. My girlfriend and I like to get the appetizer platter. It's Holy Mac, mozzarella sticks or cheese.
The mod stick, yeah,
and
the mod
fried
sticks.
pickles, and these like buffalo bites things that are like boneless wing
Their
chunks.
mozzarella sticks aren't just the average size mozzarella sticks. Their mozzarella sticks they kind of look like they're large. They're large and in charge mozzarella sticks, buddy. There's a lot of cheese coming out.
Yeah, they're like the Holy Mac, except
Yeah, right, exactly.
mozzarella, and you can't usually tell unless you split one of them open. But
remember when they used to do the fried Twinkie?
I've actually never had one of those.
They had a
Pluckers
fried.
used to do that.
The Pluckers had a fried Twinkie about 2000 around 2012, 2013. They had a fried Twinkie.
Man, you know what I don't get? Pluckers sells burgers.
No.
Yeah, they have burgers on
Do
their
they?
menu. Yeah. And it's like, how many of those do they order each month to have?
Right, like,
stock?
how many
positive they have burgers? I know they
how
have a
many
Cheech and
people
Chong.
order burgers at how many people are going to the Pluckers to get a burger? Like you're going there for wings.
Yeah. When I was younger, I used to get the Cheech and Chong sandwich, which is actually really fucking good. It's basically a Chick-fil-A.
What is that?
It's called the Cheech and Chong
No,
sandwich.
but what's on
Chicken
it, though?
breast, guac, cheese, queso as well, some pico. It's tremendous. But yeah, no, I've never had a burger there because I'm like, why do you go to a chicken place and order burgers?
Right, like that's
And how many frozen burger patties does Pluckers throw out each month? Because they
you think they order frozen? You don't think they put the burgers together? You don't think it's scratch?
No. No.
You think it's frozen? Frozen patties? Like McDonald's?
Probably, yeah. How many burger places don't do that? I don't think Pluckers.
I honestly thought all the mom and pop shops were scratch food.
Yeah, there's no way it's fresh. No. No
Well,
way.
Hell no, I'm not ordering a burger from.
Yeah. Hey, the best Pluckers.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the fucking chicken's frozen, right? Like,
Yeah.
the chicken's
Hey, I was lazy the other day and DoorDashed or Uber Eats some Pluckers. Did not do the specialty thing, but they gave me 10 flats without asking, which is perfect. Yeah. Which is awesome because the last time I DoorDashed or
You're
Uber
a
Eats
flat
Pluckers-
guy, not a drum guy, huh?
Yeah, I like flats. Flats are better. You got to
Yeah.
push them down, get it all
Yeah.
off, and then dunk it. There
Yeah,
you go.
dude. You know how to take the talons and remove
Yeah.
all the meat with the talons? Yeah.
What are
man.
you talking about? I wore husky pants as a kid. I know how to destroy wings. You know what I'm talking about? But with the last time I ordered it, it came with 2 flats and it was 8 drums. So I don't know. I like flats.
I don't discriminate. You bring me flats or drums, man. I'm eating them. I'm tearing them up.
Drums are hard to dunk in ranch depending on what like the little ranch container
I don't
is.
fuck with ranch. I'll use blue cheese, dude.
God. Disgusting.
What are you talking about? The ranch doesn't even stay on the wing. Blue cheese actually sits there and congeals. You understand? It's there. It's so you actually have your taste.
Yeah, hey, we are shooting our shot. Okay, so story time. I might actually get 2 stories out of this. So, back in the day, this would have been like 3 or 4 years ago. This was when I was working with the Juice 7-on-7 program a lot. And the Juice 7-on-7 program, based in the Austin area, pretty much any skill player on offense or defense that's come out of the Austin area and played college football over the last few years has played for Juice. Drew Makuba, Westlake kids weren't allowed to play 7-on-7 under Dodge, so Michael Taft never played.
Dodge just didn't want them doing extra.
Yeah, he's just old school. But with Juice, I was doing photography, videography, social media stuff. Like
He would let them play other sports, though, right? Like Dodge would let.
Yeah, just not
not
club 7-on-7. But the longer I spent there, I started kind of helping, sending out invites for tryouts or telling them which guys they should try to get on the team the next year or whatnot, just because, it's kind of the job. And when I was doing social media for them, I would, have to film like the 14U and 15U kids. A lot of them are getting recruited now. But there was a kid on there were two 15U and two 14U teams. And there was a kid on the 14U B team who like never played and he wasn't good. And I remember asking one of the coaches one time, like, hey, this kid never plays. And when he does, he's not good. Like, how did he make it? Like, oh, do you know who his dad is? I was like, no, I don't. We go out to eat that night at Pluckers. And it's Pluckers in San Antonio on a Friday night in like February or March. And there's people waiting outside in their cars because the wait is so long. And it's me and the coaching staff, like 11 to 12 dudes. And we walk in, there's a table like waiting for us. And the lady walks up and says like, hey, everything is free. You don't have to pay for it. And I was like, what the fuck? The kid's dad is one of the owners of Pluckers.
Mark or no, never mind.
I don't know. Yeah. And from that point on, the kid's nickname was Pluckers.
Do you know what's the kid's name?
I don't remember. He's I think he went to St. Andrews for high school. He might be out of high school now. But yeah. So yeah, that's how that worked out. It was really good Pluckers. Probably the best Pluckers I've had because it was free and not $18 for like a 10-wing combo. But yeah, it was good.
Have you seen the owner's house, or I should say the block of real estate that the dude has down in Austin?
Yeah, I have no idea. I know St. Andrews. I don't even think St. Andrews does athletic scholarships. But I assume they are paying full price. But hey, that's when you got it like that, you can do it. God, what was the other? I had one other story. Oh,
yeah, so am I, but I don't own a damn block down in Austin, Texas. Basically, call it my own real estate.
So, did I tell you about my Mike Elko Buffalo Wild Wings story?
You have not.
Okay, so Pflugerville Weiss was playing in College Station earlier this fall. They're playing College Station High School.
Mike Elko eating wings.
Well, listen. They're playing College Station at College Station High, and Weiss has a wide receiver named Trey Moore. He'll be a senior this fall. He's a top 200 prospect in the country. Going to end up at Texas, Texas A&M, Bama, OU, or LSU. He's going to end up somewhere big. And Mike Elko reached out to Trey Moore and his family and said, hey, I'm going to come down and watch you play. A&M had a bye week that week. It was a Friday night game. And one of the Weiss parents, not Trey Moore's family, one of the Weiss parents reached out to me and let me know. And I was like, oh, he's not slick. There's a B-dubs right around the corner from that school. He's just, sneaking and just riffing, right? And turns out I make that joke the day of the game. The parent I made that joke to sends me a photo of a few other Weiss parents who ran into Elko before the game.
Nice.
At walk-ons. Not B-dubs, but walk-ons. It looks like walk-ons. And I was just like, man, you can't make this shit up. And apparently Elko's daughter goes to College Station too. So I think she's a cheerleader or is in the band or on the dance team. It was one of those things. So he kind of killed two birds with one stone. Or what, really three. He got a meal in.
Yeah, got a meal in it.
But yeah, so I don't know. And people always shit on coaches like Mike Elko that might be a little sloppy looking. It's like, look, if I got paid millions of dollars and my job was
football, I wouldn't give a hell. I wouldn't give a damn either.
I wouldn't give three shits. I wouldn't care at all. Like, probably.
I don't know, man. There's personal pride goes a long way, right? Like,
yeah, Mike is Mangino. That's my goat. My goat, big coach.
Mangino.
Yeah. Hey, his son was who replaced Will Stein as offensive coordinator at Lake Travis. He's still there. Tommy Mangino. Fun fact. But yeah.
Everything sorted. Everything sorted? Everything good?
Oh yeah. It's one of the conundrums of like 3/4 of the Horns 24/7 staff working for Texas Sports Unfiltered. So when something happens and two of us are on the air, one of us has to drop off. So that's all that was.
Yeah. Are you a ranch or blue cheese guy?
Yeah, I'm a blue cheese guy. It stays on the wing. it stays on the wing.
Eric, what about you?
You know what's crazy is I was a blue cheese guy, but I've been shamed by I guess there's no other way to say it. A bunch of the black media here in Austin, black sports media in Austin, Corey Mose and company. They've all shamed me into being a ranch guy. So
yeah, blue cheese.
Ranch elitists.
They are ranch elitists. They acted as if I'd committed some cardinal sin by
stand on business, David. Blue cheese.
It was tough, man. Like whenever we go out for wings at Pluckers and I'd order blue cheese, I feel like I was being shamed to the other side of the table. So I'm like, all right, fuck it, I'll get the ranch.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Pluckers is ranch.
I'll stand with you, man. We'll be strong.
But
all right, boys. Be out. Later.
All right, we'll see you. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. We got 30 more minutes. Eric, we'll start off right with basketball. I know we talked a lot of it yesterday, but Horns got a big win last night, 80-64 over the number 10 ranked Vanderbilt Doors. What a win. Just a few questions I have. Find it kind of interesting. It looked like Moody last night was a pretty hard place to play. How much do you think the student section, the fans actually played a role in it? Because I did see a video of them shooting free throws. I think they were 1 of 4 at the time or something like that.
Yeah.
And the student section was just going nuts.
Nah, I've had my gripes with Moody, and I'll save that for after this answer. Student section's always on point. The student section, I think early in the game, Jordan, I think Vandy was caught a little bit off guard. Also, let's just be real, Vandy was due, right? Like, not that Vandy's an overrated, they are not overrated. Not that they're an overrated 16-0 team, but they're not like, Duke or some team that's going to like just power you by 20 every night, right? So they were due. I think that happened. My quick gripe on Moody gets loud, but it doesn't stay consistently loud like a true basketball venue. When Texas went on runs and then they have to go into timeout, it's like everyone would go back to like just being silent. It's like, no, this is the time you need to like sustain the energy all the way through. But yeah, student section definitely was hype.
They got a warning. They were throwing glow sticks on the court.
They got a warning because for those, I'm assuming most people here have been to Moody, but you have like the corral that sits in both like end zones and then kind of like a side. It's a lot of a student section there. There was one in the end zone. For some reason, some of the kids were like throwing the glow sticks. And I don't think they meant to throw it on the court. I think this were trying to like screw with other people on the lower end of that end zone. But of course, like it's hard to judge when you're throwing stuff and you probably had a couple beverages. So 2 of them definitely landed in the crowd. And I think one ended up like making it to like the end line of the court. So yeah, Texas got a warning for throwing stuff on the court.
Man, getting drunk at Moody has to be one of the most expensive getting drunk nights of all time.
Yes.
Like, I doubt they're doing concert prices for games, but I know my dad and stepmom went and saw Bruce Springsteen perform at Moody Center in the last year or two. And they were charging like $70 margaritas for 2/3 of a small plastic cup being ice and it being watered down. So, I don't know. Still haven't made it to Moody. Don't know when I will. But when I will be drinking ahead of time.
Yes.
So, I noticed on the box score sheet, Vanderbilt played 11 players. Texas played 8.
Yep.
Why is this? Is this a reflection of the transfer portal era of college basketball where you can realistically only afford 6, 7, 8 guys that are actually going to play and make an impact, or their injuries, or was he just keeping the hot hand in the game? I saw Lucina Traore also somehow got 3 fouls in 8 minutes.
I was going to say, that definitely is part of it. Lucina ended up in foul trouble, right? So there's that. There's the other part of it, which is, Jordan, your hypothesis isn't wrong, but I think it's more of a reflection of Shawn Miller's confidence in, the back end of this team, right? I think he's starting to find some things with maybe, 5, 6, 7 guys. Nick Cody is in the doghouse. Like I said that yesterday. Nick Cody, remember, was a starter to open the season. Then Camden Heide came in, and Nick Cody hasn't really gotten his job back since, right? So I think that's part of it. Also, the younger guys who Shawn was trying to rotate in, because basically, what you got those 8, which for those who are listening, it's Heide, Vokatitis, Pope, Swain, and Mark are your starters. Bench, Traore, Weaver, Wilcher, and then you'd kind of had Nick Cody and Declan Duru Jr. Kind of rotating in, but Nick Cody's, I mentioned, in the doghouse. Duru Jr. is just really young. The staff, they're really high on Declan as like a high IQ guy, but I think the athleticism is a little too much for him at this point, Jordan. And without going to like a super nerdy basketball discussion, that's one of the things with the European dudes is if you ask, like Nick Cody said this during preseason, he's like, yo, Declan and Modest, their IQ is off the charts, right? But when you ask them, or specifically Declan, what's like the biggest adjustment? He's like, just the pure athleticism. So I think that's keep it on the bench.
Yeah. Great basketball IQ, slow athletes. That's what Eric's saying. It is kind of funny because, I mean, I think this every time I watch Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic is, I mean, like these dudes are professional athletes and have a visible stomach like I do, you know, and that's their game. That's their strength. They've adjusted to being a worse athlete than most of the other guys on the court, and they beat them with their head, with their passes, and just overall football or basketball IQ, not football. I noticed the video that Texas basketball put out.
Yeah.
Shawn Miller saying this is the University of Texas. We're not fucking around here.
Yeah.
As his post-game speech after beating number 10 Vanderbilt. What do you think of that?
What do I think of Shawn's words or them posting it?
I guess just Shawn's words, because it's my understanding, as someone who hasn't tuned in much this year, it does kind of seem like, and this is from my perspective, how you cover the team and the things you say and what Miller says.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a bit of a sense going around Texas basketball. It's like, oh, might be a little closer than we thought for year one, might be a little better than we thought for year one. Do you think that's kind of that thought is coming up?
Okay. Yes and no. I thought this was a 8-10 or 9-9 team in SEC play. With the 2 wins they have right now, that puts them more or less in that range, right? To be somewhere between 8-10 or 10-8 in conference. I didn't have them winning these 2 games, right? So that if you look at it through that prism of, hey, we just knocked off 2 AP top 15 teams. Texas hasn't done that since 2023-24 when they beat Baylor and OU back-to-back games. My first year here. If you do that prism, then the expectation is, hey, we might be a little better than we thought. If those wins come against Mississippi State and say Vandy, right, as opposed to 2 AP top 15 teams, then it's like, all right, it's about more or less the expectation. So I think it really depends on the prism you're viewing it through. What I will say is this. I think Shawn, maybe some of that energy, like, hey, we're University of Texas, we're not fucking around, is, all right, guys, do you finally see how I expect you to play? And if you do it in a manner that I am trying to get across to you guys what we can be, now let's go do it, right? Like, that's kind of what I took from that when I saw that clip.
Yeah, I mean, not quite a run through a wall clip, but something kind of, you know, gets the blood flowing, gets the juices going. Definitely more than RT. Oh, come on, guys. And hey, shout out to Shawn Miller. He has the same amount of back-to-back SEC wins as Rodney Terry does.
Last year, yeah.
And Shawn Miller has coached 4 SEC games. So pretty good improvement right there.
Jordan, I'll tell one quick story, just because you were telling stories. It's kind of funny. Shout out to Tyler Tanner's dad, Dwayne Tanner. Tyler Tanner guarded Vandy. It's just kind of like, Jordan, I'm sure you've dealt with this in your career. Like the parent who comes up is like, you know, back in my day, such and such. Dwayne Tanner made it known made a point to let us know over at the media section. For those who don't know, the media section is at the top of section 124. And then usually the visiting team's fans, like parents, sit right next to us. But he made a point to,
hey, number 12 sucks.
He made a point to let us know that he is the all-time leader in Southwest Conference history in steals. So he played at Rice from 87 to 91. So he's like, yo, y'all know, like, I came to the Frank Irwin Center. I played at Rice. I'm the Southwest Conference all-time leader in steals. We're like, I hadn't known, because I mean, like, I'm not like, you know,
I didn't know that. Yeah,
right. I'm not the Cedric Golden and, you know, some of the older members in our media members in our market to know that. So I'm like, wait, I looked this up. I'm like, oh shit, he is the Southwest Conference all-time leader in steals. So that's just a pretty funny moment.
It's kind of just random. Like, was he expecting you to be like, that's crazy? No way. You know,
you wouldn't, for Vandy being like a, you know, educational university, wow, you can tell I went to UCF. I can't even put together 3 smart words to say it's a university that has high academic standards. Let's try that again. Their parents, they're rowdy. So like, they were the rowdiest set of parents. I mean, rowdy in a good way. I think I've dealt with outside of like your OUs and A&Ms.
Hey, Diego Pavi, it's rubbing off on everyone in Nashville. But all right, this will be my last basketball question, then we'll move into the portal. I know you guys have portal questions. Jake Bayless says, I think we hired the right guy. He's got an edge who will not tolerate sloppy play for even a second. I think Rodney Terry had an edge, and to some degree didn't tolerate sloppy play, but he also let it happen for however many seasons he was the head coach. What do you think about this? Is Shawn Miller the right guy? I know they're 4 conference games in, but how would you call it?
Listen, I hate coming off sounding like I'm bashing Rodney Terry, but when you juxtapose the 2 coaches, just on resume, Rodney Terry went to, if my memory serves me correct, 1 or 2 NCAA tournaments at Fresno State. I think it was 1, and then obviously had the run when the Chris Beard situation happened. Shawn Miller, no one has coached more games and been to more Elite Eights without making a Final Four than Shawn Miller outside of John Chaney, former Temple head coach. You do the blind resume test. I think that's the difference, right? Now, Shawn in college basketball circles is a lightning rod because I think some people think that like he's kind of that coach who can't win the big one, because he's been to so many Elite Eights and can't get to the Final Four. But just Shawn Miller to Rodney Terry, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but that's not really a comparison in terms of head coaching resumes. So when you say, he's got an edge and won't tolerate it, yeah, Rodney definitely has an edge with his guys. Shawn Miller's just a better coach.
Yeah. This is a very weird comp, but you said Shawn Miller kind of has this rep. I do know some of the first things a lot of Texas fans thought of when they saw he was the hire was, hey, old recruiting violations, paying players, which is now obviously legal. But 10 years ago at Arizona, it was not. Do you think there's any folks kind of looking at him as like a Mario Cristobal type guy where he's great at recruiting, building a roster, but can't coach? Because it seems like he is a pretty good coach. It isn't quite as Cristobal-y, but do you think people
I definitely get the analogy you're making, but Shawn Miller from an X and O's perspective is probably a better in-game coach than Mario, who people point out Mario with like the whole gaffe with running out the clock. That wasn't the first time Mario did that. Mario had that happen at FIU like 15 years ago, right? More than 15. I get the analogy, but Shawn's probably a better X's and O's coach than not probably. He is a better X's and O's coach than Mario Cristobal.
I gotcha. All right, so I don't know where this comment is, but someone asked about Dante Newman, the offensive tackle that transferred into Texas from Texas A&M. I believe he is the first scholarship football player that is transferred from A&M to Texas, at least in the modern era. There have obviously been, Texas to OU transfers, OU to Texas, and Texas to Texas A&M. But I do think this is the first College Station Austin move. Regarding Dante Newman, who he is, he's an offensive tackle prospect. Played, I believe, only in 1 game. I do know he has 4 years of eligibility left, so appeared in 4 or less regular season games for the Aggies. A lot of people have interesting thoughts on this. So with Dante Newman, is this a Nick Brooks replacement? I wouldn't call it that because they're very different types of prospects, but to some degree, yes, he is. This isn't a guy that can play this year unless multiple players get hurt, but he's a guy that could push to start at one of the tackle spots in 2027 or, 2028, 2029. He was a member of the 2025 class, so he pretty much is on pace to be a 5-year player with his redshirt year used in 2025. But Texas, they pretty much finished as the runner-up or number 3 school. They brought him in for a lot of visits. They were early to offer him. I think they were the first big school that offered him like his 2nd or 3rd one. He took in the junior day. He camped at Texas. He came to several games. And then they got into the spring of his junior year. He made it to the junior day and then never visited again. Cal Flood in Texas kind of backed off a tiny bit. The hard part about covering recruitments with Kyle Flood is he's not good at relationships. We've documented that very well. Michael Vasusi taking almost $1 million less to go to OU, not once but twice, as part of that. Same with Lamont Rogers' recruitment. But with Newman in Texas, there was just some disconnect. And then in the middle of April, he commits to A&M, and that was that. Never took any visits elsewhere, stayed with the Aggies all the way through. And it's funny because Bridgeland actually had 2 4-star offensive tackles in the same cycle. It was him and Ryan Foje, who started like 9 or 10 games for Oklahoma this year as a guard. And Jonte Newman is who blew up first, got all the big offers first. And then Foje emerged later, got pretty much every offer and more than Newman had, and finished as the higher-ranked prospect. He obviously had a better year one than Newman did. So I think that's pretty interesting. Texas was all over Newman from the jump, and then they ended up offering Foje like 6 days before he committed to OU. So another kind of example of a horrible recruiting, scouting operation at Texas. But nonetheless, they got him out of the portal now. And like I said, expectations aren't very high for this year. He's a depth piece with a potential to develop into a starter one day. Could be a tackle or guard. Probably not going to end up as a left tackle at the SEC level. I don't think he's of that caliber, to be quite honest. But he can be a right tackle or guard. So a lot to like about the depth. Obviously Texas needs starters on the offensive line, but they also need depth. They've lost 5 offensive linemen to the transfer portal, and only one of their 3 2024 aligned signings remain on the team, and 3 of the 4 2025 aligned signings remain on the team. So they needed to go young, especially because the class they took this year, John Turntine needs to put on weight, probably won't be playable till next year. Nick Robertson, probably the highest floor of the 3 guys they signed, but he shows up in June, so probably won't do anything until 2027 at the earliest. And then Caden Schroer, the kid they took from Georgetown, with all due respect to him, he's about a year away from being a year away. Probably won't factor in much until 27 and 28. So getting depth, and more specifically young depth that can actually play offensive tackle, is a huge thing because after you get past Trevor Gooseby, Brandon Baker, there's not a ton of guys left that you have confidence in playing offensive tackle. Jaden Chapman can be a tackle or guard, but he's never played. We have to see what it looks like. Andre Kojo is too tall to be a guard. He can only play tackle, but he's never played. We have to see what that looks like. And John Turntine can be a tackle, but chances could be higher he's a guard. So I love the get for Texas from the perspective of getting numbers for offensive tackles, and the fact that he's young, has years to develop, because they have not recruited and signed enough actual offensive tackles the last few years. So I like it a lot. Eric, I don't know if you have any thoughts or how much you've looked into Mr. Newman, but pretty good addition for Texas in my eyes.
No, I tried to do a little bit of looking into it before the basketball game because things kind of went down as I was heading over to Moody. I land where you land, right, in terms of just the sheer numbers. It feels like, just from a 10,000-foot view, and rightfully so, a lot of Texas fans, every time they see an offensive lineman, commit to the program, it's like, all right, is this guy, like, how's he going to fare in 2026? Which is fair because 2026 is what's in front of Texas, and they need to protect Arch Manning. But when I looked at this looks to be more of a depth piece. And as you mentioned, Texas has lost a lot of offensive linemen in the portal, not just this year, but over the past couple of years, right? So they really need to kind of replenish that room. So that's what I took away from this. So,
yeah, another offensive lineman being linked to Texas, Mason Barton, native of West Memphis, which is in Arkansas. Yeah, actually, the bordering towns where Carius Kern, who is, I think, the highest ranked O lineman that isn't Jordan Seaton in this year's portal class, transferred from LSU to Ole Miss. They're from pretty much the same town, same area. But Mason Barton, he's scheduled to be in Austin later today. I believe that is the first visit he's taken of his transfer portal process recruitment. I know you know some stuff about him. I know that he started 10 games and I believe has played in 19 career games, something like that. What can you tell us about Mason Barton? If he ends up at Texas, what do you think he'll play?
Yeah, with Mason Barton, again, 6'6", 315, you're probably looking at a tackle. I mean, I guess maybe at 6'6", maybe you could try him at guard, but I think you're probably looking at tackle. Played in over 650 snaps last year for Jackson State at left tackle. Just being completely transparent, I don't know if this is another piece that you genuinely think can step in and play immediately, but you're getting someone with, Division I, albeit FCS, but Division I starting experience. To Jordan's point, played in 19 games. I have it as 11, but I was counting on the fly as far as starts. Jordan may be right as far as 10. I thought it was, I thought it was 11 starts this year and then 2 as a freshman. So I got his 13 starts overall for Barton, but I could have been counting on the fly there. So at least he's played a lot and played for a program that, again, it's not apples to apples, Jordan, but there are expectations, right? If you've been to Jackson State, and this is pre-Deion Sanders, right? Like Jackson State's a proud football university. So at least he's played for a university where there are expectations. You're not just like getting someone from, I hate using my old beat as an example, so I'll just take like Western Kentucky, right? Like always, throw FIU under the bus. We're like, hey, it doesn't matter. At least at Jackson State, there are expectations relative to where they are. So that's kind of the book on Barton from my perspective.
Yeah, and the thing with him, he's played 2 years at Jackson State. He has 2 years of eligibility left, but 3 years to use those. If he does end up at Texas, I think it's more likely than not he would redshirt in 2026, playing 4 games or maybe 9 if that actually goes into effect or gets voted on by the NCAA. 6'6", 315 guard or tackle. I don't know. I honestly don't think it really matters because it's depth. This guy is not going to start at Texas this season, and if he does, well, there's a lot bigger problems at hand than this guy starting. So I like it for Texas. It's more depth, like I keep saying. And what is the expectation here? Well, the fact that no one else is really competing for him besides Texas, and they're bringing him in on a visit is usually a good thing. I will say, though, not every kid who comes in on a visit as an offer, a lot of it is getting the measurements in person, seeing the player in person, and then going from there with an offer. If Texas does offer him a scholarship, he's probably going to make at most like Jordan Scruggs level money through rev share or whatnot, just because like he's a depth player. So I like it. Antoine with the question here: why are guys in favor of the 9-game redshirt rule?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, right? Like my biggest gripe with the 9-game redshirt rule, Antoine, I know you were listening yesterday, so I hate to repeat myself, is you're going to have guys potentially opting out later in the year, right? That's problematic in my mind. Jordan, I don't know if you see it any differently. I think the only reason that from a coach's perspective, hopefully my mic is, Jordan, can you hear me? Because otherwise my mic turned off. Okay.
No,
all right. I'm not speaking through the wrong mic. I think the only reason coaches could probably be in favor of this is it just gives you more runway, like with your players before you have to shut them down. But that's Antoine. I'm kind of just as bewildered as you. That's the only thing I can think of, unless they think this is closer to a 5-for-5 system, which we went over that yesterday. Like there are issues with that as well.
Yeah. The thing that just sucks is like the 5-for-5 thing. I don't think is possible academically with the calendars, but also if you go 5-for-5, people are going to ask 6-for-6, 7-for-7. So keeping it 5 years to play 4, I don't really mind that because it makes it harder to go to 6-for-6, 7-for-7 or whatnot. Now, is this stupid? Yeah, it is. What is the point of redshirting if you're allowed to play 75% of regular season games? Like it used to be, you step on the field for 1 snap, you're done. Red shirt's over with. And Tyrone Swoops, I think, is the one a lot of people think of in that TCU rain delay game. I think it was versus TCU. But like if you're going to expand it from 4, make it 6, something like that. 9 is 75% of the games. It is interesting, though, because I read yesterday that if this passes, like Nick Brooks, for example, I brought this up, kind of got shafted this year because he played in 5 games, 1 more than the limit. But if this passes, they're not going to go back and let the guys who played in 9 or less games get that year back. And then those guys are now going to sue. So they might get it back because anyone who sues the NCAA, a lot of people have been winning. So it's what Antoine said. Give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. So, yeah. All right, I know y'all are asking about Jordan Seaton. I saw multiple comments, so I won't pull up any of them. I don't have anything new on Jordan Seaton besides saying Texas is still in the mix. He's not officially in the portal yet, so no one can actually directly talk to him. Well, I guess they can through the 3-way call loophole, but things have to play out. He has to officially be in the portal. Then he has to take visits. I think Texas should or will get a visit, but I can't guarantee that. Oregon's in it. LSU's in it. Florida, and Ohio State as well. I mean, I looked it up yesterday when writing up a story to have for if/when he is to schedule a visit to Texas. He's the second highest ranked offensive lineman in the history of the transfer portal rankings, which go back 6 cycles. The only player that was ever ranked higher than him as an offensive lineman as the number 4 overall prospect was Isaiah World, the Nevada offensive tackle transfer who transferred into Oregon, started at left tackle this year, and he's probably going to go, I think, late day 1 or day 2 in the NFL draft in April. So with Seton, he's going to make a shit ton of money. I think he will clear $4 million and will be the highest paid non-quarterback in the country. It'll be him or Jeremiah Smith. So a lot has to play out. And the thing too, like, yes, academic calendars and timelines are important because, they do have to actually be enrolled in class. But Jordan Seton, it doesn't matter. He can wait till May if he wants to. All these schools are still going to recruit him just as hard. So I guess just be patient with the Seton recruitment. A lot to unfold there. And then where is this? From Zay Capelot, the Maryland right guard, blanking on his name. So this kid entered the portal yesterday, and then 2 hours later withdrew his name from the portal. And then about 2 hours after that, put his name back in the portal. And then this morning it got announced he has 3 visits scheduled: Auburn, Arkansas, Mizzou. A lot of people have asked why isn't Texas in there. I don't have an answer. I'm sorry. I wish I did. He can't always swap out one of those visits for Texas, or he can schedule a 4th visit to Texas. Like I said, he's not Jordan Seton, obviously, but he can be patient and take it into February if he wants. There's only so many guards at the Power 4 level that can start in the Big Ten or the SEC. All 3 of these schools are SEC schools. So he's going to be extremely coveted, and it is a very interesting dynamic, I should say, because Texas fans are like, hey, this guy and another player, that's going to be cheaper than Seton. Yeah. Is Seton worth $4 million plus? Realistically, probably not. I don't know if anyone's worth $4 million plus that isn't a quarterback, but you're going to get top of the line, offensive tackle play. This Maryland right guard is probably going to end up making $500 to $800K more than he should. So you have to think about it. Are you getting, there's no such thing as an ROI because you're not going to make money back off these guys. But for what you're paying, is the value worth it? And as crazy as it might sound, a 4.2 for a year of Seton could end up being better value than a 1.8 for the Maryland right guard. Kind of just spitballing here, but those are things that front offices have to think about. So it'll be interesting. Arkansas, they have some money saved. They thought that they were getting Carius Kern. They didn't. They could be dangerous there. I know Auburn has lost a lot of their offensive linemen. And then Mizzou, Drinkwitz and that staff, they always make a splash in the portal in some form or fashion. So we're watching that one. But, yeah. Antoine asked us February or March the next time Texas's online roster will be updated. Yeah, probably around mid-February. I don't think Texas will get past mid-February without being done with their portal class. They haven't announced any of the players' signings like they used to, but I'm almost positive all 13 commits have signed with Texas. So I assume in mid-February, sometime around then, the official account will put out a graphic with all the transfer guys saying it's their transfer signing class. Around when that happens is when the roster will be updated. That's what I assume. So, yeah. And then Jake Bayless brings up Melvin Ciani from Wake Forest. He played left tackle for Wake Forest this year. I saw that as well. I haven't heard anything there on Texas. But to be fair, Texas is like Fort Knox with portal names. And, getting names for the offensive line position is like trying to get into Guantanamo Bay. It's impossible. Like the Dylan Sikorsky kid from Oregon State, when he first entered, we didn't hear anything, and then he had a visit set, and it went that quickly. So main thing to know is just watch for visits that get set in the portal. And then Antoine, So Lance Jackson, Zena Umeozulu, Colin Simmons, Colton Vosick, Smith Rugbo, and Richard Wesley at edge. Justice Terry and Jamarian Carlton are tweeners, correct? Yes, Justice is. And so in Muschamp's defense, the edge positions, he has like a defensive end that's going to play head up on the tackle, inside the tackle, and then an outside linebacker that is kind of what Trey Moore was this year, where he's going to play off ball. He's going to line up on the line of scrimmage. He'll be in a 3 or 4 point stance. He'll even sometimes be kind of – Texas didn't use this much under PK, but Muschamp does, and Georgia did it, that underhang defender, where they're not really like a corner or an edge or a linebacker. They're kind of just there. And so these guys are going to be split across those. Colin Simmons, he's the type of guy that is going to kind of be in the Trey Moore position. He's Colin Simmons. He has an elite first step, elite bend around the edge, elite speed around the edge. They want him rushing the passer as much as possible. I doubt he's going to drop into coverage much. And that is the position a Smith or Rugbo could play as well. But regarding that big defensive end that's kind of an edge D-line tweener, that's where you're going to see Lance Jackson, Justice Terry, and probably Jamarian Carlton. Jamarian Carlton, it's been reported at different times throughout his process. He's an edge. He's a D-lineman. He really is a mix of both. He can play either one. He can project either one. And when I asked him at check-in day of the All-American Bowl, are you going to start off in Kenny Baker's room or Alan Clark's room? He said Alan Clark's room. So he's an edge for now. Could he grow into an interior defensive lineman? It's certainly possible. He's 6'4.5", 275 with an 83.5-inch wingspan. He can easily hold north of 300 pounds one day. So it's going to be up to him, up to Texas, what they want to happen, because he has limitless potential and can help the team in several different ways down the line. So that's what I'd say to answer that question. Okay, I'm going to come back to this David Keith Williams because I know Eric has to run soon and I want to ask him some stuff. So
yeah,
one thing I noticed when I was writing my commitment story for Cam Coleman like 3 weeks ago that ended up getting used, I think, on Sunday of this week. He's the third number 1 ranked wide receiver Texas has landed under Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian has been in Austin for 6 offseasons, 6 portal cycles. So half of the time they're going in the portal, they've gotten the number 1 ranked receiver. That's A.D. Mitchell, Isaiah Bond, and Cam Coleman. And it's crazy because Matt Golden actually ended up being Texas's number 1 receiver and is in that same class as Bond. But Steve Sarkisian, Texas fans think of him before Texas. They think Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy, Jameson Williams, Henry Ruggs, right? Alabama, Mac Jones, and all these receivers they got drafted. And then you think of him at Texas. You think Xavier Worthy. You think A.D. Mitchell, Isaiah Bond, Matt Golden. Hopefully not Casey Kane, right? What do you think it says about Texas's receiver development under Sarkisian and Chris Jackson, and the fact that they have had to go and get the number 1 ranked receiver 3 of the last 6 years?
That is a great question. The first thing that comes to mind I can only speak to Steve as a head coach, right? Because we can talk about his time in Alabama, but at the end of the day, if Nick Saban wants someone on the field, Nick Saban's going to get someone on the field, right? Steve, of the 3 seasons I've been here, he has been reluctant to play freshmen. I'm not talking about the Xavier Worthy, because that was like obvious, right? Like he was going to be on the field. He's been reluctant, and the company line from Steve has always been, if these guys earn my trust, they will play. I think the years all run together. This past season, but the year before kind of bared that out a little bit when you saw some younger guys hit the field. But Jordan, I'm not trying to take a cop-out. I think it's subjective because I can't make a definitive argument that my first year, DeAndre Moore, Jonte Cook, Ryan Niblett, last year with the slew, French, and et cetera, I can't make a definitive argument that any of those guys were better or more ready than the players in front of them, right? Mm-hmm. I would say, okay, then I'm going to put that back on Chris Jackson and Steve Sarkisian. So I don't necessarily know if it says anything with development as much as it says the guys who they've recruited just aren't, and you let me know if I'm wrong, they're not the Jeremiah Smiths of the world who, like, it's so instantly obvious that these guys are ready to beat out an established veteran that they can get on the field. That's just the way I can look at it.
Yeah, so we're going to go and look at these recruiting classes. And you do bring up a good point. They weren't getting Jeremiah Smiths. They're getting Brennan Thompsons. But in 2021, they signed loading. Jeez. Okay, in 2021, they signed 5 receivers five receivers / tight ends. They inherited all but 2 of these guys, Xavier Worthy and then Keith Lee. Xavier Worthy obviously went first round out of Texas. Jaden Alexis is at USF and didn't even play last year as a rotational player in year 4. Keith Lee was a player that they actually recruited and signed after they got the job. He's now in prison and has been in prison for several years. Look him up on whatever the county is in Bryan one day. It's kind of crazy the amount of charges he has. And then there's Casey Kane, who I think finished his career at UNLV. And then Gunnar Helm, draft pick, and JT Sanders, draft pick. The next year, in 2022, they signed Brennan Thompson. That's it. I'm almost positive. Yeah, Brennan Thompson. That was it. In 2023, Spencer Shannon, Will Randall, Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett. So in total, there have been 7 guys or 6 guys. No. In total, there's been 11 players that are receivers or tight ends from the 21, 22, and 23 class that could have been drafted. And only one of those guys is going to – well, 3 of those guys will get drafted from Texas. Worthy – I can't even blanking on his name. Gunnar Helm and JT Sanders. Brennan Thompson will get selected at some point this draft, probably day 3, but he's going to test really well at the combine, produce pretty well, at Mississippi State as a senior. Jonte Cook, he won't get drafted this year. He's in the portal currently. I think he can get selected next year. And then DeAndre Moore is going to be around 7 pick next year at best, probably. I think he just kind of is what he is, jack of all trades, master of none. Ryan Niblett, probably not a draft pick unless it's round 7 and he continues to return, punts and kicks for touchdowns. So bring up a good point. It's the personnel, the guys you're bringing in, but, a lot of the guys they brought in those first few years, it felt like didn't get much better or didn't get better. And is that personnel or is that development? It's a great question. I think a long conversation, but I don't know. I just think it's interesting because I posted that on Twitter. They've 6 of the off seasons he's been there. He's landed the number 1 receiver 3 times. And there's, people who don't like Texas that are like, yeah, he hasn't won shit. Or, yeah, their development's horrible. And there's other Texas fans being like, yeah, this is good. So I was just curious what your thoughts on it were, since it is a pretty nuanced discussion there. Last thing, since I won't see you till next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Any just big picture thoughts you have on Blake Gideon coming back, and now that that's official? For those who were curious or confused why it was reported like 3 weeks ago he was coming back, but it wasn't official until this week, there's something in his contract where the buyout went down a fair amount if they waited past a certain date, like January 12th or something. So that's what the holdup and delay was with Gideon. But your thoughts on him coming back to Austin, working with Coach Muschamp again?
I think it's a great move for Texas in my mind. I saw a lot of the online speculation say, why would he, move backwards? This feels like, kind of him regressing in his career. I mean, that's arguable. I don't think Blake Gideon is going to hurt for, defensive coordinator jobs in the future, especially working with someone like Will Muschamp, working under him. And just call a spade a spade. We saw the way things shook out with Georgia Tech, right? As far as that defense working for Brent Key. So, I think it's a great move for Texas to get that continuity back. I think, he's only 1 year removed from the program. So there's still a level of familiarity with some of the guys on this roster. And Jordan, listen, I'm not out to disrespect, the Godfather or all these things, but the Dwayne Aquino move just didn't really work. I guess there's no other way to say it. Like Blake Gideon at this point is probably an upgrade for this coaching staff compared to Dwayne Aquino, right? So when you just look at it from brass tacks, it's a good move there as well.
Yeah, I think it's really important for recruiting. Not trying to talk down on Dwayne Aquino, but I mean, I don't think there's a 2027 safety I talked to that Texas actually wanted that was consistently like naming Texas as a favorite towards the end. Like, yeah, they were in it for Jaquan Snell and Eli Johnson, but those dudes weren't going to Texas under Dwayne Aquino. He just didn't reach out enough. And it's a young man's game. He didn't hit the road either. That matters. And it's really hard to win recruitments when you're late to offering, when you communicate with them, you talk with them less than every other school, and then you're going to offer less money. Why would you ever expect to win? So that is kind of what happened with Eli Johnson, Jaquan Snell. Still some time there. But yeah, Eric, I'm going to hit on a few more questions. It'll take some time. I know you got stuff to do, so if you want to run, no worries. And I'll
appreciate it, bro. I will see you next week.
See you next hump day. Appreciate you coming on. All right. If y'all have questions, drop them. I'm going to hit on them real quick and then get out of here. So Antoine brings up a good point. That's why I'm worried about Jermaine Bishop. I know it's the coach's job to play the best players, but does it always happen? I truly believe Khalil Lockett shouldn't have redshirted. Thank you. Thank you. I think I've said this at least 2 or 3 times a month since October or September. It's different now because Cam Coleman's on the team, and I guess Jermaine Bishop. But the 2025 receiver room, I said several times, Khalil Lockett is the only guy I think is a true number one, that can be a true number one. He's the only guy with the ability to consistently win at the catch point on jump balls, other things like that. And I wasn't suggesting to give him 6 fade balls a game or anything like that. But what does he do the first game he gets real playing time? He wins at the catch point for a touchdown to put Texas up 2 scores or to put them up a score versus Michigan. He's pretty fucking good, y'all. Who gets to walk or who does Texas let walk? Not Khalil Lockett, Jamie French. He is the man of the 2025 receiver class. I do think outside of Cam Coleman, Khalil Lockett does have the highest NFL draft ceiling, including Ryan Wingo in that conversation. I think his is higher. You're right. He shouldn't have redshirted. And it was kind of bullshit that he has this unique skill set no one else on the roster has. And he's only put in for a play before halftime versus Vanderbilt when they're trying to throw a 60-yard Hail Mary. Who do they put in to try to throw it to? Khalil Lockett. And then he plays well in the Michigan game. So I'm with you. I think Steve Sarkisian does make some good personnel choices. But there's also other times, by the way, 24/7 Sports, as Matt Zenitz is reporting Jordan Seaton is officially in the transfer portal. There you go. But with Lockett and the receivers, like Khalil Lockett should have played more. I'm not saying he should have started over Wingo or anyone that started. He should have rotated in. In the way I kind of looked at it, you might call me crazy for this, but at some point late in the season, Texas looked at Cade Phillips and they looked at Jalen Gilbo and said, hey, these guys are giving us a similar level of play, except he's not getting any better. He's a senior and is out of eligibility soon. Cade Phillips is a true freshman. Maybe we should start him because he's going to be around for 2 more years. He's always been a 3-year player. And they started Cade Phillips the final game. Jalen Gilbo, the final regular season game of his career versus Texas A&M, he's coming off the bench for a true freshman because that true freshman is going to give you the same level of play and more later on. You could have done the same thing with Khalil Lockett and Parker Livingston. Parker Livingston obviously wasn't that far in his career. He's only in year 2. The same thing could have happened there. And regarding Jermaine Bishop, for the Stampede on Monday morning, I did a story setting year 1 expectations for Texas's 2026 class. This is what I wrote on Jermaine Bishop. I've seen Jermaine Bishop play in person more than anyone in this industry. He should play a lot as a freshman and can certainly help this team in year 1. Now, will Sark actually rotate his receivers? That remains to be seen, and up to this point, Xavier Worthy and Ryan Wingo have been the only real contributing true freshman wideouts. I think Bishop is of the same caliber and that he should see snaps out of the slot as a rotational receiver at minimum. Bishop can also play in the secondary or on special teams, and there's no good excuse for the Willis native not to see snaps in each and every single game in some capacity. I'm with you. Jermaine Bishop needs to play. He should play. He could have helped last year's team. He can help this year's team. And I cannot wait for when they put the pads on in spring ball and start moving around and tackling and hitting. And, we hear the reports back, what people are thinking on Jermaine Bishop, because I do think he's going to turn a lot of heads. I think he's a very special player. And when it's all said and done, I think he can end up being one of the best Texas players of the Sarkisian era because, again, he's that special. Like, there are very few athletes, football players I've ever covered that have just that many God-given abilities. Like Jamarian Carlton, for example, his God-given abilities, traits. He has a 7-foot wingspan of 6'4.5". He's 275, like 36-inch arms, 11-inch hands. Those are God-given traits. They're rare. Jermaine Bishop has never been about traits. He's 5'10", 160 pounds, soaking wet. Soaking wet. But every single time he stepped on a football field his entire life, he's been the best player on it. From his freshman year, he started every single game he ever played at the high school level, never missed a game because of injury, finished his career as the 5th all-time leading receiver in the state of Texas. All-time. He's the Houston area's all-time leading receiver, whether that's receiving yards, catches, touchdowns, it doesn't matter. He can help this team year one. He has to play year one. If he is not appearing in week 2, week 3, week 4 of the season, I'm going to ask Chip, Eric, and Hank, since they go to press conferences, hey, ask about Jermaine Bishop. Because I do think he's going to be special. I know I keep saying the same thing over and over again, but he's one of the guys that genuinely gets you excited for the season. And he's a freshman who might not even play that much. So, yeah. Antoine asked, did you guys see they offered Julian Cromartie's son and FSU alum, Antonio? Or son of FSU alum, Antonio. Yes, I did see that. Checked in with a coach I know out of school. He will not be at the junior day on Saturday. Let's see. Yeah, David Keith Williams said Collier clock it may be 6'2", 180. I think he needs to be closer to 6'2", 200. Texas absolutely needs to keep Lockett if Texas loses their 3 expected starters in 2026. I do think Wingo and Cam Coleman will be gone after this year, but I think Emmett Mosley can be a 4-year player, or will be a 4-year player, to be honest. He kind of has some DeAndre Moore to him. A really, really, really solid player, high floor. The NFL will know what they're getting, but how much better will he get once he's in the NFL? Because, I mean, there's even – like there are tiers. It's Cam Coleman, Wingo, Mosley. And all 3 of those guys are good. They're going to start, but all 3 are different talent levels in my eyes, at least from an NFL draft perspective. And with Collier Lockett, I mean, he showed up, I think, around 170, 175, and he's always kind of been the skin and bones, like sinewy strength type of kid. Could he get up to over 200? Probably, but he's also probably going to lose some speed since he's been that thin his whole life. So I don't know what best case scenario looks like. I think he could get up to maybe 185, 190, but his whole thing is having, freakish measurements. He's like, he actually is probably about 6'1.5", 6'1 3/4. But he is like a 6'6", 6'7 wing with offensive tackle hands. He's 11-inch hands. So a lot to like there. I think he can still, do some damage at his current weight. I mean, he did versus Michigan. So, yeah. Appreciate Antoine. Appreciate you reading the article. Thank you. Appreciate all the support. Yeah, spring game this year would be awesome. Jose said, Jordan, sorry if I missed this, but is Christian Clark going to return or leave for sure? He is going in the portal. So that is happening. Sorry, I just got a text. Yeah, Christian Clark is going in the portal. He won't be back. I don't know the schools to watch, but he's not going back to Texas. Yeah, those draft picks are always good. Jalen Gilba is a first-rounder. Woof. You could build an entire defense with Antonio Cromartie's kids. The Cromarties versus Phillip Rivers' sons. How about that? Yeah, Christian Clark is a big loss for Texas. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. One thing, though, I don't think it's like they're going to be fine without him. They'll be fine without him. I'm not trying to take anything away from Christian Clark. Yes, he did well versus Michigan in the bowl game. And I think I brought this up before, but did anyone else watch his runs versus Michigan and think he's got kind of that Trey Wisner where he hits a hole or gets past the first level and the bus runs out of gas and he stops accelerating? You know what I mean? Because even like there's one play, I think it was like a 16 or 18-yard gain. It was either outside zone or a pitch play where he's running off the right tackle. And the linebacker is trying to come downhill and make a play. He has an angle. The safety does too. And then the corner's getting blocked, I think, from Parker Livingston. And Christian Clark has the angle on the safety and the linebacker, and they both catch him and push him out of bounds. So I do think eventually if Christian Clark stuck around, he was never actually going to be the one. I think he was always going to be a 2 or a 3. And I think that's part of his thought process with entering the portal, to be honest. So we'll see. This is how I'm going to wrap it up, though. Sometime this week or next week, I'm doing a story where it'll be, where's this? 5 storylines I'm watching this offseason. One of them, who emerges as vocal leaders. Last few years, Jahdae Barron, Roshan Johnson, even Jalen Ford, T'Vondre Sweat. Those are people who set the tone in the locker room. Those are people who got the team rallied up in warm-ups before they run out of the tunnel, at halftime, before the fourth quarter. They get the team going. Juice is flowing. There was not much of that this year. And I don't want this to come off poorly, but Arch Manning or Michael Taft trying to get a team rallied and fired up is a lot different than if a guy like Colin Simmons is doing it. The best players need to be setting the tone for everyone. Colin Simmons, Arch Manning, those are the best players on the team. But think about Anthony Hill last year. How many times, and I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He's a great player and he will be a first-round pick here in a few months. But how many times did you see him on the sidelines getting everyone ready to go, telling everyone, keep your head up, we got him this drive or whatnot? Keeping the energy in it. There was not a lot of that. And when Michael Taft missed games, there was effectively none of that. So someone has to step up and be the clear guy on each side of the ball that's getting guys ready to go and setting the tone and having leadership. Obviously, Arch Manning is QB1, face of the program, face of college football. He'll need to be stepping up. But, Ryan Wingo, Cam Coleman, someone has to emerge and take hold of that. Maybe it's Trevor Gooseby. I'm not sure. And on defense, it needs to be Colin Simmons or Jelani McDonald. Veterans that have been there a long time that have respect. They need to take accountability and be leaders. So that's what I'm watching, who emerges as leaders. And then the 2027 quarterback battle. No one's talking about this because the portal's going on. But right now, and Wisner was certainly part of that. Yes, he was, and replacing him is part of the first thing. But with the 2027 quarterback battle, there's only one more portal window opening before either Diabell or KJ Lacey is starting in 2027. And that's going to be next January. So even though the QB battle I don't think will actually happen until spring ball or fall camp of next year, they're going to be battling it out this spring ball and fall camp. And if I'm KJ Lacey and it feels like Diabell is better than me or he's the 2 and I'm the 3 at the end of the season, I'm going to go in the portal in January. And if I'm Diabell and I feel like KJ's the starter, I'm going to go into the portal. So I'm very curious how that's going to be managed, because if one of them doesn't go in the portal in January 2027, whoever loses the job is going to be QB2 during the 2027 season and will be sitting on the bench. How is that going to be handled? How intense will the battle be this year? How many people are actually paying attention to that with the coaches? That's something that's very important, because KJ Lacey or Diabell could very well be gone around this time next year because they don't want to spend the 2027 season sitting on the bench if they don't feel like they're the starter. Having covered Steve Sarkisian's program for however long, I fully expect him to say it's an ongoing competition and he's not going to name a starter. So whoever the guy is in second place doesn't enter the portal, and they can have both of them. But it's college football in 2026, man. Anything is on the table. So I'm watching that. Who emerges as the RB3? Obviously, Hollywood Smothers, Raleek Brown are, the 1 and the 2. Who's going to be the 3? Michael Terry's back. James Simon's back. You also have Derek Cooper coming in. He's making a lot of money. Can he emerge and become the 3 this year? I want to see that. And then which freshmen are up next? Each year of the Sark era, there's been a dynamic freshman that's either been a freshman All-American or the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year. Worthy, Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, Grayson Littleton. Who is the guy this year? That's what I want to see. So those are 4 storylines. I'm working on figuring out the 5th. We're going to go from there. Paxton is saying Jordan Seaton's visiting Texas, so I'm going to have to hop off and get on that. David Keith Williams, I do agree with you. Not everyone is a natural leader, and it's part of coaching developing. So I'm with you. This is a great point. But nonetheless, we're getting out of here. You all have a great Thursday. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered give some our friends at SEC Unfiltered give some way too early record predictions for 2026 and go over some portal headlines. Like I said, I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great one. Stay tuned to Horns 24/7, Texas Sports Unfiltered, and peace.